Well, good morning from Cheltenham College. Day 3 of this match against Hampshire. Gloucestershire up in the north of the county at the 150th anniversary of the first ever first-class game here at Cheltenham. And this is a day when they will want to bat and bat and bat and bat, won't they, Dan Whiting?
They certainly will, Ian. It's going to be a long old day as well, because there are a bumper 112 overs in the day. So we've got an extended day due to the first day being curtailed due to heat, second day being curtailed slightly due to bad light and a bit of rain. And we've got 112 whopping overs for you. So it's going to be 11 a.m. to 1:25 lunch, 2:10 to 4:30 for, and then we're going to have a spot of tea. Ian's going to get the cucumber sandwiches out, and then we'll go right through to close, which should be at 7 o'clock, but might be a little bit later should they bowl their overs slowly.
Which wouldn't be in Hampshire's interest, because they need every point they can get at the moment.
Yeah,
as indeed do Gloucestershire for that matter, but for different reasons. Just a reminder of the overnight position. Gloucestershire 43 for 2, Miles Hammond on 12, Ollie Price on 17. That in reply to Hampshire's 457. James Vince cut a bit of a frustrated figure at times yesterday. A lot of obviously stoppages for bad light, which disrupted the flow of the Hampshire innings and also lost them some time as well, and the fact that he got out for 95. He was not I don't think I'd have been first in the queue to ask him for an interview at the close, albeit his team are in a strong position, and that may be his bigger view rather than any kind of personal milestone.
Yeah, they'll be happy, and it looks like the game at the Oval is probably slightly now in Surrey's favour, so it's important that Hampshire do get a result here. But that 7 o'clock close in, it's getting perilously close to your bedtime there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I shan't tell you. I went to a function, actually, sort of, which is in and around the festival, after play last night. I arrived late. And I didn't get home until about, well, it was getting well past my bedtime by the time I got in. Tom Wade on social media says, looking forward to today. I don't think the light will be an issue looking at the forecast, but the Gloucestershire's batting, there cannot be any early or cheap wickets. Let's hope for a smooth, positive and disruption-free day for the Shire, he says. And I think that's what they'd say, and 307 of course is the magic number, because that's the follow-on figure Gloucestershire have got to get to. 150 behind, and I wonder what Hampshire would do if they got somewhere close but were still shy of it, and whether they would want to bat again. The forecast for tomorrow has indicated that there may be some rain around in the early hours of the morning, and possibly also at breakfast time as well. So I think Hampshire will be tempted to press on if Gloucestershire fall even one run short of that follow-on target.
Do you think so? I'm not so sure. But well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
And yesterday we had some fun with your unusual names 11. Okay, we can have a bit of fun with this today. This is absolutely true. We arrived at the ground this morning and we were told that the main scoreboard was not operating because a fox had chewed through the fibre cable that goes to the scoreboard. Now, credit to the estate staff here, because they have rewired it, and the board is now operative. So, your favourite animal-related cricketers, please.
Ooh. Phil the Cat Tufnell.
Commentators at
Jack Russell.
Yes, we can have that. There probably is a cricketer named Fox, but I can't think of one straight off the top of my head. Keith Barker's going to open the bowling from the college lawn end, but our email, which Cameron's are just doing the cameras for us at the moment, and he will give us the email in the top right hand corner of your screen shortly. Those are the bare details of the Gloucestershire innings at the moment, and the first ball of the day will be from the powerfully built Keith Barker into Ollie Price, and Price lets that go. There's our email, commentators@gloucecc.co.uk, and hopefully you can be with us through the day Hampshire, obviously tactically in the game, on top at this point, having got the runs on the board, and they've got a fresh set of bowlers here who have had 2 days with their feet up. They'll be expecting a day's hard graft here, though. And here's Barker in his red socks, as he had on. I'm sure it's a different pair to yesterday, but I wonder if that's any kind of superstition, because I think he had colourful socks last year. I couldn't tell you whether they're red or not, but is there any kind of rule in your club, Dan, that you play for, that you must have colour coordinated socks with your kit?
Yeah, I mean, they should be white or grey socks, shouldn't they? I mean, you know, anything else is it's park.
Barker, left arm round the wicket. It's Ollie Price who lets that go. I mean, he was given an important role last night to come in at number 3. I mean, the club have, I know he's opened a little bit in the second 11, so you know, whether the club see him in the longer term as somebody who can bat higher up the order, but he was given an important role to split the left-handers up, put a right-hander in that top part of the order. There's Ryan Higgins, of course, at Chelmsford. Graham Van Buren batted there last year, and Price at the moment pitched in against this really experienced attack, but gets the bat on ball for the first time today, out into the offside. Yeah,
we've got the slip cordon there. We've got James Vince at first. We've got Liam Dawson at second. That's an Aaron Donald there, sort of a floating third, fourth, sort of gully area. Nick Gubbins at point. James Fuller mid-off. We've got mid-on, short mid-wicket, backward square.
Gubbins at short mid-wicket, I think, is it?
No, Gubbins is here at point.
So that must be Holland then. Can they just pinch a single out to the left of James Fuller at mid-off? Quite pleasant conditions. The forecast is not for a huge amount of sun today, but given the conditions that we had on the first day, it's actually very pleasant to watch. And that Sanford Road side of the ground, much busier than it was on Monday, really, because people don't have to have an umbrella up to keep the sun off their faces. Barker over the wicket to Hammond. It's taken quite low down by Ben Brown.
Zach Chappell's just walked past us with a box of Special K cereal under his belt. Funny what cricketers have for their breakfast, isn't it?
Well, that could be the mid-morning refuel after the warm-up. But he'll hopefully he's got a day with those sort of slip-on, sort of slider type shoes. Hammond punches up to Kyle Abbott at mid-off, end of the first over of the day. I would think Mohammed Abbas will probably bowl from the College Chapel end, but Abbott was very keen last night to talk to the ground staff about the footholds at the close, probably thinking that whether he was concerned that the surface was not quite as firm as he might get at some of the main first-class venues. He wanted to make sure that was absolutely going to be solid for him when his turn comes to bowl, but it will be Abbas from the Chapel end.
Umpire Nick Cook peering into our marquee there from square leg.
His last season on the circuit, we gather.
Yeah. Had a wonderful start to his Test career, Nick Cook.
Bowling from the Chapel end, Mohammed Abbas.
About 1983, I think. 82, perhaps. Had a very, very good start to his England career. Tailed off a little bit towards the end, but yeah, fantastic. I think he was up there with first 10 tests, one of the leading wicket takers of all time. Here's Mohammed Abbas into the wicket, and Ollie Price plays him firmly out to Kyle Abbott at mid-on.
Couldn't have two more contrasting figures to share the new ball, could you? You've got all the real, I mean, it's sort of the David Lawrence physique of Keith Barker. You know, so much power from the waist up, and this sort of slightly built willowy figure almost of a bass.
Yeah, here he comes, sort of pigeon stepping into the wicket. As Ollie Price lets that one go through to the gloves of Ben Brown. Keith Barker having a fantastic season. 38 wickets this year, 19.47. Mohamed Abbas, this is before this game, 30 wickets at 15.9. That's the reason why Hampshire are at the top of or vying for the championship. Here's Abbas in, and that's a thick inside edge which dribbles down to Felix Organ down here at fine leg, but he comes running around to sort of backward square to pick up the ball, sprints off away down to third man for the left-handed Miles, or what was third man to a right-hander, but it's fine leg to the left-handed Miles Hammond.
Certain days through the festival which see events laid on alongside the cricket.
Abbas into the wicket, and Hammond plays them into the onside, a little bit uppishly perhaps, a few oohs and ahs from the Hampshire cordon.
So next Tuesday, I think it is the Gloucestershire Exiles Day. That's the day for the spectator or the members or those with interest in the club who are not in the county, you know, London or in the north, much further afield. Doesn't include people from this part of the world by and large, although I think there are some members who join the Exiles from North Gloucestershire.
Here's Abbas in to Miles Hammond. Abbas struck with his second ball in Test cricket, dismissing an old Gloucestershire player, Craig Brathwaite. It's interesting spelling there, isn't it, Craig Brathwaite? I'm not sure if his parents could spell Craig or Braithwaite properly, but there we go.
And the other event is actually today. It's the PCA Day, so that's the Professional Cricketers Association Day, and there's about 90 former players here today.
Fantastic. Here's Abbas. Hammond walks down the wicket, lets it go through. That completes second over of the morning. Gloucestershire 47 for 2. Ollie Price on to 19. Miles Hammond on 12. Keith Barker none for 10 off 3. Mohamed Abbas 1 for 2.
And just
two.
And amongst those 90 are certainly two players who played in the famous 1971 Gillette semi-final between Lancashire and Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. There may be others, but certainly Roger Knight and Ken Shuttleworth are here today. One from each team, obviously, and obviously the 50th anniversary of that game was last year. But Ollie Price drives firmly up to mid-off where James Fuller fields.
It's a pleasant shot, that. Very nice shot. One of Cameron Hastie's shots there, who's on the stream with us today. His beloved Blagdon Cricket Club. Go on, the Blag.
The Mighty, I believe it's
the
called.
Mighty Blag. Up the Blag.
Barker staying round the wicket to Ollie Price. Squeezes that out to the right of an Aaron Donald. At mid-wicket, Ian Holland and Donald may just have switched positions there, I think. So Holland is going to stay in that sort of what Dan calls almost a floating third slip. He is actually going to go into a more orthodox third slip for Hammond. So you've got Vince, Dawson and now Holland in the cordon. Bass switches as towards the fine leg. Over the wicket, Barker. Hammond forward. Kevin James made the point. There's a marquee here at Cheltenham, which is called the Boundary Hub, and what they do is they have speakers at lunchtime and at tea time. So Simon Hinks, who's the match referee, is going to be in there at lunchtime. But Kevin James was part of a little pre-match, pre-play session this morning, and he was saying that Hammond's got 5 50s this season, but he hasn't yet got a bigger score than, I think it's 75. So Barker in, and Hammond pushes at that. And a bit of encouragement for Barker. So there's 100 due for Miles Hammond. He sort of got stopped in a couple of matches by the weather, where he might well have gone on, but he's not made 100 since 2018. I think he got one here and one at Bristol in that season, but hasn't got 100 since. It's quite a long time. He's had 50 since then, but not converted them for various reasons. Hammond works that to the leg side, to square leg, where Gubbins does the fielding.
We've got a couple of community days that I'll come on to at the end of the over. The first one is Tuesday the 2nd of August, which is a Royal London one-day cup game here against Warwickshire. And there's one back in Bristol on the Wednesday the 10th of August, which I think is Nottinghamshire.
That's the Notts game, that's right.
Yep.
Barker, Straighten again. And Hammond again pushes at that. With the very slight slope that Nick Gubbins spoke about yesterday, it's across the square here. So with Barker, if he's trying to get the ball to go away from the left-hander, that very slight gradient of the slope just helps him a little bit, and Hammond has to be wary of that. Still 48 for 2.
So these community days, they're in partnership with Bowler. And they're sort of a community day and schools day partner, and the purpose is to bring together businesses and organisations from the local area and to celebrate the community of Gloucestershire and what sort of the whole of Gloucestershire represents. I think it's fantastic what Jess and Pete in the office are doing. A bass, and that is gently played back by Ollie Price for no run. And what they're doing, I mean, these days they'll consist of a number of varied sort of exciting activities, include looking inside some emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, ambulance and police car. Ian Randall's looked inside a few police cars on a Friday night on his nights out in Gloucester, but there you go. You'll also be able to test your reaction time on the reaction wall, test your cricket and your football skills, and inflatable bowling cages there, football challenges from Cheltenham Town and Forest Green Rovers, as that beats the bat of Ollie Price from Mohammed Abbas. So we've got Cheltenham Town and Forest Green coming to the one here at Cheltenham College on the 2nd of August, which will be superb. And then the one back in Bristol on the Wednesday the 10th of August is there's going to be all sorts there. There's going to be the Army are going to be there, the RAF, the Navy. You can join in an interactive field hospital, as well as testing yourself to some military fitness drills and much more. Well, as much great as that is, that's just left alone. Military fitness drills, Ian?
Military fitness drills?
Yeah, you up for a bit of that?
Yeah, they probably a bit beyond me, I'd have thought.
I think, likewise. Again, you can test your reaction time, the reaction wall, your football and cricket skills, and there'll be Bristol Rovers coming down as well, so should be a fantastic day. You can even sing Good Night, Irene. Here's a bass in. That's defended. Also have the opportunity to learn how to play chess and challenge an international master who'll be blindfolded. Wow. Other opportunities...
Probably just as well that's the case.
Other opportunities include looking inside some emergency vehicles, again, fire engine and ambulance, and a riot van. Again, Ian Randall's been inside one of those. In addition, police will let you meet some of their dogs and horses, and there might be a bit of cricket breaking out occasionally as well. So there you go. No, should be a great day. Here's Mohammed Abbas. It's played pleasantly by Ollie Price out to Keith Barker at middle. But should be a fantastic day, shouldn't it?
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
And I know that the club have tried to obviously target the Royal London competition because it's in the school holidays, and the opportunity for youngsters to come along and get a mix of both the cricket that you hope they'll fall in love with and also other stuff as well. Mohammed Abbas almost walking through the crease with his delivery stride at the moment.
Yes. That goes through to Ben Brown. I think it's fantastic what the club are doing, and I think it's so important that cricket clubs are in touch with their community. And Gloucestershire is quite a big county, isn't it? You know, I mean, obviously there are people here who won't, you know, kids just getting into cricket in the north of the county here in Cheltenham, and it's important that Gloucestershire do bring the game out here to Cheltenham and engage those kids up in the north of the county.
And you say the north, there is still quite a bit north of here.
Yeah,
I guess it's, you know, I guess it's quite a long way, one would say, from northeast to southwest in Gloucestershire. Really, here is our Barker once more. If you were to
how far's
go,
Worcester?
Well, see, the county's an odd shape. So if you were to go from, let's say, Morton in Marsh to Bristol, you're probably talking 70 miles.
Yeah.
So, and Morton is a good 45-minute drive from Cheltenham.
So it's hugely important that the community team, you know, that Pete Lamb and Jess and those guys there, John Hook, people like that, they engage people all over the county.
Barker, leap again as he bowls, and Hammond lets that go. And there is that scenario, of course, that the further north in Gloucestershire you are, does your association actually go towards Edgbaston or to Worcester rather than to Bristol?
Yeah.
Because of the relative distance.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Come to Bristol. It's a wonderful place. Don't go to Edgbaston or Worcester. Come to Bristol.
But there could be that argument. Here is Barker again. And to come back to what we mentioned on Monday, where is the allegiance of Dumbleton Cricket Club, which is right on the border? I mean, they are much closer to New Road than they are to Bristol. So where is the mental association? In a sense, you've got to compete really hard for their interest.
Yeah.
I mean, we mentioned Dumbleton because they're in the semi-finals of the Village Cup this year. Here is Barker in again, a big appeal, but two sounds.
High as well, by the look of it.
Hammond was.
Let's have a look at it again.
Quite a way forward. We're not quite behind the bowler's arm here, of course, but
see the height.
Give you as good an idea as we possibly can. I think he was just maybe outside the line with his front pad.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, from this angle, because we're not directly behind the bowler's arm here due to the logistics of the ground.
Barker again. Hammond was a long way forward there. Just triples up to James Fuller at mid-on, so 43 for 2 overnight. And something else that Kevin James mentioned this morning was Hampshire have been good this year at drying up the runs against opponents, even if they're not taking wickets. And he'll come back to that point in a second because it applied in the Warwickshire match last week. Barker in, and Hammond lets that go.
He's been a wonderful signing for them, Keith Barker, hasn't he? He left Warwickshire. They made him an offer, but he described it at the time as an afterthought. And I think, I mean, he didn't say this, he did say it was an afterthought, but I think the general consensus was that the offer was derisory. And he's gone to Hampshire, and I mean, he got 37 wickets last year at 26 apiece. He's got more than that already this season, and he's been an absolutely fantastic signing. He's the godson of Clive Lloyd, and he's got the middle name of Hubert. And he's a great cricketer. He can bat, he can bowl.
Certainly gave it a biff yesterday with the bat.
Yeah, he's Mohammed Abbas.
I'll come back to that point that Kevin James made, and that is that Hampshire, I think it was during the Warwickshire match last week, he said that there was an occasion where the scoreboard almost stopped. Hampshire just completely dried the runs up. They weren't taking any wickets, but there was about an hour and a half where Warwickshire would have probably felt they were in reasonable control of things. They weren't losing wickets, the partnership was solid, but if you're only adding maybe 30 runs in that time, then the game isn't getting away from you.
Yep, a bass in. Good bouncer. Price thought about taking it on, pulls out of it. Goes through into the gloves of another fantastic signing for Hampshire in Ben Brown. Man, he's come from Sussex. He was the skipper there, wasn't he? And left. And again, something sort of things went on at Sussex last year. We don't know what. We don't know what went on in the internals there. We don't know what happened. I see Cameron Hasty gets cups of coffee brought in for him, and we get nothing here. I mean, what's going on? Ian, what have we done wrong?
It's the status of the man. That's what it is.
A bass into Brown. That's let go.
So we're sharing our marquee with Cameron, who looks after all the camera work, and Ben Feasy, who's our PA announcer. And Cam's the only person who gets coffee and Jaffa cakes.
Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Really is. Is there a union we belong to and we can go out on strike?
Just leave the two of us to make it.
Yeah.
A bass into the crease. Oh, that gets lift. That does something. I think that jags back a little bit as well, because Ben Brown went tumbling away down the leg side.
You could tell by Ollie Price's reaction afterwards with his shape of the glove there, shaping of the glove there. Do you just will the replay allow us to see that? Just wait and see. Yes, they are. It was the in-swinger was Ollie Price's indicator from that glove movement.
I think that jagged more back off the pitch than through the air. I wonder if it's an off cutter, just dragging his hand down the right hand side of the ball there, making it jag back off the pitch. Here he comes in to Price, who defends that one stoutly, and it goes out to the covers where
that's Fuller, I think.
I think it's Gubbins.
Turn round.
I think that's Gubbins. Fuller's here at square leg.
Oh, he is, yeah.
I think it's Gubbins over there. It's Mohammed Abbas. He's handed his test cap by Misbah-ul-Haq on the tour, that West Indies. As Price defends it. He's not so prolific with the bat. Test average of 5.5. But hey, what a bowler. What a bowler.
Proper test number 11. No shame. You've got to have the odd guy who you genuinely think, right, you know, one ball might be enough here. See, I was one of those.
Were you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Were you a ferret?
Oh yes, absolutely. Now, Joe Weatherly's out on the field, so somebody's gone off now. Weatherly's out as a fielding sub just for a moment, so not sure who's got off the ground.
No, Abbas is going down to third man. I thought he was going into the pavilion there, but he's just gone down to third fine leg.
Gloucestershire have only added 5 this morning, and Hampshire are giving them nothing to work with here. But at the moment, Price and Hammond, he's trying to feel their way into the day. James Bracey will bat at 5, Van Buren at 6, Higgins at 7, you would have thought. And then Safak O'Hara obviously batted very well last week at Chelmsford. Tom Price, Zach Chappell, Josh Shaw. That's the probable order. Barker over the wicket. I reckon Hammond's batting possibly outside his crease here.
Yeah, I think so. And he's walking down the wicket a little bit as well. He's trying to negate the movement, isn't he?
We can't be certain of that from this angle, and indeed hard to tell from your camera view either, but easier for the scorers up on the balcony to see whether he's batting outside his crease or not. Here is Barker. He's certainly shuffling forward there as Barker delivers, and that's out to Anaran Donald. backward point. You know, the Hampshire sort of lower middle order yesterday certainly tried to be progressive, you'd say. Both Donald and Brown were, and Barker definitely was. He played one or two really powerful shots on the way to his half century. And here he is with the ball. And that's given a biff by Hammond. That's the first really aggressive shot we've seen. He's forced that away past mid-on and up towards the boundary in front of the Premier Club marquee for 4.
It wasn't pretty, but hey, it was a proper biff. Miles Hammond's a funny batsman, actually, isn't he? He's a curious player. Sometimes he looks so elegant with his driving. Another time he just gives it a biff like that across the line, and hey, both are equal in the scorebook, aren't they?
It all says the same.
Yeah.
But arguably, you probably can't get away with one all the time. The biff, I mean.
You know me, Ian, style over substance and all that.
Yeah, I mean, Miles's form in the T20 this year was, well, short of what he would expect of himself. And in a sense, you know, the sort of the starts and not converting is perhaps a problem for him in both formats. He can do it in red ball cricket, he's shown he can, but here's another opportunity here. Albeit, again, that's the end of Barker's over. He's lets that one go through. Barker 0 for 15 from 6. Again, though, it's arguably in a kind of a back foot situation in the game. That's how I describe it. He's not scoring runs. It's a bit like sometimes people get runs to make a difference in winning a match. Hammond's runs in a lot of cases seem to have been to actually influence a game but not actually seal a game. So no. To maybe rescue a game from a poor position, as opposed to really aggressively setting a game up or actually going on to win a match.
I think you could say that for a lot of the Gloucestershire top order this year, though, couldn't you? Here's a Bass, 24th over of the innings. It's shot along the deck a little bit there. It's a good take by Ben Brown on the half volley in front of him.
That was the thing, you know, we noticed yesterday, that there was just the odd one that was just keeping a bit low.
Yeah. But I think, you know, we had the members forum here yesterday, didn't we? And I thought Steve Snell spoke pretty honestly, actually. Spoke well. Here's Mohammed Abbas. It was David Jones, the club president, and Will Brown, the CEO of Gloucestershire, here at the forum, and I thought they spoke well. And it's an interesting time of year, this time of year, isn't it? Because there are players out there. This is when a lot of the recruitment is done around the counties, and this is the time of year where people are playing for their contracts,
playing for retention, potentially
playing for retention, or playing for to put yourself in the shop window with other counties possibly as well. I don't think it's long before a transfer system comes into play in cricket. Here's Mohammed Abbas. It's down the leg side. Good take by Ben Brown. I don't think it's long before that comes into play.
There was a how would I describe it? A sort of quite a clutch of moves quite close together. So David Willey's move back from Yorkshire to Northants was announced. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's move
Somerset.
from Yorkshire to Somerset was announced.
Yeah.
Who else can I think?
Ed Barnard. He's going from Worcestershire.
Yeah. Barnard's going from Worcestershire to Warwickshire. Moeen Ali.
He's going on a white ball deal to Warwickshire.
Price.
That's played nicely by Price. Lovely. Full face to the bat. And that runs away down to the chapel end of the ground for shot of the morning so far. That 400 behind now, I think.
Got it down below 400, in fact, with that.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Carl Abbott didn't chase it very. Had that once yesterday, didn't we? Late on, Barker and Abbas were both chasing a ball out towards the boundary, and neither could be said to have necessarily sprinted with all they were worth, shall we say. It was a bit the case with Carl Abbott with that one as well. Perhaps that's kind of an acceptance that at 35, when you're a quick bowler, provided you take enough wickets, they'll allow you the occasional one that goes past you and you say, okay, the ball will win that.
Here's Abbas. Oh, and that stayed low. That's the one you're talking about, Ian. Again, Ben Brown taking that on the half volley.
Who's coming here to dot? It's Ian Holland has come into a short straight mid-on there.
Yeah.
So
it'd be interesting to see what the listeners' thoughts are on, you know, all the moves around the country and the transfer system potentially in cricket. Drop us a line. Here's Mohammed Abbas. That's well fielded by Keith Barker.
So we had a big cheer for that.
Yeah, he's a big man, and he got down there well. Maybe he's got his Blackburn Rovers socks on that he had. He turned in a deal with Lancashire originally, Keith Barker, when he was 16 years old, and he signed for Blackburn, and then he sort of moved down the cricketing ladder a little bit, didn't he? And he went to Rochdale, and he went to Northwich Victoria for a little bit, famous old club up in Cheshire, and then he went and played a little bit of Lancashire League cricket for Enfield, the Lancashire League Enfield.
Now, isn't that where Graham Van Buren was? At Enfield? Yeah, I'm sure that's right. So both he and Barker have played at the same club.
Yeah.
Here is Barker with Hammond again using his feet and just trying to kill any movement.
And one of the famous Lancashire players, when we covered the Lancashire game 3 weeks ago, one of the big Lancashire players from yesteryear, Eddie Painter or Cyril Washbrook or one of those, I think they were from Enfield Cricket Club as well. Yeah.
Hammond has 16. Barker powering in again. It's very, his approach is very. I referred the build of Barker to the sort of the David Lawrence, obviously now Gloucestershire president, and his approach is a little bit like that sort of rock and rumble kind of approach to the crease. It's the shoulders are going, aren't they? But once the rhythm's there, it's all pretty synced up.
Yeah.
And there's a single played out to deep backward square where Mohammed Abbas does the fielding. Just to come back to that point you made about sort of the transfer system. At the forum yesterday, David Jones, who's the club chairman, made the very valid point that actually that doesn't, the uncertainty over the structure for next year doesn't make recruitment easy unless you are obviously going to be in the second division or the lowest division, however it's structured, or in the top division. If you're in the middle, where Gloucestershire are, much more difficult.
Yeah.
Barker around the wicket to Ollie Price. That's driven pleasantly begin up to Abbott at mid-on. Yeah, so if you're Worcestershire, and obviously it's a difficult situation for them when you've got former county champions effectively as your border county or local rivals, and clearly with with more resources, you kind of have to sort of hold your hand up and say, Ed Barnard, you've done very well for us, but we're going to find it hard to compete with a Warwickshire. David Willie's move, I think, is partly personal reasons. I think to go back to Northants, where obviously he was previously. There have been other moves about, but Gloucestershire have not made a move at all. Although again, we discussed this yesterday when David Payne was on with us about the concept that if Zach Chappell is allowed to go out for 2 loan spells to another county, Barker around the wicket, and Wally Price does well to get onto his toes there, drop that down into the offside, and the end of Barker's overfielded by Felix Organ, 57 for 2. If they're prepared to let him go twice, and I don't know the position with Chappell's contract, but it might be that it's up at the end of the season. Now that would create an interesting situation. Have Gloucestershire seen enough that they might like to put something to him on a more permanent basis? And A, would he be interested? B, how many other counties would be interested? It would mean a geographical move for him, obviously, because he's been at Leicester and at Notts in the East Midlands with 2 counties. But that's maybe the sort of conversations that are now starting to be had, perhaps.
Yeah, I also think that there's cricket is going a little bit like some other sports where there are, especially the county championship, where I think there are probably maybe only 4 or 5 sides capable of winning it. I think that the T20 Blast probably is a lot more open than the county championship. As we've seen in previous years, sides like Worcestershire and Northamptonshire have won that in recent years, or not so recent years, but over the last sort of 7 or 8 years. Whereas the county championship, as Abbott comes around the wicket to Hammond and plays that out to Keith Barker at mid-on. The county championship in the last sort of few years has tended to be between the test playing counties, hasn't it? If you look around, the Surreys, well, Essex have won it, but they're not test playing county. But the Surreys, Warwickshire have won it in recent years. Middlesex
and
Yorkshire.
Liam Norwell and Craig Miles, obviously part of their squads who were previously here.
That's gone through to the gloves of Brown. Yeah, and I can see that, with sides like Surrey, for instance, who turned over £26 million off the field in the year before COVID. Counties like Gloucestershire just cannot compete. They really cannot. And it's very much a them and us scenario happening in cricket as well as other sports. Hampshire have, they've done very well for themselves as well. I'll come on to it after this ball. Abbott into the wicket, and that's defended. They've, since their move from Northland's Roll to the Rose Bowl or the Aegeus Bowl, they've managed to up their commercial activities a hell of a lot, haven't they? And what goes on off the pitch, and they've attracted a couple of test matches there, a little bit of funding.
Two contrasting venues now when you consider what the Aegeus is like and what Northlands Road was like.
A pass into Hammond. No run.
I mean, Northlands Road was, I think I'm right in saying, in almost as urban an area as the Seat Unique Stadium.
Cracking round though, Northlands Road. What a place. It was, it was a bit ramshackle, wasn't it? But it had an atmosphere all of its own, and who remembers Richards and Greenwich opening up there where they could easily be. As Abbott comes in. That's a glorious shot, really well fielded there by Nick Gubbins as well. Diving stop in the covers, and they come running. They come running from the slip cord, and Nyron Donald and James Fuller both come over to congratulate him. But Northlands Road, I mean,
Do you think that was because they were surprised he stopped it?
He's a good fielder. He's always been a good fielder. Here's Abbott. There's a classic moment when he was at Middlesex, Nick Gubbins, a few years ago, where there's a T20 game and he's caught one in front of the mound stand, and he's turned around and walked backwards to, with his arms outstretched, like the statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio, and he's walking backwards, and he's fell over backwards in front of the mount stand as he's taken their applause, to much guffawing. So,
I'll bet.
Yes.
We've had 40 minutes this morning, and Hammond and Price have done a pretty good job. They've only scored 14, but this is exactly the sort of session where Hampshire have kept the lid on things and Gloucestershire have kept their wickets intact. So in a sense the game hasn't moved forward very much. So as a result of that, partly I'm sure, James Vince is going to make a change. We're going to see Carl Abbott for the first time. That bustling action of his, and he too has been real value for them. Over 500 first-class wickets in his career at 21. Not all of them for Hampshire, of course, but that's a pretty good effort. And his first bowl of the match from the College Lawn end. Clearly off the bat, what the yelp was for from Gubbins there.
And we speak about, you know, people not being able to compete with certain other counties. And in Carl Abbott's case, it was Cricket South Africa who couldn't compete, wasn't it? And he turned down the chance to play for his country and come over here to Hampshire. Had a wonderful first year. He took 60 wickets, 18 apiece.
So 2 slips and a kind of a floating third, I would say, around the wicket from Abbott, and that is absolutely spanked through the offside by Miles Hammond. That's a lovely stroke. Down the hill through extra cover. Nothing the Hampshire fielders could do about that other than, in a sense, as a fellow professional, perhaps admire it fleetingly. And then Aaron Donald's gone and rescued the ball, and Abbott will have another go. So both batsmen on 25. And both with the opportunity to do something significant here in the context of the game. Abbott staying around the wicket, Hammond into the ground this time. Fielded by Aaron Donald. I think Joe Weatherly's gone off again now. I don't see him on the field, so whoever was off the ground is back on.
Carl Abbott's always had comparisons with another man from KwaZulu-Natal, Lance Klusener.
He just spins himself a catch at the end of his run, and then steams in again. Let go by Miles Hammond.
In fact, Abbott has got the second best figures for a South African on debut. Took 7 for 29 against Pakistan at Centurion in 2013, with Klusener having the best. So there were always comparisons with Lance Klusener. He came in to the South African side then due to a calf injury to Jacques Callis.
Hammond forward. Ball just rebounds off the stumps, but not off a deflection. So
don't like Centurion as a venue, though. It's not my least favourite venue in South Africa.
I thought you liked all cricket. There is no such thing as a bad cricket ground. There's something to think about that. Here's Abbott round the wicket, and Hammond again forward.
Yeah, Centurion sort of manufactured. It's sort of halfway between Joburg and Pretoria, isn't it? Sort of on the side of a road there, and it's sort of out in the middle of nowhere. Whereas it's not got like the beauty of Cape Town, or the history of the bull ring, the amphitheatre of the bull ring at Joburg, or even the band at St George's Park at PE. You know, at Port Elizabeth down on the Eastern Cape.
Dawson actually is the player who's gone off. Weatherly's back on the field again, and he's gone in to the slip cordon. We're going to see a double change. No, Abbas is going to continue, I think, for the moment. James Fuller will be lurking It's a potential fourth seam bowling option for Hampshire, and they've got the 2 spinners as well. But at the moment, I mean, Gloucestershire, we are very, very pleased with this first 3/4 of an hour. It's not about the runs on. It's not necessarily about the runs. It's about the wickets column.
It's preservation day,
and that is unchanged as of last night.
Abbott pushes Ollie Price back onto the back foot, but he defends it.
If you are joining us, perhaps since play started, a reminder that plenty of cricket today. 112 overs in all. And the scheduled finish is at 7 o'clock, but that assumes Hampshire bowl their overs on time, and generally through the season, across all cricket, that is very, very rarely the case.
Abbott in. Price lets that one go. Through to Brown. Yeah, stick with us all day. Tell your boss you're not doing any work. Call in sick. And stick with us for 112 overs, a veritable feast here at Cheltenham College. Unless you are actually working for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, and then you can't call your call in sick to your boss. But there you go. But what a feast of cricket! 100 overs still left in the day. Abbott in, and that's defended by Ollie Price. A couple of Oxfordshire lads here batting together for Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire seem to be tapping into that area. If you look at the Charlesworths, the Prices, the Taylors,
I mean,
and
Hammond,
Miles
Hammond, I think, born Cheltenham though.
Went to St Edward's School in Oxford.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oxford's only 40 miles down the A40 though. It's not far, is it? Past. Here's a pass into Ollie Price. Let go, let through to Brown. Past a few of the stables yards that were discussed the other day by Dave Bartlett. Past Bryce Norton, the RAF place. There's a big tourist place down on the A40, Crocodiles of the World, where you can see various crocodiles and alligators, if that's your thing. You a crocodile man, Ian?
Only in Dundee, Dan.
Very good. Abbott. Wheeling away. Price defends. 62 for 2. Ollie Price 25. Hammond has moved on to 21.
Yeah, look, he asked the umpire how many balls were to go in the over there. I mean, there's a scoreboard in front of him which has got the very clear idea there's only one ball left. But
well, I think that's habit a lot of the time.
Yeah,
I think it's.
You're used to doing it perhaps in the second 11 game where there isn't a massive scoreboard.
Oh, half an appeal hits the pad. Nothing doing though.
Too high, I think. Even from our position, we could have said that was too high.
Yeah,
Abbott has taken 1 for 6 in 7 overs.
Yeah, Graham Lloyd having none of it.
That was the point yesterday that we really were saying about Abbott, that he doesn't have the power of a Barker or an Abbott, but he's very accurate and doesn't give a great deal away. Played, I'm sure he played here for Leicestershire in a maybe back in that game in 2019, I think which Gloucestershire actually won when they were trying to bowl Leicestershire out on the last afternoon. They got past the total extent Gloucestershire would need to bat again, and then there was a late flurry of wickets, of which Abbott sure was one. Here's Abbott around the wicket to Hammond, who stretches a bit for it, and all he can do is get it off the toe of the bat out to Ian Holland. Dawson's back on the field, so you can spot him. James Vince, the Hampshire captain, very tall man at first slip. Ian Dawson probably 4 or 5 inches shorter at second slip. Weatherly would be a much more lofty figure in that position. Hammond just flexes his knees and tries to fire that past Felix Organ. He'll get it away down towards the boundary, just in front of square on the offside. Not a real forceful punch, but one that went into the ground first, I think, to get it past the fielder, and it runs away down the slope for 4.
Both those cover drives there been very easy on the eye. And
the first one's rather cleaner than that one.
Yeah, but both of us have seen Cameron Hasty on the production team here and I just turn to each other and just give each other a nod of the head. There's a nod of approval.
Abbott won't like being driven like that. And the retort is to force Hammond to go back into his crease and defend. Obviously day 3 in all the other games in the first division. There's a game in the second division that's on the second day. Keep you across what's happening in those other matches through the day. Abbott draws Hammond forward this time. Hampshire haven't done anything too funky with their fields yet. Still got a mid-on and mid-off up. Tried the short, straight mid-on occasionally to Ollie Price, but they've just done that again now. They've pulled Ian Holland a bit straighter, but this time for Hammond's clip through mid-off, and he's found the gap past the two of them. He's beaten Holland and Gubbins, split the two, and it's gone away down to the boundary for 4. So that's two boundaries to Hammond in this over, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. It's taken
some interesting
just over 23 overs, but that's not the point. It's the fact that it's been solid and it's recovered the innings a bit from the loss of Harris and Dent yesterday. But and again, Hammond wants a single there. That's a tight call, and Fuller goes to the bowler's end, and that could be overthrows here. In fact, there could be 5, but Mohammed Abbas is covering, and the end they will complete 2 runs. It's Hammond's call for the single.
Ben Brown's hurt himself here. It's good pressure there by Miles Hammond. Tom Wade has sent a message. Do you know him? He's a rugby writer. Was the Warriors?
Yes, and he was on social media earlier today.
Yes.
As well, and the message is?
He said on the potential of a transfer window, from a fan's perspective, it gives fans more security knowing our favourite players are tied down and can't announce a deal for the following season so early into the current one, which personally I'm not a massive fan of. He cites the example of being one of those Worcestershire players knowing you're moving up the road next season. Would you feel the full continuity of the rest of the season as you are, after all, joining a fierce rival? Would you be sort of playing at your utmost?
Okay, an interesting point that you make. He covers another sport.
Here's a bass. That's clipped a little bit in the air by Price, but he's okay. Go on.
Because in rugby union in particular, it is common practice for a player to be announced as going to another team the following season, maybe January, February time.
Okay.
And I have not known. You're not inside their brains, obviously, but I've not known a player down tools at that stage and not give his best for the remainder of that contract.
Here's a bass.
By contrast, of course, in the football transfer system is we can talk to you, Dan Whiting, at 7 minutes to 12 on a Thursday, and by Friday at 12:30 you've signed the deal and you're playing on the Saturday for your new team. Very, very different concept. And I personally prefer the idea of somebody saying, okay, I'm going to go, but I'm going to see out my deal with you, Mr. Employer, before I move.
Yeah, well, I play for the Gloucestershire badge here, Ian.
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas into Wally Price, goes through to Ben Brown. But he also goes on to say, all that said, where would the potential window be fitted in? Because the schedule has got sort of so much stuff crammed into it now, and it's getting fuller and fuller. You know, where would it be? He said it makes for a very interesting conversation, stroke friendly debate, and I agree with you. I mean, I think it's on its way, and we saw it a few years ago. The first real transfer, or the first major transfer, was Tom Graveney from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire, and he wasn't allowed to play for a season back in 1963. As Mohammed Abbas comes in and Price goes pulling, there's a man down here in, I think that's James Fuller, deep square, and we've got a deep backward square as well, so in Felix Organ. So the men are there for the hook trap, and Price still took it on and miscued that. But I think, you know, we saw it with Tom Graveney back in the 60s, but we've seen it more and more with David Woody when we went from Northamptonshire to Yorkshire the first time. That's down the leg side, that's going to be a leg by the look of it. Dribbles out to Felix Organ. And David Willey went to Yorkshire, didn't he? And I think, was there some sort of compensation paid there?
I can't remember whether he was out of... If he wasn't out of contract at Northends, then there would have been at that stage.
Yeah, I've got a feeling there was some sort of compensation, and I think that's been like the nearest thing to a transfer fee seen in cricket, because, you know, you don't get the guys who are there at counties for years. Well, it's becoming rarer and rarer. Abbas around the wicket to Hammond, goes through to Brown. That completes the 30th over. And it's another maiden for Mohammed Abbas. 1 for 6 now, off 8. And Gloucestershire will be reasonably pleased with their first hour's work here. There's been no collateral damage. 73 for 2. Hammond's moved serenely on to 31. Ollie Price a little bit more circumspect. He's on 25. Kyle Abbott none for 15 off 2. Mohammed Abbas 1 for 6 off 8. And here's Kyle Abbott.
Abbott bounding in once more. A sharp call for a single, and Fuller doesn't have a clean pickup at mid-off. These two really showing the application necessary. Remember, the real key point for Gloucestershire here is got to get to 307. 150 shy of the Hampshire total, or less. Then the follow-on will be saved. That'll be a large step towards saving the match. Hammond tries again to unleash that cover drive. He gets it on the inside half of the bat. We're talking about sort of players on the move. Start perhaps thinking of players who might not want to move but might be wanted. So
that's the thing. And
Tom Haynes at Sussex, I think, is going to be somebody who they might struggle to keep in the long term if he keeps making the amount of runs that he's started to down there. As he got into the team early, they've given him the captaincy. They've awarded him the captaincy. That may be a retention tool, perhaps. Abbott.
Saying that pitch at Hove it's flatter than your 2-week-old Watney's Party 7 that you had back in the 70s, Ian.
Are you saying that beer was
Do you have a Watney's Party 7?
No.
Do you never take those to sort of social events? To a cheese and wine, perhaps? You didn't turn up with the Watney's Party 7 up your sleeve.
See, You don't know me that well. Me and alcohol don't go. Here is Abbott in again. Another pleasant stroke from Hammond, but didn't time it really. This it was a kind bounce for Ian Holland.
Surely it's polite to turn up, you know, back in 1976 and that long hot summer of 76. But you turn up to an event for your guests, for your hosts, with
how
one
old
tucked
were you
under
in
your arm.
1976?
I was 6.
Yeah, well, there we are then.
I was just starting on the Watney parties.
74 for 2. Abbott in. Hammond tries to take the bat away from that, and it still gets a thick outside edge, but it does go on the bounce to Weatherly at second slip. Here's a second look at that. Abbott staying around the wicket. As he tried to take the bat away, it may hit it as almost as an afterthought, but Hammond has 31 from 73 balls and Ollie Price 26 from 93. So a patient effort from these two, and I'm sure that in their chats between overs here, it will be about the concentration and not getting too far ahead of themselves. Hampshire just having a chat about the ball here, and Abbas is being replaced. He had a good spell this morning, very accurate, just bowled the 1 over yesterday, but his overall figures, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 6, and we're going to see James Fuller for the first time as Hampshire try and strive for this first wicket of the day.
Yeah, picked up a hat-trick here in 2013 against Worcestershire. Joe Weatherly down in front of us, set there for the hook trap.
So here's Dawson, this player that's still off the field. No, Dawson. So Dawson's gone into first slip now.
Here's Fuller in. Gets bounced, doesn't he, Fuller, from nowhere. That's his weapon, isn't it, bounce?
James Vince has gone out to yes, orthodox mid-wicket. I suppose he might be he's a little bit shorter there, and he's just...
Is it Holland who's off the pitch?
Yeah, I'm just checking, because Weatherly is to our right. They've got 2 men behind square on the leg side here, Hampshire.
Fuller approaching the crease. And that's almost in the air. That's gone one bounce to Weatherly. He was put there for the hook shot. And Ollie Price has nearly put it straight down his throat. It was only... Luckily it went flat and not in the air, because it only bounced about 3 or 4 yards before Joe Weatherly. But it was straight at him. He couldn't have been placed any better.
Yeah, I think it's a Bass that's gone off, because Abbott is at mid-on, and I don't see Pakistani test bowler on the field. After his spell, he may have gone off for a change of footwear, perhaps.
Fuller into the crease. That was quite... He's a lot sharper than anyone else on the pitch, isn't he, Fuller? As Hammond tucks him off his legs for a single. But before we went on to... my mind was sidetracked by Watney's Party Sevens and Tom Haynes. I think, you know, you're right, and it's the very nature of sport at the end of the season where contracts are up, that people are fighting for their places, and the you know, this is the time of year now, it's the shop window of the season where people are advertising their wares, aren't they? Fuller into the crease, and that's played firmly down, and that's brilliant bit of fielding there by Joe Weatherly. And hurls it in, getting a tap on the backside there by Ian Holland.
The one thing, of course, Gloucestershire supporters do know is that Ollie and Tom Price, I think, are both contracted to at least the end of 2023.
Yeah.
So both those boys know they have further time to develop, and indeed are developing.
Fuller into Hammond, who defends that Have we got a list of who's up at the end of the season?
I have a list mentally in my head of some of the players whose contracts are I think are up, and not all of them playing in this match.
Okay.
So, I'm sure
we'll go into those at the end of the over.
Discussions are being had, I'm sure.
Yeah. Fuller to Miles Hammond, who plays that out to mid-off. And that completes James Fuller's first over, which was wasn't dull, was it? Things were happening there.
It's rarely dull when Fuller's involved in the game.
Yeah, he's a wholehearted cricketer, isn't he? So who's up at the end of the season then, Gloucestershire wise?
I think I'm right in saying that Ian Cobain's contract is up. I think Benny Howell's contract is also up. So neither of those two obviously involved in this match, and both are going off to the 100.
Yeah,
I think I'm right in saying so.
Yeah.
It's possible they may not play, if fitness permitting. They may not play another game in the first team this season. Whether he's gone down to long leg in front of the scoreboard now. Abbott trying again from the college lawn ends into the ground from Ollie Price on the bounce, crowd catch for the fielder at point. I think that's Holland. So where is Anarin Donald at the moment? Gubbins is at
second slip,
mid on. Yeah. Two slips in still for Abbott. No joy for him so far. And another pull behind square from Ollie Price. Hampshire think he likes that shot, which clearly he does. And the question is, can they get him to mistime one? And our first one of that last over from Fuller was, as you say, one bounce to Weatherly. He'd have been really angry if he'd have middled that and found the fielder straight away.
Or would it have been a stroke of genius from James Vince as Hampshire captain? Is it down to batsman error or brilliant captaincy?
I would say that's batsman error. Abbott around the wicket, all taken on the climb by Ben Brown. Not that Brown was leaping about, but the ball was certainly carrying pretty well.
If you've got any thoughts on moves, transfer systems, etc., drop us a line. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, because it's good debate, I think, and it's fascinating. And there it is in the top right hand corner. There's our email address, and it's interesting to see how cricket's moving along.
Clipped by Hammond into the leg side, trying of weight there as it goes straight to Nick Gubbins. I think so. Here's a what may be a fairly obvious point, but the teams further down the food chain have to wait longer to make their moves, because they just don't have the means of the better resource sites.
Yeah, I agree.
Hammond again. Goes back, and Abbott's. I don't think he's really drawing him forward. Abbott's making a point here, maybe about the follow through to Nick Cook, who maybe he's had a polite word. He's bowling round the wicket. And
do you think there should be a draft system in cricket, the way American football have, where the counties who finish low down get the first choice of players available?
Here's Abbott once more. That was probably fired in straighter at Miles Hammond, but no signal. Was there a feather on that?
Must be. Yeah.
Nick Cook wasn't giving any extras away there. So Abbott's bowled 4 overs in this spell, and touching wood here, he hasn't looked at the danger that I thought he might. 79 for 2, Hammond 33, Price 29. So these two have added 36 today in an hour and 10 minutes. It's been good competitive stuff.
It has been. It's been intriguing cricket.
It's just what you might have imagined with a team at the top of the table striving for wickets and a team trying to fend them off.
Fuller in, and Hammond plays that well. He rides the bounce, and James Vince runs around from the gully and fields the ball. I mean, it is interesting, and sport is changing. The very essence of sport is changing with, more and more money coming into the game, and television money and television rights, and as such, that will filter through to the players and the transfer system. And here's Fuller. That's defended. As Bob Dylan sang, the times they are a-changing, Ian.
Right, and I can also use a music line if you want.
Go on.
I've got to make sure I get this right. I should have to play it through in my head. I shan't.
You're going to sing it for us?
Oh no, I'm not. I won't do that.
Fuller bustling in. Well played by Hammond, out to mid-off. Pleasing on the eye. That'll be the voice of Joe Weatherly in front of us. You can hear on the mic, talking to a fan.
I think I might do a fair bit over the next couple of days.
He's here to protect our electronic equipment and cameras here out in front of us. Fuller in, Miles Hammond up on his toes, plays it out to Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket. Dot ball, 83 for 2 here. Miles Hammond 33. Ollie Price on 29. Nearly put one straight down the throat of Joe Weatherly right in front of us here an over ago. James Fuller none for 7 off 1.2. Kyle Abbott none for 18 off 4 the bowlers this morning. We've seen spells from Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas. That's gone down the leg side. That's a good take there from Ben Brown. But we haven't seen any wickets this morning, and Gloucestershire will be really pleased with that. That's exactly where the position they wanted to be. And I think if they can get through to lunch without any...
That's a long time yet,
It's another hour.
On this day of 112 overs, that's a long time yet.
It's another hour. But if they can get through to lunch with none or maybe one wicket down, they'll feel they can save this game. Fuller in. That's well played. That hits the splice of Hammond's bat though. He bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he, Fuller? Hits the pitch hard, and that was off the splice of Miles Hammond's bat there.
Yes, Glos just started needing 264 runs today to save the follow-on. Well, that ought to be possible in a full day's cricket. I was going to say it might be possible in 2 sessions. At Cheltenham, if you were looking to push on, that would be perfectly possible, but this is a different situation in the game.
Fuller in. That's a curious shot there from Hammond, to say the least.
I mean, but it isn't purely about survival. You do need to take the runs when they're there.
You do, yeah. Because if you go into your shell, you know, so much of cricket's played in the mind, isn't it? And you go into your shell, and you're suddenly, the bowling is on top. The bowling is hugely on top. Fuller in, approaching the crease, and Hammond defends that. That's the end of the over. 83 for 2. Hammond 33, Price 29. And an hour and 15 minutes gone this morning. An hour still to play in one of these elongated sessions.
Yeah, just a recap on where we are with timings for today. 1:25 is the lunch interval, and we'll restart at 2:05 and go from 2:05 until 4:30, and then 10 to 5 until 7 o'clock or one of the overs are bowled.
You got your Strepsils at the ready, Ian?
Yeah.
Other lozenges are available.
I can't remember. I can't remember a championship day with 112 overs in that I've been involved in commentary on before. Certainly not for a while anyway. Ollie Price waits for Abbott to start a new over, and he's pulled that shot behind square once more, and he's split the field. That'll go for 4. He's picked that really early there, and there's a man at fine leg and a man at deep backward square, but he's split the two of them and kept it down as well.
He could not have got that more equidistant between the fielders, could he?
Right down in front of the boundary hub marquee. Liam Dawson is doing some limbering up, and the fact that he is doing that may be an indicator that Hampshire have got to open an end up here, and they haven't done it yet. And both these two, not quickly, but are matching each other run for run, and that's good. They're sharing the strike. They're sharing the responsibility of this stand. Abbott in again. Again, it's pulled by Price, but it's on the bounce this time. So he's now played that shot, I reckon, 5 times into a very similar area. He's got away with a couple which have been not far short of the fielder, and he's played 1 or 2 really nice ones.
They're testing him out because they know he's going to take it on.
Felix Organ's the man down there on the boundary. He could Abbott. And again deep into his crease to play out defensively. You kind of admire Price's decision to take it. I feel that he feels confident enough to take that shot on, but he's a split second away from mistiming it and undoing 100 deliveries of hard graft. Abbott sprinting in from the college lawn end, round the wicket to Hammond, and that won't beat Barker at mid-off. He's got a long way to get down, mind you, Keith Barker, but he's got there.
You tell him that.
Yeah.
that was Ian Randall there, working for Gloucestershire Cricket, and not Dan Whiting in any shape or any form.
Just saying, he's a tall figure. And he might be back for another burst before lunch, possibly from the other end, but it would not be a surprise to see Dawson soon. Abbott around the wicket past umpire Cook. Oh, Hammond tries to take the bat away, just about does. It's taken low down by Ben Brown. Good crowd in today. I say it is the PCA day. They've got about 90 here for the former player, effectively a former players' day, Professional Cricket Association. The Sanford Road stand, pretty well occupied. We can't see the members' stand, which is to our left, but it's a very pleasant watching day without the intense heat of the first day, that's for sure. Abbott again into Hammond, times that smoothly up to James Fuller.
They're starting to filter in here now, aren't they? There was a police incident in the M5 this morning which I got caught up in, and I think the M5 was shut for a couple of hours, so we're starting to see the crowd start to filter in now, which is good to see. But I don't think it's going to be long before we're going to see Liam Dawson. In fact, we might even see him now. Let's have a look. Yeah, we are going to see him now from the chapel end. Dawson, as we said, we got a little mention in the rain stop play inspection at 3 blog about Liam Dawson, saying about Swindon, where he's from originally, talking about Diana Dawes and Melinda Messenger. It was also the home of the pop band XTC back in the 80s, so now he's playing for Hampshire. I wonder if they're making plans for Nigel Cowley.
Making plans for Nigel Brackett's Cowley. Oh. Fuller 2 overs for 7 and then straight off. I wonder that might mean he might replace Abbott at the other end.
Possibly. Yeah, I think so.
That might be the thinking.
I'm not sure there's a lot in it here for the pace bowlers. I think we're going to see more and more spin bowling over the day. More and more slow stuff. Anyway, here's Dawson. He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Miles Hammond. And Hammond goes after him straight away, whips him through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. And that's good cricket from Miles Hammond, not allowing Dawson to settle, because if Hampshire can't bowl their slow bowlers, they've really got a problem here, I think.
Yeah, Dawson's bowling in sunglasses. I don't know whether anybody's told him the sun isn't out.
Oh, I mean, I've even put mine down today.
Yeah.
You know? But it's got a bit of a glare, hasn't it? It's got a little bit of a... Dawson and Hammond walks down the pitch, goes dancing. Played just behind square on the offside where Mohammed Abbas does the fielding.
I mean, I think there is a view amongst some of the Gloucestershire members that Hammond is possibly the best player of spin in the top 6.
Yeah. Here he is, goes on the back foot. He's quite positive, Hammond. He either goes forward or back quite a long way, doesn't he? And he's positive in attack and in defence. It can be his undoing at times, but he's not a man who dies on his sword, is he? Oh, and that's stumped. And he's gone down the wicket there. Dawson's gone past the bat. And Hammond's stumped, and Dawson goes playing to the crowd again, as he did in Bristol in a T20 game, where he bowled Ryan Higgins. There was an incident in the T20 game at Bristol where the crowd thought Dawson had gone a long way over the rope with a boundary, and he dragged it back in. The crowd were booing him, and he bowled Ryan Higgins and went running up to the stand with his finger giving the silent motion to the fans, and he wasn't very popular there that night, was he? But that's the end of Miles Hammond, stumped there for 38, and really, you don't want to be stumped.
And sometimes you just are made to look rather silly as a commentator when you give a view about the perception of a player's ability, but it that was the first over, and I get the fact that he already clipped him for a boundary, but was that effectively the red mist for Miles Hammond there?
Yeah.
He'd worked hard to get himself in. 96 balls for his 38. He batted for an hour and a quarter this morning, and now Hampshire have got another lefty in James Bracey, who now has to start against Dawson with his tail up.
Yeah, we've spoken all season about, I'll come on to it after this ball. Dawson in, Bracey defence. We've spoken all season about Gloucestershire getting themselves half in a position, aren't they? They've sort of, the door is ajar here for Hampshire now, isn't it? And they could have shut the door. And that is caught and bowled. Tossed up slightly higher there by Dawson. Bracey pops it back to him for the simplest of chances. And that is James Bracey gone second ball. And this has been a wonderful, wonderful over from Liam Dawson. But there you see, we're talking about the door being slightly ajar. And now it's wide open for Hampshire, isn't it? And that is Miles Hammond, who's left. They were batting serenely this morning. They were going along perfectly. And all of a sudden, charging down the wicket, the stumping brings the new man to the crease, and things can happen when people are new to the crease. And all of a sudden, Gloucestershire have gone from being moving on beautifully this morning at 93 for 2, and all of a sudden it's 93 for 4 with 45 minutes to play before lunch. Another 1-2 here. Hampshire will have dreams of wrapping this game up by tomorrow lunchtime.
Well, the skipper's come out at number 6, so they've dropped Ryan Higgins back down to the position where I think he's expressed one opinion today that hasn't gone well, so be careful, which is his best position, most natural position in the side is at 7 for me. That's where he has got his runs, and now Graham Van Buren's got to come out and try and settle things a bit.
Second duck of the innings there, after Chris Dent's one.
So Dawson has 3 for 20 now in 8 overs. When you get a caught and bowled second delivery to a spinner.
Van Buren actually has come out.
Yes, it is Van Buren. Yeah, I said that leaves Higgins back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You know, it can happen, but the stumping is. I mean, Hammond looked at the skies when he walked off, and all that said was, "Why did I do that?" Now Abbott has got a new man to bowl at. If he can get Graham Van Buren down his end. Here he is bowling to Price, who's clipped that ball off his legs for a single, so that's exactly what Hampshire wanted. They could get the new man in, and Graham will be very keen to actually get some runs in this innings. Very curious scenario that he's taken 8 wickets in the championship with the ball this season, and yet his highest score with the bat is only 34. Two slips for Abbott. Into him, he gets hit, and on the pad first it was a big appeal.
And smashed it, didn't he?
Not upheld by umpire Cook. Then he come back for 2. And no inside edge there. So
the bat
there's
hit
a second
the
look at that. Is it him on the front pad, but going down the leg side perhaps?
Starting to happen here for Hampshire though, isn't it?
Waiting for the second slip to go back in. Van Buren waits for Abbott. It's nudged away off a half of an inside edge. I think you get value for that. Down to the field in front of the scoreboard on the Sanford Road side of the ground. So Gubbins is at square leg. James Vince has come out into the covers now. So I think Abbassis might still be off the field unless he's round at third man. That's pretty Weatherly and Dawson now in the slips. Here's Abbott in and defended by Ollie Price. So that's the end of the left-handers for a while for Hampshire, unless Zafar Gahar came in ahead of Higgins, which I can't see, but he would be in certainly at 8 in the order.
Gloucestershire's first innings problems continue, which is why they're bottom of the league.
The average number of batting points per match is fewer than 2. Price has pulled that round. Another short ball from Abbott, and they just a little bit casual at getting to their bowler's end there. There's the throw from deep square. James Fuller's out there, and I think Price presumably thought that Fuller would gather the ball, throw it to the keeper's end, and it would be a fairly comfortable single, but Fuller could see that he was dawdling and tried for the direct hit. He didn't hit, but Price would have been a bit embarrassed had it done so. Now for Van Buren, Fuller's come up to a more orthodox square leg, and Van Buren gets that firmly in the middle out to James Vince. So 7 overs from Kyle Abbott. That might actually, that board may be actually clicking round ahead of my analysis. In fact, it does. 6 overs for 27. That is already the last ball has been put up on the board. So 0 for 27 for him. And of the 4 wickets to fall, Abbas has taken 1 for 6 in 8 overs, and Dawson 3 for 20 with 2 wickets in his first over today. And is he going to be the key for Hampshire in this next 55 minutes up to lunch? He does, I mean, obviously he's doing 2 things. He's giving a couple of the quicker bowlers a breather, but he's also now providing a threat. He's not just containing, is he, on the board?
No, he's not, and he's another guy who's played Test cricket, Liam Dawson. Here he comes around the wicket to Ollie Price. He made his debut for England in Chennai. Actually got 66 runs on debut. That one stays a little bit low, but that's going to be 4 runs. That's chopped away, cut, carved by Ollie Price. And that brings up the 100 in the 38th over. Just shy of 2.5 hours.
Stu would have preferred 102 for 2. That would have felt a lot better.
Yeah. Dawson to Price. Solidly defended. Hampshire got their tails up here. The Hampshire Hawks hovering over their prey.
Got a man in at short cover too there, haven't they?
That's cut away as well. That's just going to be 1. Man on the fence down there should cut that off. Throw comes in. Can't see who that is down there.
I think that might be Felix Organ out there, I think.
It is Organ, yep.
Still the 2 slips in. And the gully, and then that. From our angle, it's hard to see whether that is a short straight mid-off or a short cover. I think it's more of a short cover.
Dawson. Oh.
Dawson from that end, now he mentioned this yesterday, but because of the very slight gradient or the slope across the pitch, it helps him with the natural trajectory that he's trying to turn the ball away from the right-hander, and that will just accentuate it.
Yeah. Here he comes in. I wonder if that's the arm ball. That completes the over. He's got a minimalist approach to the crease, Dawson, isn't he? He sort of walks up for a little run in for the last 2 or 3 steps, but he's
you wouldn't describe him as gentle, though, as a spinner, would you?
No, he tends to push it through.
He fires it in.
Well, he played 3 Test matches for England, but he's been used more as a white ball cricketer, isn't he? He's played 8 T20 internationals, and he's one of those guys who can do all the disciplines of the game very well. He can. He's a decent fielder. He can bat anywhere in the order,
and he can wind people up.
He can wind people up. Yeah, he annoyed the Gloucestershire fans, definitely. And I wonder if he actually thought that one through and thought he's got to come to Cheltenham in a month.
103 for 4, Ollie Price, and hit on the pad, but only James Vince is appealing, and that appeal is completely drowned out by some overhead traffic. Can't see what that might actually be. opening in the marquee. But big air tattoo at Fairford, of course, last weekend. Huge crowds for that. Abbott in. Down towards deep backward square again by Price, who this time does make a more concerted effort to get to the other end in the semblance of a hurry. Yes, the big USAF base at Fairford. Probably, I don't know what the crowd's capacity, what the sort of the health and safety limit is on that. It's something like 60,000, I think, each day. And it was.
I think it might be
Might be even more than that. Abbott in once more to Van Buren this time. He's in at number 6 for Gloucestershire after the dismissals this morning of Hammond for 38 and Bracey without scoring second ball, both to Liam Dawson.
That plane looks like it was, we don't know where it's going, but it came in from Guernsey. Came from Guernsey. There's an airport here though, isn't there?
Staverton, yep.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott in, and Van Buren gets the thinnest of edges on that inside edge too. Down to fine leg out of the. Yeah, I had my shortest ever flight ended at Guernsey. 9 minutes it was.
Was it from Jersey?
It was from Jersey, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 9 minutes it takes. That's all.
To get high up, or how high does it go?
I can tell you another story about planes if you want. I was involved in an incident with in a four-seater.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Abbott in. And again, the pull from Price. He's got that in front of square this time. It's a long chase round, and a slide from James Fuller doesn't prevent it going to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. So that has been Ollie Price's shot of the morning. He's probably played that and the defensive push more than any other shot, and he's picked up another boundary. 109 for 4. Jared Warner's going to join us at the end of the over. Abbott in, and another repeat from Ollie Price gets him 4 more, and it gets him a half century as well. 111 balls, 7 fours, and a second 50 of the season for him. And now he's got to go on and see what else he can add to that, because he's got an important role to play here at 113 for 4. And we can just pass Jared Warner the microphone. He can be part of the team with us for the next, well, I don't know how long you've got to stay, Jared, or how much
I've
time?
got all day, don't we?
Jared, welcome aboard. It's,
Thanks very much.
Good to have you on.
Cheers, pleasure to be here again.
It's been an interesting morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed. I think we looked quite comfortable for a while, and then obviously the 2 quick wickets. Not ideal, but hopefully these two can put on a good partnership till lunch.
Dawson into the wicket, and that's played by Van Buren out to the covers. I was surprised to see Miles Hammond sort of get stumped. It was not the ideal scenario, probably.
Yeah, I think he's always looks to take the attacking option.
Dawson in, and it's cut away, finds the man at backward point though.
Yeah, I think it's always in the back of their mind, especially against a spinner, to take the spinner on. I think he was probably itching a bit last night. We had a chat about it last night. He wanted to, but in the situation, refrained a little bit. So yeah, it's always in the back of their mind, but yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, here's Dawson, and that's defended. It's you get batsmen who want to sort of get into the mindset of bowlers. I mean, you must have had it yourself as a bowler when batsmen go after you. How do you cope with a bowler when a batsman's going after you? I'll come on to that after this ball from Dawson. That's left alone.
I think it can be tough. I think especially more so as a spinner, because you can't really change your length, you can't bowl a short ball or anything like that. I think
you've bounced someone.
That's it. I think you've just got to be disciplined and say, I'm just going to bowl my best ball for as long as possible, and hopefully that's good enough.
Yeah. Dawson approaching the crease. Van Buren plays that out. Dot ball.
I think it can be a nightmare, especially against a team like Hampshire. The middle order's so strong and they all like to score quickly, so I think mentally you've just got to take that out of your mind, who you're bowling against, and just got to do sort of your process every ball.
Dawson with that minimalist approach to the crease. So that's defended. That's the end of the 40th over. 113 for 4, Van Buren 2, Price on 50. And we were speaking about football teams the other day, and you're like Joe Root, a Sheffield United fan, I believe.
I am, yeah, for my sins, yeah. Yeah, we had a decent season last year. Disappointing to miss out in the playoff semi-final against Forest, but my expectations weren't too high after what happened the previous season, the Premier League. So
yeah.
No, enjoy going. I've been going for a long time now, and I'm looking forward to this season again. Hopefully we can be there or thereabouts.
It's a fascinating ground because it's the oldest test venue,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And for cricket, and it's still got the pub, the cricketers there.
Yeah.
And it's got the link there with where there's the car park now.
Yeah.
Used to be the pavilion.
Yeah.
It's a three-sided ground up until 1973, I think it was.
Like, yeah, my dad always tells me about when he used to watch Test cricket there, boycott and stuff, when he was sat in the pavilion, which is now the car park.
Yeah.
That's how old he is. He's showing his age, but yeah, he has told me those stories before about the ground. Quite interesting.
And originally the cricket club were there because that's where Yorkshire were formed.
Yeah.
And the football club then made more money and turfed the cricket club out. It's like sort of getting rid of your mother out of your house. You know, inheriting the house off your mother and getting rid of her when she gets to a certain age. I mean, you know.
Keith Barker's back into the attack, replacing Kyle Abbott.
Played.
And just to give you the numbers on Ollie Price's 50, as Dan said, just under 2.5 hours, 111 balls and 7 fours.
Yeah, it was a late change, I think, putting Ollie to number 3 last night, but it's one that's paid off. I think at the minute he's batted beautifully, and I think it's probably a more natural position for him being number 3 than down at number 7. So hopefully he can go on and make this one count.
Ben Brown's going to stand up now to Barker.
Played.
So when you say late, how late would that decision have been made? Literally when the wicket fell?
I don't think it was that late, but I think it was when sort of Hampshire declared and we were coming off the pitch. So probably 10 minutes before we started batting. I think he was given the nod to go to 3. So yeah, it wasn't prepared for it, I don't think, till late on.
Perhaps the best way, actually. You don't have too much time to think about it. Barker round the wicket. Ollie Price comes forward once more. Do you think he has the... I mean, he's shown in this innings that he has a certain element of patience about his game. Do you think he has the temperament to take that sort of position on?
100%. I think at the minute, well, in this team, he's not bowling a great deal, and I think at number 7 it's a luxury for us to have him at 7, because certainly since I've been at the club in the second team, he's opened, he's batted 3, he's been a top order batsman, and I think going forward as he establishes himself in the team, going in future seasons, as he gets more experience, we'll see him at the top of the order, whether that's opening or 3 or 4. So I think it's a natural position for him, and one that he's used to doing and batting for long periods. So I've no doubt that he's got the pedigree for it.
Umpire's just putting the ball through the measuring device that they've got. Dare we say again?
I'm going to say, yeah.
There's another instance of possibly having a ball change.
Yeah. I think it was an interesting one, the practice day. I think they were checking the spare balls, and I don't think one of them got through the gauge, so that was quite funny. They had no spare balls to use.
Well, what's your view on it? Because this season, I mean, they seem to be going soft every 10 overs or so. I mean, you know, is it just the batch, or is it?
I don't, it's hard to say. I think it must be just the batch. I don't know if Dukes have done anything different, but it's when you're using them, and you can just, even when they're new, you can just seem something different about them. The seam's a bit flatter, they feel a bit bigger. Just the leather on them's not the same. It's harder to shine. So
are they swinging as much? Or?
I don't think so. Even now, I think not swinging as much or for as long. And then when they're getting soft, even if they are swinging, because they're soft, and the pitches have generally been a bit better this year because of the weather.
Yeah,
it's been ineffective, even if it has been swinging, just because it's gone soft. Like we had a couple of times where the quarter seam just opened up and water was getting in when it was a bit damp, and it was just it wasn't great. It's a mix of that and the weather and the pitches, and it's been I know I'm biased, but it's been a tough year as a bowler. I think all around the country.
Yeah.
I think most people are feeling it.
And has that been the same in any second 11?
Yeah, exactly.
You've played.
We've done a lot of. We've seemed to have done the same problem with the ball, and we seem to have done a lot of fielding as well in the second team. I think we've done about 4 or 5 innings of 130 plus as well, so it's not just been in the first team.
Jared Warner with us, and Keith Barker with, I think, a different ball coming in from the College Lawn end. You're thinking, 1:45, 15 minutes to lunch. Not today. 1:25 will be our lunch today, and tea will be at 4:30 with a proposed close of 7 o'clock. 112 overs the allocation, obviously making up time initially from the shortened first day, and then further overs added because of the bad light that was around yesterday. Ollie Price waits again for Barker to bound in, and that's played deftly, calmly off the back foot, takes him to 51, and I think he needs one more to get to a career best. Yeah, he's equalled his career best now, so anything more than that will be a new stat for those who follow such things, and there are one or two amongst the Gloucestershire members who are very keen on their number crunching.
Oh yes,
just a few.
Might come back to that just after this ball from Barker. Around the wicket to Graham Van Buren, who goes deep in his crease to defend. I was at an event last night where Mike Proctor was the speaker, and obviously Mike, 16,000 runs, 800 wickets for Gloucestershire, and he said that he was never somebody who looked at averages. It was just a feel thing for how he was bowling or batting, or indeed how a game was going. It was almost too much concentration on numbers. How much data information, Jared, do you like as a bowler, and is that an individual thing for every different player in the squad?
I think it's definitely individual. I think I'm not a big one for stats or remembering my stats or anything like that, but I know some definitely are.
Dawson around the wicket, and that looked like it could be the arm ball.
I think especially, like, for example, Higo, I guarantee he probably knows, if the board wasn't there, he'd probably know how many runs he'd gone for and how many overs. He hates going for runs, and some bowlers are like that. They just can't stand going for runs. Whereas I just play the game and try to do the best I can and take care of itself.
Dawson in, and Price cuts him away. I think, from playing club cricket myself, if you're having a good season, you look at the stats regularly, and if you're not, then you
try and avoid it, don't you?
You don't tend to look so much.
100%, yeah.
But going back to the sort of the Yorkshire thing, I mean, you grew up in the Yorkshire sort of academy system, didn't you? And I'll come on to that after this ball from Dawson. A little bit more air, punched out to the covers by Van Buren. We were at our ground now. You must have played at Scarborough before.
Many times.
How good is it?
It's great. It's cracking ground. Any out ground, I think, is brilliant.
Dawson in, and that's just played.
The atmosphere at Scarborough. I played there for Gloucester last year in the One Day Cup against Durham, and it was great there. Just the atmosphere, the crowd seems to be on top of you. It's always a full house, and everyone always gets behind it when it's at Scarborough.
They get about 5,000 there.
I think a bit more. I think it holds 7 or 8. So even more.
Dawson in. Jack Taylor walking past us, giving Jared Warner a bit of grief here.
Trying to put me off, as he normally does. But yeah, Scarborough, great ground, great cricket wicket. Always a great place to play.
Here's Dawson. 2-3 steps in, and that's crunched through the offside by Ollie Price. That's a lovely shot. That takes him on to 56, and slightly short there from Dawson, but Price was quickly onto the back foot and crashed it through the offside. That completes the over. 42 overs gone, 120 for 4. Price 56, Van Buren 3. Dawson's now 3 for 31. There's been a few outgrounds recently, hasn't there? I mean, I watched a little bit at Southport last week. That's another seaside outground, and that looked really nice as well. I thought that was. I don't know if you ever played there.
I've played there. I've for the second team played there, and actually the game got abandoned due to a dangerous pitch. So that's my overriding memory of playing there. About 4 years ago, but it seemed a bit flatter last week.
I was speaking to Jack Brooks, and Jack Brooks said, "I don't want to bowl on that ever again." So.
That's it. Looking at the score, always quite dry at Southport. Doesn't rain too much. But no, I think as players, from my own experience, I always love playing at outgrounds. I think Yorkshire now play at York, which has always been a club ground, but when they've put the temporary stands up, the atmosphere's amazing. A great cricket wicket again, and I think playing at the test grounds with not many people in, and then playing at the outgrounds, I think it just makes it a lot more special, and it's a lot better place to play for the players, for sure.
They've started to use some, I'll come on to it after this ball actually, by Keith Barker.
Here's Barker then to the right-handed Van Buren, who's punched that away. And have to go past maybe Weatherly back out on the field, I think, as a fielding sub, and Van Buren picks up his first boundary. Gloucestershire 124 for 4. Remember, the first target they want to get to is 307.
Because Yorkshire used to take the game further around the county, didn't they? Ackland Park we spoke about the other day at Middlesbrough. St George's Lane at Harrogate they've used in the past. Obviously Bramall Lane,
Barnsley,
Abbeydale.
Yeah, Barnsley Cricket Club, I think.
Pulled by Van Buren, too short from Keith Barker. And that's 2 boundaries in a row for the Gloucestershire captain. And you say about taking the positive attitude, which is or the positive approach, which is what Miles Hammond tried to do. Graham would ordinarily do that as well, wouldn't he?
100%. I think he probably struggled a little bit by his own account at the start of the year, maybe with the captaincy and just that. But I think it's great to see him back now, having unfortunately a little bit time off with injury, but he just seems refreshed, and that attitude to go out and score runs.
Barker in again to Van Buren, who defends this time. James Vince has come out of the slip cordon, so they're down to a slip and a gully really now, Hampshire.
And I think for Graham, because of his size and his stature, being small, as he gets told a lot, but it's really difficult to bowl at a player like that. Got to be a lot fuller. Anything even remotely short, as we've seen in this over, cut and a pull, he's really quick onto it, so it can be a nightmare for a bowler.
Barker launches himself in once more. Van Buren solidly behind it, out to Gubbins at short mid-wicket. Was there any sort of chat in the team meeting this morning about the bounce in the pitch? And the impression we got yesterday was that it literally just only the odd one or two that were misbehaving. Yeah,
I think the guys say it's generally a pretty good wicket. Just a little bit slow this morning was the feedback from the middle.
And again, lets that go this time to Barker.
A little bit of movement, but not massive amount, and just a little bit slow, as I said. So I think it's still a good wicket to bat on. I think in typical fashion, Barker's creating a little bit of wear and tear on a length, so we might see the spinners coming into the game more and more as we go on. But apart from that, I think there's no reason why we can't put a competitive score up today.
All right, Gloucestershire bat all day. Hampshire are going to be in a tight old corner to try and win it from there. That's got to be the aim. Barker around the wicket.
I think with the amount of overs having to be played today, I think it's a great day for batting. If we can get a couple of partnerships, big partnerships, they'll get tired quickly, and the way the game's set up, them having to bowl us out twice, I think it'll be very tough. So I think this is a big period of the game now.
56 to Ollie Price from 120 balls. Graham Van Buren 11 from 22 at the moment, but it's more cementing his place alongside Ollie Price.
A couple of emails come in, and Paul thinks Tom Kohler-Cadmore is a good signing for Somerset. Surprised he's not been given a chance in the England Test team, given the top order problems. What do you think? Well, I'm not sure that Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I mean, he was left out of the Yorkshire team in the game against Gloucestershire, wasn't he? And he's more perceived as a white ball player, I think, isn't he?
100%. I think he's a good, solid red ball player for sure. But I think of the past couple of years, he's excelled with a white ball. Obviously, I think he's played in the PSL for a number of years now. He's a good, solid striker of the cricket ball. But I think he'll probably be wanting to play all three formats at Somerset, and he's started keeping now as well. He's added that to his repertoire, so that might be a factor as well.
We can see Felix Organ in from the Chapel end, throwing his off breaks up at Ollie Price. He's got deep square, and Aaron Donald's come out in front of us, just been moved slightly squarer. The other email we've had, that hit swept fiercely there by Price and hits Gubbins on the padding he's got on his feet.
I think I know what you're going to say, Dan.
It's about the Watney Party 7 that we were discussing earlier, I think it is. Is that right?
Is this the one from Steve in High Wycombe?
That's the one. Hang on, here's Organ, tossed up, driven handsomely out to deep cover. And
he says he'll be at Cheltenham next week. Good to know.
Yeah, he said pre-ordered for the Doughty Skittles League presentation evening at the racecourse. It's paid by the fines collected over the season. We had about 10 on our table. I presume this is Watney's Party 7s that we were discussing. He left the venue more sober than when you arrived. It was so weak. That's just a dot ball there. Jared probably hasn't got a clue what we're on about here.
Nah.
Sometimes cricket conversations can come around in circles, and an hour after you've mentioned something, somebody will drop you an email.
Yeah.
So apologies that you've come in halfway through that particular thread.
Organ just coming past Graham Lloyd, and that's whipped into the mid-wicket by Van Buren. And your nickname in the dressing room is Jazza, is that right?
Yeah, it's one of them, definitely.
Yeah.
It's been since I was a kid,
Who else? Were there any other nicknames that we don't know about that we should know? Or are we going to really drop you in it here? We're really going to drop you in it.
No, I think
Dot ball.
the main one at Yorkshire was Gaffer, because I think big football fan and played a lot of football, played five-a-side football with the lads. We had a team and stuff, so that was probably my main one at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
But no, not too many here, to be fair. At Glos, just simple.
Did you have a nickname, Ian? Were you? Well, I call you Arkle after Derek Randall.
Yeah, but there are probably a couple, but
Yeah.
best not broadcast. 129 for 4. The two men out today in the same over to Liam Dawson. James Bracey will, well, in a sense, both will be across for different reasons. Hammond because he got in, and James Bracey purely because it was just the second ball he'd faced.
It's always a good bit of bowling, Bracey's actually.
Ollie Price waits for Barker.
Thought Dawson threw that one up a little bit higher, just got it above the eye line, and he went a little bit too firmly back at it, didn't he, and caught and bowled.
Yeah, I think especially early on in your innings, you're always looking to get bat on ball and to get off the mark quickly, so I think, as you say, a little bit slow, a little bit more rare, and unfortunate for Brace, just went a little too hard at it.
Ollie Price looks again up and sees Barker thundering in, dare I say, and taken by Ben Brown. Price lets that go.
And Jared, you and Josh, you come through. Did you go to the same school?
No, we've played at the same club since Wakefield Thorns, since we were 6, I think.
Wakefield Thorns?
Yeah, Wakefield Thorns, cricket club.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've played there together for about 15 years, the best part of. So, yeah.
And you're the same age?
He's a year above, yeah.
Okay.
So, but we always played in the same team.
Barker over the wicket now to Price, changing the angle.
So when you came down to Gloucestershire, because he was already here, wasn't he? So he must think, I can't get rid of him.
I was going to say, following him around and he can't shift me. But no, it's strange how things work out. I think if you'd said to us when we were younger we'd both be playing together at Gloucestershire, we'd like, probably think you were mad. But it's strange how the cricket world works out. But no, it's great to be here with him and thoroughly enjoying it.
Do you live in the same part of Bristol now as well?
No, we don't. I did live with him for a little bit when I moved, but no, not at the minute.
Barker. Again, Ollie Price doesn't get as much on that, if anything, and it's gone off the pad. But there was 2 sounds there, so we'll get one more to the total. You'll do a lot of work with Mark Thorburn, who's the bowling coach. Where has he improved you, do you think, since you've come to the club?
I think a big part of this winter was work. It sounds simple, but working more in straight lines with my action, getting all my energy going more towards the wickets and the batter, and everything down the track.
Barker into Van Buren.
A more solid front arm and driving my back knee through a bit more, just to, as I say, get all my energy and momentum going towards the target, as opposed to in my action losing a little bit to the left. So I think that's been a big thing, and it's an ongoing thing for me. I don't think I'll ever really nail it. It's just something I'm always going to keep on top of. So as I said yesterday, the first part of the season I didn't really go to plan or as well as I'd have liked, but that's cricket. Doesn't always go how you want it, but hopefully I can make up for that.
Barker again. Van Buren clips that almost past Nick Gubbins, but a partial stop, and I didn't think about anything adding to the board. 130 for 4. Gloucestershire have got 25 minutes to go until lunch. They'd love to get there still with the wickets column. That for you, just the way you spoke about that was a very scientific way in terms of literally the analysis of the action. It's almost like a physics problem.
Because 100%.
You're trying to get maximum speed on the ball. Therefore, how do you break down how that is achieved?
Exactly, and I think especially for me, when I'm at my best, pace is one of my strengths. So I'm always looking to maximise that.
Organ throws that one a little higher. Price punches him out into the offside. Barker in pursuit. They think about a second, but just the one. How important is that left arm? You just spoke about that, and everyone sort of thinks, pace bowling, but it's your left arm that gives you direction, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's hugely important to the whole sort of process of quick bowling, isn't it?
100%.
Is Organ into pitch thrown up, and that's driven back.
I think for me as well, being quite chest on, my top half, shoulders and stuff. I'm never going to be sort of a Jimmy Anderson where his left arm's right in front of his face, but I think it's just important getting that a little bit straighter and to the target, so hopefully improve pace and consistency of line as well.
That's cut away, no run. With Anderson, he had a mixed action at the beginning of his career, didn't they? And they tried to change him and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I think it's, how important is the natural action?
It's very important, because I think bowling's so unique and there's not a thing that you do in life that's similar to bowling, so I think to try to change someone's natural movements can be very dangerous.
Organ.
And I think everything we try to do when we're working on stuff, particularly in the winter, it's not necessarily changing things, it's just tweaking and little improvements, just to try to get the best out of our actions, really. I think no one's perfect. No, there's not many perfect actions out there. There's always something.
Organ in. Van Buren plays him off the back foot into the covers, 1 run. Is there sort of often a conflict between the coaching staff and the medical staff? Because some are there to design for lesser injuries, aren't they?
Yeah.
And some are designed to actually get the most out of your bowling as an individual. Are there ever sort of conflicts? I'll come on to it after this ball. And that's parried, and that's a brilliant catch. That is absolutely superb there from Nick Gubbins. He preempted. He saw what Price was going to do. He went for the sweep, and Gubbins has gone round to his right, saw what he was going to do, and he's gone diving away one-handed and taken it. And that is the end of Ollie Price for 59. but absolutely superb there from Nick Gubbins.
What a thought process that must have been from Gubbins to anticipate where Price was going to go. He's played that pull shot off the quicker bowlers with varying success and varying risk, but he's just literally gambled that Price might go the same way, and at a very important time, just as almost you're getting into that period where you're thinking about locking it up before lunch, and Price has gone for 50 on a career best score, but he's been undone by a bit of cricket thinking more than anything else.
Yeah, it's superb. Jared, what's your view?
I think, as you say, it's a great bit of fielding. I think when you play that shot, you're not really, as a bowler, you're not looking for short leg to even catch that or stop it. And as a batter, you're just thinking, you expect it to miss the fielder. So I think for Gubbins to catch that, it's a great bit of awareness first and foremost, and a great bit of skill for it to stick.
It's a calculated gamble, isn't it? Because you see wicket keepers do it, don't they, when they go down the leg side for the sweep now, especially in one-day cricket.
Yeah.
And it's a calculated gamble, because obviously if Price had hit that square where Gubbins was, and he'd already gone there, it'd have looked a bit of a muppet.
Yeah, I think probably may have been doing a bit of homework as well, because Ollie does love the sweep. She played a game of club cricket against him on Saturday, and he got 130, and against the spinner, about 90% of his shots were sweeps, so he does enjoy that shot.
Barker's to start a new over. Ryan Higgins has come in at number 7.
And who are you playing club cricket for?
Clevedon Cricket Club, and we were playing against Chippenham.
In the Whipple?
In the Whipple, yeah. So, it was a good battle. Luke Charlesworth and Ollie Meadows as well, who also play at Gloucestershire, were playing for Chippenham. So, it was a fun day. Playing against those boys.
Is there plenty of chat out there?
A little bit, yeah, there were a little bit. Definitely, there always is. Always good-natured stuff, for the most part, anyway.
It never gets nasty?
Nah, not between mates, no. I'll let the other lads do that.
Barker into skipper Van Buren.
Because I saw Tom Price played for Bedminster.
Yep.
But as a batsman only, he comes in 3 and he got runs. I think he got about 5 sixes.
He got runs quickly for sure. He's a good batter, Tom. Genuine all round, as I mentioned yesterday on comms. But no, I think it was a good day. Few runs were scored by the lads, so lads enjoy playing. It's always good fun.
Sure.
It's a strong league.
Yeah, that is a good thing. I think being over sort of Somerset, Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, it covers a big area. A lot of quality cricketers who've played minor county stuff. Yeah. Obviously for the Gloucestershire and Somerset current pros are there as well. I think Bath have got a number of players who've played professional cricket similar to Bridgewater. They've got about 4 regulars playing, so it's great to be able to play on a Saturday and test yourself.
2 slips still in for Barker. And Van Buren's clipped that very fine, and that may go all the way for 4. It will. The fine leg couldn't get round, even with a dive. Nothing that Organ could do about that. And skipper picks up 4 more.
In the Yorkshire League, you're the Yorkshire Academy playing their Premier division, haven't you?
They used to, yeah. I think this is the first year this year where they've actually stopped that now.
Would you like to see Somerset and Gloucestershire put their academy into the Whipple? Do you think that would work?
I think, it's an interesting one. I think the problem we have at Gloucestershire, and probably the same at Somerset, is a lot of our academy lads go to private school, so their responsibilities on a Saturday, certainly for the first half of the season, are with their school team. So I think it's a bit of a problem for our twos when we're sort of wanting academy lads to play, but they're not allowed because they've got school fixtures or whatever. So I think it's a bit different in Yorkshire because, or certainly when I was playing, I don't think we had many private school lads. So we always had a very strong team, and we actually won the league one year.
Here's Barker. That's Dan's specialist subject, by the way, so don't start him on it. Here's Van Buren. Punch out to Aaron Donald on the boundary at deep point.
As you can tell probably from my dulcet North London tones, Jared, I didn't go to private school.
Yeah.
But, as I'm sure there's plenty around Barnsley who probably didn't.
Yeah, no, Wakefield, where I'm from, certainly not. There's not many who did. No, and as I say, we we had a really good couple of years where I think being in the league, playing together all summer, you just get used to the club's philosophies and what's expected when you play for Yorkshire.
Ryan Higgins faced his first ball and defends, pushes Barker out on the offside, fielded by James Vince.
When you join a county like Yorkshire, I mean, there's so much history. They've won more titles than anyone else. They've won, what, 33, 34 county championships. Is there a weight of expectation?
I think so, definitely. I think obviously you only have to look on Twitter when they lose a wicket, even the comments, how much expectation there is on the lads, just because of the history and the size of the club. The biggest county in England, produce the most players, the most clubs. So I think the lads may have struggled with that at times, some players, but I think you've just got to try block it out and just concentrate on your own game.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of my lads who I grew up playing with now are playing regularly and doing well, so it's great to see, and I'm no doubt soon that they'll start to win trophies again for sure.
Yeah, I spoke to Steve Kirby about that, and Jack Brooks, both won county championships with Yorkshire, and Kirby said, you know, he was part of that side that won the county championship in 2001. And they hadn't won a county championship since 1969 before that, so it was a long time. And they said it was preying on them a little bit, you know, and because they had some good sides in the 70s and 80s, but they just used to implode. You know, they just row amongst each other the whole time. And
I think more my time when I was there as a bit younger in 2014 and 15 when they won back to back.
Barker, having had a request to change the ball turned down by Graham Lloyd.
I think it was a perfect storm because I think the 2 years previous they actually got relegated to Division 2, but it was the likes of Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Adil Rashid, Gary Ballance coming through, and I think it was just they made a couple of good signings, and as you mentioned, Jack Brooks, Liam Plunkett, Ryan Sidebottom came back, and sort of just had the perfect balance of a team, and for those 2 years they were unstoppable really.
Barker around the wicket to Higgins. That's beaten Ben Brown. It's gone very fine. May have gone off a pad. Yeah, indeed, just pad, no bat.
And the one who's always there and does all the dirty overs for them is Pato. He's there all the time. He's on the money. He doesn't do sort of anything different. He just does his thing, doesn't he?
100%. I know Pato well. He's a great guy, and he's been a fantastic bowler over the last sort of 10 years or so, and a great help to the young lads. Always offering something and using his experience, and he'll say he's got a wealth of knowledge and he's always trying to use that, but no, he's a fantastic bowler, and I don't know, hopefully he's got a couple more years in him.
He's Organ from the Chapel End, possibly the last one before lunch, as that's played out into the covers, and no, it's going to be two. It's cut off there by, is that Holland out there? Fuller out in the deep. It's 125 for lunch.
It's a slow over from a spinner, Dan.
Well, you know, they might change the ball a couple of times, and you never know. Here's Organ in, and
Higo just looking to use his feet there, be aggressive against the spinner, as we've talked about earlier. Higo's certainly one who will take the positive option.
Yeah, we saw against Simon Harmer last week. He took a little bit of stick for that dismissal, but he was looking to get on top of him. Oh, that's well bowled.
Spun and bounced.
I think that's gone back through his gate, and that's going to go for 4 byes.
And that's just come straight out of Keith Barker's footmarks, as we mentioned earlier. Looking at the wicket earlier, it's a big scratch mark just on a good length right there for Organ to aim at. So that could get tricky and trickier as we go throughout the day.
Talking of Pato, there was a Twitter account a few years ago called Boring Pato.
Yeah.
Do you know who was behind that, or are you not allowed to say?
No, I don't actually. I could probably give a couple of good educated guesses who was behind it, but I don't know for sure. But no, he gets a bit of stick, does Pato.
Organ in, and Higgins. Oh, that
just
doesn't clear
over
the fielder by much.
Fault.
Gets 4 runs, but that's Dangerous shot.
Did he pick Kyle Abbott there because he felt that perhaps wasn't amongst the most mobile of the Hampshire fielders?
Mid on and mid off though. Both tall guys here with Abbott and Barker.
I think that Organ looked interested there. I couldn't quite see, but Organ looked interested just as he hit it. Didn't quite get all of it, just enough. I think that's probably a sign of things to come from Higo here.
Organ into Higgins, who plays it into the onside, and there's probably one there, but especially with the misfield from James Vince, but they turn it down. Nearly said instead of Abbott and Barker, he said Abbott and Costello there, but
showing your age, Dan.
I am. Organ 1 for 24, about to complete his 9th over here. Higgins uses his feet, plays him out to Nyron Donald, out in front of the pavilion here. And that takes the score on to 153.
Looking at how Hampshire have used the bowlers this morning, Fuller's only bowled 2 overs. Now, Barker's had 2 spells. Abbott, who didn't bowl yesterday, has had 1 spell, but it was 7 overs for 37, which is amongst the most expensive. So I wonder whether Hampshire will look, actually what they're going to do, they're going to take Barker off at end of a second spell, 11 overs, 0 for 35. They're going to give Fuller a blast at the College Lawn end.
Now we've got 2 right-handers in. Both a question to both of you actually. Do you expect to see Liam Dawson come back now to bowl at the right-handers? And
I think it's an interesting point. I think, as we talked about those footmarks outside the off stump for the right-handers, I think they're probably looking to explore that a little bit. We've seen one sharply turned and bounced through the gate, so they might explore that, and then Dawson might come after lunch.
Here is Fuller then for a new spell, which may only be, or possibly only 2 overs this side of lunch.
Yeah. I think Fuller's got quite a nice role in this side, just normally uses the enforcer. As we saw to Ollie, he had 3 men on the hook and used the short ball quite a lot. With the three experienced seamers, I think he's got a nice role in terms of just running in short spells, bowling quick. It's quite a nice balance to their bowling attack.
That's how you would term an enforcer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I remember at the GS early on in the year, he came around the wicket to me, which wasn't pleasant.
Fuller over the wicket at the moment though, with the 2 right-handers in. Van Buren digs that out. That was quite a full length. So the men to fall this morning for Gloucestershire started at 43 for 2 with Ollie Price and Miles Hammond together. They took the score to 93 before Hammond was stumped in Liam Dawson's first over for 38. 2 balls later, James Bracey was caught and bowled. And a good position became a fragile one very quickly. Right on the bottom of the bat that time from Van Buren. Looked to punch it away past James Vince, but didn't time it and went straight to Vince at cover. So Bracey out, second ball for naught. And then Ollie Price, who'd completed a second 50 of the season and went on to make 59, a career best, with 8 fours. He was caught by a really smart bit of thinking by Nick Gubbins off Felix Organ at a short square leg. That was a quick one from Fuller. Van Buren might have been beaten a little bit by the pace and the length of that. Here's a second look at it.
Yeah, it just looked a bit fuller there from Fuller, and
can be quite sharp, James Fuller. He's quick delivery. He's
got a heavy ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a dangerous one.
So on Saturday in the finals, clocking high 80s regularly, so you can get it down there. One of the quicker balls on the circuit.
Past umpire Cook. And bowls from Van Buren pulls up.
Great shot.
You hear the thud into the advertising board for 4.
I think it can be a dangerous play here at Cheltenham, with the dimension of the ground, not the biggest square, and seems to race away. and being a slowish pitch, I think it can be a tough ploy, especially against someone like Graham, who's very quick on the short ball. So hopefully, if they persevere with this till lunch, we could get a couple of boundaries and manage to get these two guys in and away.
Higgins has 8 at the non-striker's end. The skipper looking to get the momentum back with Gloucestershire here after that over with 2 wickets from Dawson, and then the follow-up of getting Price as well, who had looked very well set. He batted, I mean, for a young man who, as Jared said, had sort of almost been sprung to the position of number 3, albeit he's batted in the top order in the second.
Yeah.
To do what to make those runs will do his confidence the world of good.
Yeah, definitely. And talking of which, you played in the second team game at Essex last week at Castle Park. Lovely ground over there as well, wasn't it? But Joe Phillips got 250.
Yeah.
How good was that?
Yeah, it was a great innings. I think I saw Joe for the first time at one of the first second team games of the season at the county ground, actually, against Sussex. Batted with him for a period of time.
Here's Organ into the crease, throws that one up a little higher. Higgins plays that out through extra cover. They're going to get 2. And it's cut off on the boundary there.
He only got about 30, but I think you can just tell when you see some of the shots he was playing. He looked very, very good. Very good on the eye aesthetically, and that knock last week was brilliant. He stayed in the same gear. His pace was the same all the way through that 250, and he just seemed to keep going and going and going.
Organ into Higgins, who whips that one through the leg side
and I think
deep mid wicket.
As we mentioned earlier, all we've ever seemed to do is field. So I think for us to get 600 and watch him and Ed Middleton put on a record second team partnership for the 8th wicket of about 280. I think it was very nice to put our feet up for the best part of 6 sessions.
I bet. Here's Organ to Van Buren, no run. I think, I mean, you got 3 wickets in that game as well, on which it's a flat deck, Castle Park. It's always had a reputation for being a good batting track. But it's lovely. That's another ground that Essex have used in the past. And it's a lovely, lovely venue, really is. It's a gorgeous walk into it. Here's Organ. What's your favourite outground you played on?
Favourite outground? I think, been from Yorkshire, I think I always liked Scarborough. Played there many times in the second team and with the academy. I think my first experience of the festival, really enjoying Cheltenham. So those are probably my 2 favourites for sure.
Yeah. Here's Organ. And Van Buren gets that one backward square. And that's going to run away for 4 runs. Well, this is my debut at Cheltenham as well, Jared, and I'm overwhelmed with it.
Yeah, it's brilliant, I think looking for, hopefully, with a couple of 50-over games here as well coming up in the next week or so. Hopefully that should be a brilliant occasion as well.
Yeah, Ian Randall's hyped it up all season too, man. He didn't hype it up enough. When you finally get here, it's better than even all the hyperbole that you were on about. It's even better. So... here's Organ. And that's swept backward a square. Is that going to be cut off? Don't think it is. And Iron Donald can't quite get there. That's 4 more to the total. And these 2 are starting to motor a little bit.
I think it's great cricket from Graham. I think the ball before for 4 wasn't that short. But just rocked back, used his feet very well, and then forced Organ to bowl a little bit fuller. And obviously Graham there's punished him with a great sweep shot behind square. So... gives the off spinner a little bit to think about now. 2 not too bad deliveries, both going for 4.
Yeah, Organ overall 10 overs for 36. Probably 1 over to go until lunch. Do you think you have a strong chance of playing in that Wiltshire game, Jared?
I hope so. I think it's tough because obviously we've got 6 or 7 guys. I don't know the exact number going to the 100, but we've started to develop a very strong group of bowlers as well.
Fuller then into Ryan Higgins, who may perhaps at least in this 1 over look to just see things out and get Gloucestershire to lunch. These 2 added 37 in pretty quick time.
Yeah, it feels like they've hardly been batting together. So yeah, it's 37. It's a good little partnership. This. Hopefully we can finish this over strong. But yeah, to a Wiltshire game. Hopefully I can be involved. I think last year I didn't play the first 2 games and then I played the next 6, I think. So if I don't come there, hopefully it'll come later on.
Oh, Fuller and Higgins has gone for the big shot, and he's been clean bowled. This is the last over before lunch, and that's the second time this morning when I've said something I shouldn't have done and a wicket has fallen. This is the last over before lunch. He's tried to whip that through mid-wicket and he's been...
stump.
It's knocked the off stump out of the ground. And Ryan Higgins is bowled by Fuller, and Gloucestershire are 169 for 6, and that will be lunch.
Yeah, I think probably, as we said, more of an enforcer role. Fuller, I think he's probably expected the length to be a little shorter than that, and he's sat back ready for the pull. Obviously a little bit fuller, and unfortunately for Higgo, it's took the off stump.
Well, that is lunch, so that's 169.
I think I would give Ryan Higgins quite a wide berth over the lunch interval. He might be eating his ham and salad on his own after that. 169 for 6. Graham Van Buren 29 not out. Zafar will come in, one assumes, at number 8 at the resumption, and he did bat well last week, and if the ball is turning, Jared, then he will also try and counter-attack, one assumes.
I think, Zaf's a very good player of spinner, especially, and as we saw last week, getting 80, I think it was. He's very, very competent, especially at number 8. So we bat deep. We've got Tom Price, who I mentioned yesterday, could easily bat in the top 6, and even Zach and Josh at 10 and 11. We bat all the way down. It's a cliche, but we really do. So I'm still very confident we can get a big score here.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time,
Pleasure.
as ever.
No problem.
We'll let you go and get your lunch as well.
No worries.
And we'll leave you at this juncture here at Cheltenham with Gloucestershire having started the day on 43 for 2, so they've scored 126 in the morning session, and that's kind of average Cheltenham. But as always with Cheltenham, there are always wickets as well, and they've lost 4. 2 in quick succession in the same over to Liam Dawson, with Hammond for 38 and Bracey for 0, going within 3 balls of each other. Ollie Price was caught by a great bit of anticipation, you have to say, from Gubbins off spinner Organ for 59, and then Ryan Higgins bowled in the last over before lunch, really playing a shot that I think he will not look back on with any fondness at all. Bowled for 11. 169 for 6, the bowling figures, the successful bowling figures for Hampshire at lunch. Abbas 1 for 6 from 8 overs, he'll be fresh for another spell. Dawson 3 for 31 from 11. Organ 1 for 35 from 10. And Fuller, who will complete that over when we resume, 1 for 12. We'll be back with you. It's a rather odd day in terms of timings today, at just after 2 o'clock. For the afternoon session, with Gloucestershire still needing 141 to save the follow-on.
afternoon and welcome back to the second session of the third day of this clash between Gloucestershire and Hampshire, and Gloucestershire will resume on 169 for 6, having lost Ryan Higgins to what was an unusual shot, the over before lunch.
No, I don't think it was an unusual shot, Dan. It was the timing of the shot that was the unusual thing. I think if he'd have played that shot in the middle of the session and he had 90, you could have perhaps excused it. But in the last over of the morning, when Gloucestershire were just looking to see out James Fuller's over, and Higgins only had 11, it didn't look the wisest choice.
No, Zafika Haas, the new batsman. And
I know
there's 4 balls left in the over.
You've been a bit, I think, on a bigger tour of the ground than I have at lunchtime. Did anybody stop you and express an opinion about that shot?
Yeah, about 15 people.
Right.
And the language was quite industrial at times.
Was
perhaps.
it?
Yeah.
So Zafika Haas come in at number 8. So Tom Price, Zach Chappell and Josh Shaw are the remaining batsmen, but these two have got to do a lot of the work if Gloucestershire are to get anywhere near that follow-on total of 307. Fuller to complete the over that he started with. He started before the break. It was the first ball to Fuller, which is played into the ground and out on the bounce to Ian Holland at Gully. I'll give you the scores from the other games if we can through this over. At Taunton, Somerset 424, Yorkshire 241 for 6, so they still trail by 183. Here is Fuller in again, and Zaffa is off the mark with a little push out into the offside, down foot to backward point for a single. At the Oval, Essex 271 and 130 for 4, sorry, 319, so Essex lead by 82. There's a delay at Edgbaston where it's raining. Kent 198 for 4 in their second innings, lead Warwickshire by 138 with 6 wickets in hand. And there's been a bit of a clatter at Northampton. Van Buren clips Fuller away down through mid-wicket. There's a diving thrust of a fielder on the far side of the ground, the Sanford Road side, but they can't haul it in, and Van Buren picks up a boundary. He goes to 33. At Northampton, Northants 75 for 7 at lunch in their second innings. They lead by 178, but they only have 3 wickets in hand. James Healy's about to delve into his pizza. Here is Fuller into Van Buren, who defends. That's completed the over that started before lunch and ended 2 balls in because Fuller clean bowled Graham Van Buren.
His pizza's looking good as well. It's an absolute rascal of a pizza that James has got.
If Jared Warner's going to join us, we need to give him a microphone. So Dan, if you want to do this, actually James is going to oblige.
We're going to see Liam Dawson, as we thought, possibly after lunch, and he's going to be firing into the rough outside Zafika Haas off stump. Jared, welcome back.
Thank you.
What did you have for lunch today? Anything exciting?
Not really. Me and George Scott have just been in the gym trying to work hard, and we came back and there weren't much left, so a snack bar and a yoghurt for lunch.
No.
Might have to go with that pizza van later on.
Yeah.
See what that's doing, but yeah.
What's the you played at Lord's?
Yeah, I have, luckily enough. Yeah, very nice food. Actually, 12th man there as well, which was even better. You can dip your bread even more there.
Yeah, I've heard it described. Ed Giddins described it to me once. I'll come on to it after this ball
As
from Liam Dawson. Dawson in, and Zafika Haas plays that out for a single. Ed Giddins described it once as being so good. It's that high enough quality. It's the sort of place where you take somebody on a first date.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly spoilt on us cricketers. I think 3-course meal, you don't even have to move from your chair. Yeah, you can't complain. It's the best part of someone who likes the food, it's the best part of the game for me.
Yeah. Where else is good on the circuit?
There's a couple of decent ones. I think Hampshire's very good.
Yeah.
Probably the best, one of the best after. Old Trafford's not bad. We had a sticky toffee pudding there this year. Saw Jimmy Anderson tucking into that, so I didn't feel too guilty when I had mine.
Dawson in with half an appeal.
Yeah, Edgbaston's pretty good as well. So yeah, there's not too many that are poor.
Is it the test grounds that have better quality?
Yeah, I think so.
Lunches?
Generally, apart from Headingley, my experience from Headingley it's been poor, but everywhere else is pretty good.
Here's Dawson around the wicket. Van Buren defence. There was a story. I think I told this one earlier in the season, so Ian's heard it. But Derby back in the old days was awful.
Yeah.
And it was so bad they used to have to send 12th man out for fish and chips. Here's Dawson. And then one year they got in a new chef, and he started putting on like racks of lamb and all this sort of stuff. And John Morris, the old England opening bat, apparently put on 4 stone over one season.
Yeah.
Here's Dawson.
I think that's been the biggest disappointment in club cricket this year. There's very limited games where you get a nice tea. It's by your own, it's not quite the same.
Is that a COVID restriction?
I think, yeah, well it was, and then clubs have sort of just thought, what's the point? So it stayed.
Yeah, Dawson. That's a dot ball. Yeah, our club have actually resurrected them.
Yeah.
There's a league directive which is saying no teas, and we're contacting the opposition every week and saying, look, we're going to put on a tee if you want it, and virtually everyone said yes.
Yeah.
So
no, it's definitely a good thing when I see a club puts on a tee. I think we've had it twice this year, that's all, so I do like a good tee after 50 overs in the field.
Yeah, you're listening to Ian Randall, me, Dan Whiting, and Jared the traditionalist.
Yeah, for sure.
And just on that point, for people who perhaps play what I would call social cricket, you're playing very good standard WEPL cricket, which is the top club cricket in the West Country. There's going to be a chance of change of volume with Abbott coming back on. Those are overs matches, not timed matches, are they?
Yeah, so it's very much, I'd describe it very much like one-day cricket, but with a red ball and whites. It's 50 over cricket, 10 over power play, then power play throughout the middle, and then the last 10 bowlers can bowl 10 overs each. So it's very similar to professional one-day cricket now.
Here is Abbott in for a first ball of a new spell. Zafford tries to play a little slidey sort of steer down through where third man would be. It doesn't get a touch and it goes through to Ben Brown. Is there the option of a draw though?
No, well, not really. No, there's bonus points. So I think it's about 225, 200, 175, 150. I think the batting bonus points, and then every 2 wickets is a bonus point. So I think it's just you only get point. If you lose, you only get points. If you get sort of bonus points.
Zaffer goes back and defends against Kyle Abbott. How would you sum up Zaffer's batting?
Yeah,
is he? I mean, obviously he got an 81 at Chelmsford last week.
Yeah,
he's got another 50 aside from that.
Yeah,
but again, he's not somebody who'll push and prod for his runs.
I think he's naturally a very attacking batsman, and I think he's slowly learning. In England, you might have to be a bit more cautious.
Abbott around the wicket to him.
I think speaking to him, he's very switched on about the game and thinks a lot about both his bowling and his batting. I think he's slowly, as I said, learning that he's probably having to put a few shots away at certain times. But I think when spin comes on, he licks his lips and he does try to take the aggressive option. But with his spin and his batting down the order, he's been a very good addition for us the last couple of years now.
He plays some lovely shots through the offside. He favours the offside, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Abbott powering in past umpire Cook.
He's just a very natural batsman. I think very good to watch. And as you say, against the seam especially, plays some lovely cover drives through the offside. And I think when spin comes on, he's more to the leg side. But No, I think he's got a first class 100 back in Pakistan, so he can definitely bat.
With going back to league cricket, as we were speaking about, actually I'll come on to it at the end of the over, because I think it's going to be food for thought somewhat.
The tall figure of Abbott, still looking for his first wicket. That one kept a little bit low, bit of a jumpy defensive shot from Zafar Gahar.
Actually, I'll start it now. I mean, what we play in the Hertfordshire League is we play purely 50 over cricket now, so it's purely limited overs. And I think there's still a place for the time game in club cricket. And I think it encourages A, good captaincy, and B, spinners not just to bowl flat darts, but actually to get it above the eye line, get men round the bat and bowl as a spinner should, or was back in the old days.
Abbott, and again does Zafar.
I think that's something I agree with. And I think it's the Birmingham League, that they do it well, where I think the first sort of 4 or 5 games they play 50 over cricket, white ball coloured kit, and then the last 4 or 5, and then in the middle it's time cricket. And I think especially for young players trying to sort of learn the game, and at that level they get to practice both, get to practice scoring quickly, trying to bowl at the death, etc., and then they've got to work out how to bowl batsmen out and how to score and bat for long periods. So I think something we've actually discussed in our dressing room about league cricket, where I think that could be something, could that be sort of introduced in the Whipple going forward?
Yeah, Middlesex County do 9 and 9 as well, so they play 9 of each. Here's Dawson in, and
I still remember the days growing up at Wakefield Fawns. I don't think I played, but watching when bowlers could bowl 25 from one end, and we had an overseas pro spinner and a sort of a veteran seamer who just bowled 25 from one end each most weeks, and not many others got a go.
Yeah. Dawson in, and that's late cut. Gorgeous shot there from Graham Van Buren. Plays it late. The ball's almost past him when it's made contact with the bat, and he runs it past.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's one of his strengths. One of the batters in training I really don't like to bowl that stands leg side of it to spin and seam, and very strong square of the wicket.
Here's Dawson at the top of his mark. Sunglasses on, around the wicket, and Van Buren just punches that one out to cover for one. And I think that there has to be a space in the game, because people say to me, there's bore draws in the time game. But in limited overs cricket, one side say gets 350, the other side's 30 for 5. The game's dead anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think our first game at Cleveland, we played Bath and they got 450, and it's like you're out of the game straight away.
Dawson in.
I think you're never going to please everyone, especially players and people who've grown up playing a certain type of club cricket. But I think cricket's moving and evolving so quickly, we've got to keep changing and try and keep people engaged.
Oh, that's caught behind. Zafar's got a little feather on it. Dawson pushes it through slightly quicker, and Ben Brown takes a decent catch there standing up. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Dawson just bowls this a little bit faster, a little bit flatter, and takes a little feather and goes through to Ben Brown.
It's a good bit of bowling that, I think, from Dawson, and the length was the key there, bringing Zaf forward. Not much he could have done differently, I think, and Brown's a very good keeper behind the stumps, and it's a good catch.
Dawson's on for a fiver here, 4 for 37. I think he got 7 in the game against Essex, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he definitely got a 5 in one of the innings, I remember. Was it the first 5 by an opposition player in a long while at Chelmsford?
Saw that stat.
He's took about 300 in that time.
Yeah.
Was it you who were talking yesterday about Harmer? It was like we had Tom Smith on. He said about Harmer, basically the key with him is the bounce.
Yeah.
Because he's got a very high action. It's not a complicated menu from him, if you like. He bowls a good arm ball.
Yeah.
And he obviously turns it, but it is the fact that it's a high action and he does get the bounce.
Yeah, I think I'm not an expert on spin bowling, but I think obviously when we faced him last year, and he got, from memory at Chelmsford, he got a few against us last year, and obviously this year. So there's been a lot of chat about him. I think he gets good drift. He seems to have massive fingers, which helps. Gets a good amount of spin on it, and as you say, he's tall. So it's quite rare in England for someone to be so effective as a spinner.
Dawson into the new bat, who's Tom Price, who goes back to quite a full-length ball, which is probably quite a dangerous game to play, but he manages to keep it out. 180 for 7. Price, none off one ball. And Graham Van Buren, who's moved on to 38 of 55 balls. As I said, Liam Dawson 4 for 37 of 13. Kyle Abbott, none for 37 of 8.
My three pennyworth on sort of one on limited overs games being over almost after the first innings. I can remember one of the not that far from the early matches played here at Cheltenham, a 40 over game. Abbott in, and Van Buren plays that into the ground out on the offside field by Nick Gubbins, which was against Northants. And I think I'm right in saying that was the first time I can remember Gloucestershire getting over 300 in a 40 over game here. And you thought they just got no chance at tea. The game is over. You've seen half of it's been really spectacular, but actually as a contest it's gone. Here is Abbott in again to Van Buren, and that was probably the first time I'd ever thought, one side had really been absolutely pummeled out of the game by the midpoint.
But cricket evolves, and that's part of the beauty of the game, isn't it? It evolves the whole time. Remember when Ali Brown got 200 in a John Player League game or a Sunday, I think it was CB40 or whatever, and everyone was like, wow. And now, I don't think we're a million miles away from, in T20 cricket, someone could get 150, 200, a side can get 300.
Abbott?
Well, I think the England team in Test cricket this summer has been a prime example of that. I think the four chasers of 250 plus, one of 378. I think,
yeah.
Especially with the recent form of the England team over the last couple of years, who would have thought that? And it's almost like, especially after probably the second game, it was just the two of the wins were expected, and 378 in whatever amount of overs it was, 80 overs. It's a miracle, really, in terms of Test cricket. So I think who knows where it can go.
Jared Warner, ladies and gentlemen, the man who says he doesn't remember stats. Here is Abbott in, a big appeal. There's the slow finger from Nick Cook is going to send Tom Price on his way. LBW stuck in the crease, and he has to go. And Nick Cook, this is his last season as a county umpire, but he hasn't changed his delivery at all. And as soon as Abbott went up, Price was stuck, and you could see Cook's arm on its way to being raised. And Tom Price, I'm afraid, can't match his brother's score from earlier today. And Tom goes with a naught against his name. And Gloucestershire now only 2 wickets from being asked, I'm sure, to follow on. I cannot see if Hampshire have 250 runs or thereabouts in the bank that they would want to bat again.
No, I can't see it, and Hampshire's showing the strength of their attack. If a Bass doesn't get you, Barker does. If Barker doesn't get you, Abbott does. If Abbott doesn't get you, Dawson does. And they've got depth. They've got people all over the place who are capable of getting 5-6 wicket hauls. That's the thing with them.
That's the thing, and I think I mentioned yesterday, I think Division 1, that's the challenge about it, with both the batting lineups and the bowling. It's just relentless. I think we talked about earlier on in the season against Yorkshire. I think Jordan Thompson, they had Matthew Fisher, Harris Ralph and Steve Patterson, and then the spinner with Don Bess, who's played Test cricket. So I think that's just a prime example again of the challenge and the test that every team faces in this division.
Yeah. You played in the Yorkshire game, didn't you? Earlier?
No, I didn't play. No, I was in the squad, but didn't play.
Okay.
But no, that was another cracking game, a tight one again.
Yeah, I thought it was only the experience of David Milan that got them home. I thought Harris Ralph was the quickest I've seen this season.
Yeah, that was a quick. I think he bowled a quick spell to Marcus Harris.
So here's Zach Chappell in at number 10, and he gets a short one from Abbott, which he ducks underneath. Abbott's first wicket.
But interesting to see. We talked about maybe the follow-on. I think similar position. I remember at Aegeus Bowl, and they asked us. They put themselves into bat again. So, but I'm with you. I think on this pitch, the seamers haven't bowled a great deal. They've only 30 overs today or 40 overs today. So, I think they'll probably put us back in.
Chappell stands very tall, a lot of weight on the front foot, and he natural movement is forward. At the end of a successful over for Abbott, he's taken 1 for 38. Dawson, as Dan said, 4 for 37 from 13 overs, and now basically it's Graham Van Buren and the tail, dare we say. And I know we're not going to be too unkind about Chappell and Josh Shaw, but they are 10 and 11 in the team.
I think it'll be interesting now to see what Graham's game plan is. Does he be a bit more aggressive and look to get quick runs on the board, or does he just keep batting in the same gear as he has been? He's batted beautifully. I think, as I said earlier, Zach and Josh are very capable with a bat. So I'd like to see him just keep going, and hopefully we can get a couple of nice partnerships here.
Dawson into Van Buren, who.
This is Van Buren's highest score of the season, by the way, at 39 too. He's had disrupted time.
Dawson just stands there, doesn't he, at the top of his mark. You think he's about to come in, and he just stands there and has a look for a little bit.
Yeah, I think with Graham it's been a tricky couple of years for him. Obviously last year wasn't ideal with not being able to play and being as an overseas and things like that, especially after he started so well against Surrey, and this year with the captaincy and then getting injured, it's been a tough time for him. So I'm glad to see him now looking like he's back in some form.
Here he is, and he gets that
Well played.
Down, and he runs that one backward of square. 4 more runs, and as you said, Jared, he plays that shot very well, doesn't he?
He
waits for it.
Doesn't usually miss out on that. It's a big scoring area of his. I think it was interesting last year when back to Simon Harmer, when he was spinning it so much, most batters had come across and bat outside off stump maybe, and he was saying, no, I'm going to bat on leg stump and cut every ball. So a very interesting way of playing it, but just shows how strong he is in that area.
Which is quite interesting, even more interesting to an off spinner as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here's Dawson. Put in 2, or a slip and a gully now to Van Buren. That's a dot ball. We're speaking just about England and how sort of the game's revolutionised a little bit, and there's a couple of Yorkshiremen who've been behind that with the form that they're in this season. Dawson in, and Van Buren just plays that one into the onside. 5th ball of the over, so Van Buren maybe farming the strike a little bit. Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, you've played with them, they were at Yorkshire when you were there. What are they like as individuals?
No, great blokes. I think Joe, the nicest bloke you'd ever wish to meet. To say he's been England captain for a number of years, arguably the best batter in world cricket at the minute. Just a lovely guy, and same with Johnny. He's got time for you, even as a young lad that I was at the time.
Dawson into Chappell, and punches out of the back.
Was very, very pleased to see what they're both doing now at the highest level. It's unbelievable, but just shows how talented they both are.
And obviously roots of Sheffield United, fan like yourself.
Exactly, it helps. I saw him, he was at the playoff semi-final, I think, with Stuart Broad. And yeah, unfortunately we lost, but he's a great bloke and always good to see a fellow Blade.
Yeah, Broad's a Forest fan, isn't he?
He is, it's been a good year for him. I think it's about time they did something over the last 20 years, so no, fair enough.
Yeah, with his father on the stream, Chris Broad, a couple of weeks ago, and he was good. He was quite good value, and for a match referee.
He was down at Bristol for that was the former Players' Day. He was there for that. Our email remains open, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Thoughts on anything other Jared said, or the pattern of how this game may go. There's the email. James will have a look at those. There was some chat yesterday about us having various guests on during the day, including Nick Gubbins, who was gracious with his time as well. Here is Abbott into Van Buren, up to Keith Barker at mid-on, no run. But I mean, Jared makes a good point about the fact that this is the 57th over of the Gloucestershire innings, but 16 of those overs were last night. The spinners bowled all but one. Abbott has had one. He had one spell.
Yep.
You know, Barker's bowled 11 overs. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw James Fuller as well. Maybe if they are thinking about putting us into bat again, just to save the two openers.
Here's Abbott into Van Buren. He's not giving anything up too cheaply there. Abbott fields off his own bowling, tosses the ball away. Nick Gubbins gathers it. Two slips. Oh, no, it's more like a slip and a gully really in for Abbott. 186 for 8 from a position where Gloucestershire started the day 43 for 2. But it's been, I'm tempted to say, a familiar story. First innings, where Van Buren gets hit on the body by Abbott and just asks, happy that we picked the ball up. And
Always ask. Always ask.
Yeah. Hampshire say, yep, that's fine.
Handle, the ball's gone out though now. It's obstruction, isn't it? Now he's obstructing the ball. It's gone out as the game as a dismissal.
Yeah, it's not something I don't think I've seen while playing. But I remember, I think during the test matches they showed a few funky dismissals, didn't they, after was it Henry Nichols one?
Yeah.
Abbott in quite bright sunshine, bowls to Van Buren, again out to Gubbins. I mean, this is the day. If you have to sort of mentally paint a picture of Cheltenham in your mind, this is it. It's not the extreme heat of Monday. It's the low 70s sunny day when you can see Cleve Hill and St Luke's Church just as clearly as you can see the chapel.
Yeah, lovely, gorgeous.
Abbott, this bustling run in, and these three are playing the game between themselves at the moment. Abbott, Van Buren and Gubbins, the third delivery in a row which is played to cover. Maiden from Abbott, he's got 1 for 38 from 10. I say we haven't seen a Bass since the new ball, but you'd be a brave man to take the ball off Liam Dawson at the moment, the way he's bowling. And just looking out in the middle, you've got Zach Chappell and Graham Van Buren at the crease for Gloucestershire.
It's
possibly
like a dads v lads game. out
possibly
there,
the tallest and the shortest players in the team.
Here's Dawson. Around the wicket, and Chappell punches that into the offside. Well fielded. I think the most bizarre dismissal that I've seen was in a club game a few years ago at Watford Town, where one of our players has played a forward defensive shot as the ball's gone out into the covers. His bat's broken, the bit's gone backwards onto the stumps, and he's out hit wicket.
Yeah, it's something I nearly did at the start of the year. My toe flew off the bat and it hit off stump, but thankfully the bail didn't come off. So yeah, we got lucky with that one.
Dawson in, no run. Want to be batting for Clevedon?
I've batted all over here. I opened, batted 5, batted 3 at the weekend. So yeah, anywhere up top, I think it's a good opportunity to work on my batting and get a good go.
Dawson to Chappell, no run. Are you bowling for them as well? Is there no bowling policy? Or?
Well, no, I have been bowling. It just depends on sort of what the weeks look like. So this Saturday I'll be able to bowl. I've played quite a few games this year, so no, I always enjoy playing. It's good to get a good ball and bat.
Yeah. Here's Dawson, a little bit more air. That's flat batted into the covers, where Keith Barker dives.
He took the bulk of the pace off that.
Yeah, he's a strong lad, Zach, so hit that one well.
Keith Barker's a strong lad.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Here's Dawson, last ballie over, and Van Buren plays it to mid-on, and they scamper through for a single, and that completes the over. 188 for 8. Chapel on 1, Van Buren on 45, Abbott 1 for 38, Dawson 4 for 44. I've noticed, Hampshire don't warm up playing football the way a lot of sides do, and I'd like to see Keith Barker with his, being an ex-professional with his silky skills out there. I haven't seen any of that at all. But
yeah, I think managed to see a little bit. I think it was yesterday when we kept going out for bad light. He was doing a few kick-ups and stuff. It looks like he's still got it.
I've been watching everyone play football at Gloucestershire in the warm-ups, and there have been some absolute shocking players out there.
Yeah, well, it's the wrong shaped ball for down here, isn't it? It's not a rugby ball, so not many good ones.
Van Buren waits for Abbott.
The worst one I've seen is when Somerset came and Marchant de Lange. Absolutely awful. I mean, it was just, he was trapping it. It was going off at right angles, and
we've got a few poor players.
What's the gag? You can trap it further than I can kick it. Or something like that.
Who's the worst footballer in the Gloucestershire side? Then Jared, spill the beans.
There's a couple. I think. Well, there's more than a couple. I think Graham Van Buren, unfortunately, as much as I love him, he's not a great footballer.
Abbott into the skipper.
And I think our overseas Zafar Goa likes to think he can play, but he's poor. But as I said earlier, we played in the second team as well, and you can just see all the lads private school played rugby. They don't know how to use their feet. There's not much coming through in terms of footballing talent at the club. I can say that.
I know Glamorgan used to warm up with touch rugby as opposed to football.
Yeah.
Abbott looking to add to the wicket of Price in the last over. Won't get it there. Van Buren tries to scamper a single, and he does get there. Keith Barker picked up and through almost in one motion, but the lob towards the stumps was a gentle pace.
So from football to dancing, who's the worst dancer?
Worst dancer.
Or who thinks they're the greatest dancer when they're
I think
out?
Ben Charlesworth likes to think, if he's listening, I think likes to give it a bit, but he's shocking. Very stiff, very wooden.
Chapel, bat raised.
I think probably Tom Lace is
his own bowling.
Tom Lace is probably the best, I have to say. Got some good rhythm, good moves. Yeah, I can't lie. As much as it pains me to say it, fair play. He's not bad on the dance floor.
One of the things that Steve Snow spoke about yesterday at the forum before play was, and as somebody who's been here more than 1 year, this will be interesting for you to have a word about, is Abbott, and again to Chapel, who again defends, was that he said that quite a few teams, again the better resourced ones, would use coach travel to go to away games, but historically quite a few of the Gloucester players have driven themselves. So you travel in a car with four of you, and all maybe the kit maybe goes separately. So have you noticed the difference not driving and going on a bus has made in any performances that you've done, because you're more rested when you get the other end? Just have a think about that. We'll come back to it after Abbott's delivery to Chapel, which again is pushed out on the leg side. I think he was particularly thinking of the longer trips, so maybe a Hoe for a T20 in a day, or as you've got to go to Chestwood Street. Yeah,
definitely. I think whenever we go to those places, when we have to drive, it's a nightmare. I think everyone knows who's done a long journey, and then you get out, you're stiff for probably a good couple of hours, and if you're doing that on the morning of a game or even the night before, as a bowler as well, it does make a big difference. And I think just being able to chill out, not having to concentrate for a couple of hours is really good. So hopefully that continues, because I know at Yorkshire, for example, luckily enough there we got the coach even to second team games and stuff, so, and I know how much of a difference it can make. So that's just one step that the club are doing to help us, which has been really good.
I mean, I think some people might be surprised that the concept that you still might drive yourself to a match.
Yeah. Well, we like, for example, last week at Essex, we all drove. That may have been perceived not to be a long enough journey to get the coach. I know both teams were in Essex, so probably would be quite expensive to get 2 coaches. But again, that driving back at sort of, I think we finished late on the Wednesday night at about 6, so getting back at about 10, it is easier getting the coach. So I'm hoping that's something that the club will keep going with, definitely.
Felix Organ's coming to the attack from the Chapel end. He's going to replace Liam Dawson. Here he is into the crease. And Van Buren biffs him through the offside, off the back foot. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be Graham Van Buren's 50. 74 balls. 10 fours. And well batted. Been under a little bit of pressure. And batted very, very well.
Yeah, it's a great 50 for us, and I think it'll give Graham a lot of confidence. He's looked very calm and composed throughout that innings.
Here he is. Thrown up a little bit higher there by Organ, tossed up. Yeah, I think the concept of travel with cricketers is always, because you do spend a hell of a lot of time away from home, don't you? You know, and it's I'll come on to that in a minute. And that's a big sweep, appeal, but not given. How do you cope with the sort of, with being in a travel lodge in Colchester on a Tuesday night? I mean, it's
yeah.
Organ in.
To be fair, I'm someone who likes being around the lads, and I like other people's company and things like that. So to get away, sometimes I really enjoy, especially in the second team when you've got quite a lot of younger lads from different faces. It's good to get to know them and bond over sort of 4 days away.
Yeah. Organ, and I think that's Carton misses out there.
Yeah, a rare missed cut for Graham there. But I think we spend so much time at Bristol over the winter and at Rockhampton. It's nice to get away and be in a different environment at times.
Yeah.
For sure. So it's something I really enjoy.
And is there a response I'll come on to after this ball? Organ in, and Van Buren plays him into the leg side, and they think about a single there after a misfield, but they don't take it. Is there a responsibility for a senior guy like you in the twos to show the youngsters how it's done? Because it's not like the old days where you had, sort of, I mean, it was a jolly up, wasn't it? And you had people like Frank Hayes, who apparently used to go out and have 10 pints every night, back in the day. It's changed a hell of a lot. And is there a responsibility on you as a senior player to show the youngsters how it's done?
I think definitely you feel a responsibility. I think you just got to be yourself and try be the best pro you can, and because it's amazing how many things that these young 17, 18-year-olds who don't know any better pick up from you. So I think you've always got to be conscious of that, and I'm always trying to help as much as I can, especially with the young bowlers, because going from school cricket or 18s cricket where it's a lot of 50 over and T20 to 4-day cricket, it's a very different game.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of learnings for sure.
Zach Chappell prepares to face again from Abbott again. That's short. Good take from Ben Brown.
And I think I was blessed at Yorkshire with some of the pros we had when I was first breaking into the second team, who I played with. Tim Bresnan, even Ben Code, played a lot of cricket with him. Adil Rashid at times in the academy. Pato as well, back onto him in the academy, so in the second team. So I was lucky there to learn a lot and have a lot of experience been passed down to me.
Abbott's just gone in for the moment. Passed umpire Cook, and that's forced, not really timed by Chappell, out to Naren Donald.
Even up until the 80s at Yorkshire, this was in Matthew Maynard's book, so when he first started out there, I think about 85, Matthew Maynard started out. At lunch, there were still bottles of beer on the table at lunch at Yorkshire back in the day.
Yeah, it's incredible to think, like listening to the stories of different coaches and stuff about back in the day, how different cricket is now, and I guess all sport, but especially cricket, how much it's evolved, and there's still an element of that sort of thing going on, I'm sure. But
Abbott, and Chappell was a little shuffle forward and then played the full defensive shot.
But I think the schedule now, especially in international cricket, is so demanding that you've got to try and do your utmost to recover and eat well and be at the best you can be physically to get through the season.
Yeah.
Mid on and mid off, still in position for Abbott. Donald is at square point, Gubbins at cover, and James Vince at mid wicket. The Hampshire captain. Chappell again, just at the moment, he's just trying to soak up a bit of time. 193 for 8. If Gloucestershire were 293 for 8, this might be pretty tense to get to the follow-on target, but they're a long way off at the moment. But time is not the issue for them.
Yeah, all the Hampshire bowlers have a wicket, apart from the leading wicket taker in Division 1 this year, Keith Barker. Who I wonder if Oliver Hannon Dolby, he's one of your old teammates, Halifax boy.
Yeah.
I think he might have gone ahead of him now.
Abbott in again to Chappell, who defends.
I think so. I think I saw something on Twitter that he had after getting, was it 6 for in the first 6 wickets or something the other day at Kent. But yeah, he's been a great bowler for the last couple of years now, and Derby got a lot of wickets. So yeah, I think Hampshire, as we said earlier, they just keep coming. If the fact that the leading wicket taker hasn't got a wicket and they've managed to get 8 wickets, it just shows the quality all the way through the side.
Yeah.
Abbott, who's got the 1 at the moment, finishing a 12th over of the spell, and again Chappell content to defend. So Van Buren, having got to his 50, has at least got a partner with some experience at the other end. He's not a complete rookie. Zach Chappell, even though he's not played a massive amount of red ball cricket, that was a maiden from Abbott. So 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 39. A reminder that Gloucestershire started today 43 for 2. Hammond and Bracey out in the same over for 38 and for 0 respectively. Ollie Price made 59, a career best, and Ryan Higgins out of the last ball before lunch for 11, since when Zafar Hart was caught behind by Brown off Dawson for 2, and Tom Price LBW to Abbott again for 0.
It's not your car that's blocking the car park, is it, Jared?
No, I don't think so, no. It'll have to stay there if it is. But no.
Right, what's going on here?
Still Dawson. Still Organ, I should
Organ,
say.
yeah.
Yeah. Paid by the hour in iron, yeah.
Fuller's just limbering up down on the boundary at deep point, so it might be that he might replace Abbott. I'm with Jared. I think they might be trying to hold back Bass and Barker.
Organ in. That's played out to long on for a single by Van Buren.
I think that's probably the plan if they're going with Fuller. Just in their mind, trying to nip these 2 last wickets out quickly, and Abbas and Barker have them fresh, because it's amazing to think there's still 66.5 overs left in the day. There's a lot of cricket left today.
Yeah. And Aaron Donald just to our left, who as Organ comes in. And that's played out to Barker for Nairn. And Aaron Donald from Pontarddulais, just outside Swansea, going to the Glamorgan side, age 17. Great uncle Bernard Hedges played over 400 games for the county. As that is hit across the line from Chappell, he doesn't get hold of it, and it just dribbles out onto the onside. Donald got 234 off 136 balls, which he called the fastest double 100 in Championship cricket against Derbyshire at Colwyn Bay. And that's got to be close. Big appeal. And Chappell, unfortunately for Gloucestershire fans, has been adjudged LBW by umpire Graham Lloyd. Let's have a look at this again. I thought it might be a little bit high.
Yeah, that's what my initial thought. It sounded like it hit him on the thigh pad, tall boy, but
he didn't seem to look overly happy about it. It's trudging off. But the man who matters is umpire Graham Lloyd, and he lifted his finger. And that's 9 down, and Gloucestershire want to get a 200 for that batting point.
Yeah.
But it looks like a big deficit, this, Joe, doesn't it? I mean, 100 runs behind. It will take it can be done. Clearly, it can be done. But you're going to be potentially around 100 runs shy of the follow-on, so 250 in arrears. When Hampshire have batted themselves into a very strong position and given their bowlers two full days with their feet up.
Yeah, I think that's it. We're unfortunately we are quite a way behind, and if we are following on, we're just going to have to scrap and fight, and still believe that it looks a decent pitch, and we've got a quality batting lineup. So we've got to believe that we can get out of this. That's the only way to think in this situation.
Is it hard to still believe? I mean, virtually every game, Gloucestershire have been behind the 8 ball all season. Is it hard to sort of retain that confidence?
100%.
Or do you think, oh no, not again? Is that the sort of feeling?
I think in sport, and especially cricket, it's almost like Groundhog Day, where it's been the same in the second team a little bit this year, where we're in behind in a lot of games.
Here's Organ into
but
Garrett's mate Josh Shaw.
I think especially last year, where we were also behind in quite a few games, and we managed to pick up some remarkable wins. And so one thing this team isn't short of is fight and character, so we've just got to try draw on that and just believe. But obviously confidence comes from performances and wins, so it's not easy to find that when things aren't going your way.
Organ in and defended by Shaw. Your mates with Josh Shaw.
Yep.
Can he bat?
Yeah, definitely. Growing up, he was always one of the best batters. Even in the Yorkshire age groups, he'd open the batting and the bowling. So, and in club cricket, he scored hundreds. In second team cricket, he scored hundreds. So,
okay,
he can definitely bat, and he's unlucky to be at number 11. I think obviously our batting line is very strong down the order. So, he's one of the better number 11s about. And I think I'm just going to say against Dorgan, he does love a little drop kick, as we call it, over the top. Tries to hit the sight screen, so I won't be surprised if we see that over the next couple of overs.
Yeah, we did ask, we did a survey a few years ago on Twitter who was the worst number 11 in county cricket. I think Harry Gurney got the vote. He was up there. He was a massive LBW candidate, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think is there an amazing stat with Michael Hogan? He's never been out LBW.
Oh, really?
Gets himself that far outside the line.
Here's Abbott then, so it's the last wicket pair for Gloucestershire here. I wonder what Graham van Buren will do. Will there be any element, do you think, of trying to farm the strike with Josh?
Potentially, but I don't think so. I'd like not to think so, just because I think we all know Josh can bat and he can contribute, but as I said earlier, it depends on Graham's mindset. Is he going to look for quick runs here to try get close to that deficit? Or is he going to trust Josh? I think looking at the field and judging by that first ball, he might farm the strike.
Abbott in again to Van Buren, just to chop that away. He could take a comfortable single down to wide third man, but he's not interested.
Yeah, I think that answers our question. Those first 2 balls, and just looking at Josh at the non-strike, because he's a bit frustrated. I think he fancies a bit at that end. But
so would you back Shaw against the seamers or against the spinner more?
I think both, but I think against the spinner he's probably more confident himself, especially to score runs and attack, especially the off spinner. He's very good at hitting straight.
Abbott into Van Buren, who again does no interest in the single. Hampshire have got everybody out. He goes a single anywhere he likes it, really. Abbas, he's just limbering up. Just a still on that Zach Chappell LBW, which we may have seen. Looks as if the ball has gone above the pad and hit him on the thigh pad.
And he's 6'6".
Looks slightly harsh, that, I think. Not to bag the umpire, but yeah, just from, I think all of us from first view live, it looked pretty harsh, hitting him on the thigh pad, and I think that little still there confirms that.
Abbott with a very deep set field comes into Van Buren, who will take the single this time. 4th ball of the over. They're content to do that, and now Josh Shaw to face Kyle Abbott. I did wonder whether you might say that Josh would prefer to have the ball coming onto the bat rather than have the different difficulty, if you like, of coping with a spinner.
Yeah, I think just probably personally for him, he's more comfortable scoring off the spinner. As I said, being so strong, straight, and can't resist almost hitting the spinner over the top. So I think in terms of that, he'll fancy himself, as most lower order batters do, to whop the spinner. But he's more than capable of getting in behind this seam bowling.
And then it was a game at I think it was at Worcester, where in the promotion season, where he got a 40 in a very important win. Here he is defending against Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, and I think as a night watchman at Yorkshire, I think it was against Somerset actually at Headingley, he got a good 40 odd as well. So as I said, more than capable.
Well, 95 for 9. This is the 63rd over of the Gloucestershire first innings. Here we are, afternoon session on day 3. But it's a long day this, because we're adding time from the shortened first day and indeed from overs lost yesterday. So still, as Jared said, more than 60 overs to go in the day. Tumbling stop at mid-wicket prevents a run at the end of the over from Nick Gubbins. And here is a potential bowling change shortly. James Vince is going to have a chat here with Dawson, maybe about whether he wants, with the batsman and the tail ender now at the crease, what does he want to do? Here is Felix Organ's LBW, having a second look at that, and yes, he didn't play a very convincing shot, Chappell, that we can say, but it did appear to hit him completely above the pad. But
yeah, I think if there was technology there, I'd be reviewing it for sure. Hit him fairly high. I reckon, just looking at the chat there between Graham and Josh, I'm pretty sure Josh will be telling Graham to give him a chance against the off spinner.
So Felix Organ to continue for the moment.
Yep, here he comes from the Chapel end. Van Buren plays that out, no run. So Zach Chappell was... We haven't seen him bowl from the Chapel end, much to my disappointment.
He did once.
Oh, he did yesterday, did he?
Yesterday,
Okay.
I think he bowled one spell, yeah. Yeah, guys calling it, we're calling it the Zach Chappell end. But just seen there, Shaw halfway down the wicket, itching to get to the striker's end. It's just a patience game now for Graham. I think, how many overs can he take out of this game?
Yeah. Here is Organ. Whirling away. Van Buren plays that one square. They're going to get 2 here. As he throws it into the non-striker's end, but Shaw scampers back for 2 runs. So Van Buren retains the strike.
I think, as you mentioned as well, it's maybe being conservative, Graham, to get to the 200, making sure just lock in that one batting point and then potentially see a bit more aggressive batting.
Organ. And that's whipped into the onside, no run. Is Zach Chappell known as Zach Chappell in the change room after, or is that just amongst the staff here?
I don't know. I've not heard that one. I've heard El Chapo. I think that's the main one. El Chapo and maybe Cue Ball for his hair. But yeah, they're the 2 main ones.
In the first game that he came on loan, I think it was Somerset.
Yeah.
There was his shirt came back with a misprint.
Oh really? No, I didn't hear about that. Missed that one.
And now he's known as Chappelle. Felix Organ. And that's when Buren gets up onto his toes. One ball left in the over, and they'll be sharp in on this one. Can Van Buren take advantage? And yeah, Nick Gubbins is going back from short leg into conventional square leg. And can Van Buren take advantage and maybe even crunch him for 4 if he trusts Josh Shaw? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Cuts him away in that favoured position. Well, Jared Warner said he's so strong. And that brings up the 200, and that's the first batting point. 64 overs. And that's very welcome. That's Gloucestershire's second bonus point at the game. And much needed in their battle against relegation.
Just a thought that we're talking about trying to save the follow-on. Gloucestershire would have to get close to the record 10th wicket partnership, which was actually on this ground in 2014. Craig Miles and Liam Norwell put on 137.
Wow.
Albeit in a 10 wicket defeat, because they were a long way behind Worcestershire on first innings. But that's the sort of stand Gloucestershire have got to look for here to get out of a very tight corner.
Be nice, that, yeah. It's a deficit, 106.
Change of bowling from the college lawn end.
It can be done, but and that was, you know, in a sense, with all respect to Miles and Norwell, you didn't have a genuine bat there either.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a genuine bat at one end here. Fuller, that's hit Shaw on the helmet. He ducked into that.
And there'll be a break in play now.
Yeah,
concussion protocols.
There's bound to be a stoppage. Shaw will probably say, I'm okay, but I don't think he will be allowed to continue without Dave Bartlett doing the 3-question test, which apparently is what? Oh, it's gone off the shoulder, has it? Not off his helmet.
He took it rather casually. It's got to be said. I know he's a hard Yorkshireman, but
he'll be feeling it inside for sure. Those ones are never pleasant.
No.
Well, I saw a tweet on social media the other day about the 3 questions that you're generally asked. Well, that's in the air and it's going to be out. And caught by Gubbins at short leg. Shaw is out. Roughed up the ball before. And Graham Van Buren is left 58 not out, and Gloucestershire all out for 201. So the deficit is still 256. And you cannot think, surely, that Hampshire will bat again from that situation. That will remain to be confirmed, but
just judging by the fact that I don't think the opening batters of Hampshire are running off. Normally you'd see them running off to get ready and prepared. Holland and Organ are casually walking off, so yeah, I'm with you. I expect Hampshire to insert Gloucestershire again.
So the last wicket, Shaw out, caught at short leg by Gubbins, and Gloucestershire dismissed in the 65th over. Read the full scorecard as soon as it's updated, but Van Buren left 58 not out, Fuller finishing with 2 for 17, Organ 2 for 47, Abbas 1 for 6. He will be fresh if Hampshire do decide to enforce the follow-on, as we expect. Dawson 4 for 44 and Abbott 1 for 40. So 2 half-centuries in the Gloucestershire total from Ollie Price and skipper Van Buren, but Dan, not a lot else.
No, it's if Gloucestershire fans were looking for some respite coming here to Cheltenham, unfortunately it hasn't happened, and it goes to show what a massive gulf there is between, you know, the sides in Division 2 and those who eat at the very top table in the county championship, and I'd put Hampshire into that category. And I think they've been absolutely fantastic. You look at their bowlers. Liam Dawson's been the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 44. But Mohammed Abbas just gives you that control. I mean, he's gone 1 for 6 off his 8 overs. Organ's bowled well. He's bowled with a little bit of flight and dip, 2 for 47 off 13. And they've got variety in their attack, haven't they? They've got Keith Barker, the left armour. They've got James Fuller, who's the guy who hits the pitch hard, the speed merchant. Kyle Abbott moves it. Mohammed Abbas is a different type of bowler. He kisses the pitch a little bit more. And they've got a left arm spinner, and they've got a right arm off spinner as well. And so they've got variety, and they look as if they've got options up the sleeve of James Vince.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jared, one more point from you?
Yeah, I was just going to say on that, you're dead right. I think they've covered all bases. They've got relentless nagging opening bowlers with a left arm in there. Abbas, who's very tight to the stumps, very unusual. You've got Abbott, who nips it both ways, bowls at full length. You've got a left arm spinner, a right arm spinner, and then you've got Fuller there, we saw at the back end, just cleaned up the tail. So they're not often short of options or ideas, and it must be great for Vince as a captain to be able to call upon that many options and that quality of bowling attack.
Scorers have just said to us that Hampshire will enforce the follow-on, so we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes or so's time for the resumption, when Gloucestershire will start their second innings, still needing 256 to make Hampshire bat again.
Hampshire have
So here at Cheltenham, we're about to resume play just after 3 o'clock on this third day. Dan's going to go for a cup of tea, I think, and Jared and I will take you away for the start of this Gloucestershire second innings.
Dent and Marcus Harris.
So Dent and Harris back out in the middle. Hampshire having enforced the follow-on. I don't think anybody will be surprised by that. Certainly not in this particular marquee anyway. And
I think it's a big. Oh. It's a big first hour this as well. Obviously Hampshire been in the field for 60 overs. If we can get through the first hour, tired in the legs.
First ball, Barker over the second innings, defended by Chris Dent. I mean, it's a relevant point that they only have, so they've got 60 overs to bowl and only a 20-minute breather.
Yep. I think we spoke earlier about obviously the seamers haven't bowled a great deal, but just purely the fact of fielding time, it does make a big difference. Legs get heavy and you become stiff quickly, so if we can take the shine off the new ball, set a platform, I think we can look to bat for a long time.
Barker to Dent, works that into the leg side, fielded by Organ. So in broad terms, the split will probably be something like 20-40, won't it, with a 4:30 tee. Hopefully not going to have any problems with the light today. We can get right through till 7 o'clock. The overs aren't bowled by then. We'll keep going as we did last night with the 7:30 finish.
Yeah, it's one of the longer days I think I've had at a cricket ground.
3 slips in. Barker to Dent, who lets that go, fielded by Ben Brown, who's been pretty solid with the gloves. How many buys were there? Just 8, and I think that was actually 2 fours, so I think it was only 2 balls that beat him in the Gloucestershire first innings. But it's Vince, Dawson and I think Donald are the 3 slips. Barker, left arm over the wicket, and Dent from the crease. Back up the pitch. It's a very similar situation to the game here last year, where the innings were not played in the same order, but Hampshire got 486 for 7 declared after Gloucestershire had made 229. So it's a very similar kind of setup. How far can Gloucestershire take this into tomorrow?
I think, as we said earlier, we've just got to believe that we can bat for 160 overs or whatever it is, the best part of, or at least get a decent way past them and create a bit of pressure for them, put the pressure back on Hampshire. Obviously there's a long way to go before then, but that's got to be our mindset here. We've got enough class in this top order to create a big partnership.
Barker past umpire Lloyd, who's now of course standing at the College lawn end after the second innings of the match. Barker starts with a maiden, and we're going to see Mohammed Abbas from the Chapel end. He's only had the 8 overs in the first innings, 1 over yesterday, then got taken off because of the light, and basically the umpires were saying if you want to stay out the Hampshire you've got to bowl your spinners, which they obviously did, and then 1 spell this morning. So the probability you would have thought would be, given the rest of the day, he's probably got a maximum of 2 spells. He would have thought 1 here and then maybe 1 later on, if Hampshire are struggling to break through this Gloucestershire batting.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially with, we saw earlier, Organ and Dawson were quite effective. Ball's starting to spin, so obviously with Barker back on that end, he'll create a bit more rough, and they'll be looking for Abbott and Barker to get a couple early and then use the spinners quite a lot.
It's in fact Ian Holland at third slip in the sun hat. Donald is at backward point. Gubbins at cover. Two left-handers, of course, for Gloucestershire starting. I wonder whether, so come back to your decision, your information about the decision about who batted at 3 in the first innings, the fact it was taken late. Do you think, given it's a follow-on situation,
Yep.
and Ollie Price has already had quite a lot of batting today, do you think he would go in at 3 again?
Obviously I've not been in the chats or anything this afternoon, but I'd be very surprised if Price didn't go in at 3 again, especially after the way he played.
Abbott in, and Harris defends. Had a really good start to the season. Marcus Harris got 200s. Were they both at Bristol?
One was against Yorkshire, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember where the second was. But no, he's a class player. I think he got a 60 at Old Trafford as well.
Just check that. I think it might have been in the second home game, actually. Abbas over the wicket. Harris defends once more. Yeah, the runs have dried up a bit for him since then. Really could do with a big score here.
I think it's been great for the young batters as well, having someone like Harry around. Obviously played Test cricket in the Ashes. Just his experience and his knowledge of facing the best in the world.
Abbas to Harris once
Great
more.
shot.
That's a lovely shot. And all the way in the right place. Went back and then forward and steered it away. A bit of a flourish, really, out past point for 4. Yes, Harris's other 100 was in that run feast against Surrey.
Okay, yeah.
So it was the first 2 home matches where he got runs. 136 in the first innings against Yorkshire. Obviously that game ultimately was lost, and 124 in the only innings against Surrey. Could be 4
Shot.
more there past Kyle Abbott. He's not going to chase that. That's going to go way up to the boundary at long off at the chapel end for 4. Lovely shot from Harris, and Abbas not being allowed just to bowl to him. Here's a second look at this. Oh, that was a textbook, I won't say a straight drive, but it was an in the V drive, we'll call it.
Yeah, a top class shot, and I think that just highlights what we were saying earlier about this pitch. It's still a decent pitch for batting, and that should give the lads confidence that we can go big here.
So Harris waits once more and squeezes that out on the onside. He'll just take one. There's a half a misfield from Fuller, if there can be such a thing. And Gloucestershire 9 without loss. Remember the all-important total is 256. That's where they started their second innings. That's what they need to make Hampshire bat again.
I know.
I did actually read a board the other day of a match this season where a side was left to chase 1.
Yeah.
Where literally the scores were level after 3 innings, and somebody had to go in and get a single to win.
Yeah.
It might have been a championship game between Somerset and Essex, actually. But a relatively unusual scenario that you would have thought.
We had one a couple of weeks ago in the seconds where we were playing Glamorgan, and they had, I think, 12 to chase. We were all out at lunch, so we had to have us lunch and then come back out for 1 over in the end.
Here is Barker into Harris, and Harris has gone caught behind. He's played 2 lovely shots, and now he's got a nick to the big man who did not have a wicket in the first innings, but he's got a big one here. Harris has gone across, but he hasn't quite got the foot in the right place, and Barker celebrates as if he's got a winning goal in the last minute in his days at Rochdale, and Harris has to go, and that was just the start Gloucestershire could do without. And here we get the answer to the Ollie Price at 3 question, which I don't think Yared probably thought we would need to ask today, but Ollie Price is coming back out,
Yep.
having made a career best score this morning, and he's batting again here this afternoon at 9 for 1.
Yeah, not surprised that he's come out, especially after this morning. So that ball from Barker, the perfect length as a ball we're looking to hit, and probably just not quite there for Harry to drive.
Harris called Brown off the bowling of Barker for 9.
Marcus Harris is obviously he's been away with the Australia A team. Since those first 2 centuries, or the 2 centuries he's made, his highest first class score has been 32 in 8 innings. So, you know, I think he would expect more of himself than that.
Yeah, definitely, but I think that's county cricket and that's Division 1 cricket. It's not easy. It's tough as a batter, especially at the top of the innings. It's the hardest place to bat for sure, and I've no doubt that it'll come good soon enough. And I think it's great for us to have him about in the 50 over comp, and I think that should give him a new lease of life with a white ball. Have a look at him with that for the first time this year, and hopefully can churn him in that format as well.
So here is Ollie Price then, waiting for Barker, and gets that out of the middle. I mean, the one thing about him going back in again today, at least he's had a good net, hasn't he, so to speak?
I think that's the strange thing about it. Batting twice in a day, I think, can go one or two ways. Obviously, as a batter, it's the dreaded out twice in a day, or it's if you've managed to score a few in the first innings, you tend to feel in good touch. So hopefully it's the latter for him, and hopefully he can cash in here.
Barker buoyed by the wicket into Ollie Price, who defends. They look to be quite a lot of. I mean, you would expect there to be a lot of shine on that ball, but the Hampshire boys doing their best to keep the sheen on it. Just to go back, actually, just to finish a conversation that we had earlier in the piece, the 3 questions apparently that I saw were asked to a batsman if they'd been hit on the head.
Yeah.
One of my, you might say, is a little curious in the current situation. Who's the Prime Minister? Which is an interesting one.
Yeah.
What is the score on the scoreboard? Just to check that your sight lines are okay. And can you say the months of the alphabet backwards? And apparently, if you can do all of those things, then you're probably all right.
To be fair, I think there's a couple of lads in our dressing room who wouldn't know that if they weren't concussed. So if they were getting them right, I think I'd be more worried.
Price hasn't gone off the mark yet, but hopefully he can get back in the zone he was in this morning. Barker to him. Always a big appeal for an LBW there, and Graham Lloyd is not interested.
Look close from our view.
A groan from some of the spectators around us. Barker around the wicket. Is Chris Denton our eye on a little bit? He is, and maybe that's not the ideal position to judge whether that was out or not. Graham Lloyd is in the right place, and he said, I'm not going to put my finger up for that. Barker round the wicket, and Ollie Price again. Let's start to mid-off where Fuller does the fielding. A wicket maiden for Keith Barker, and Hampshire, you'll just have to watch their over rates here today. I mean, they've done pretty well so far with extensive use of Felix Organ and Liam Dawson, but there are still 58 overs to go in the day, and they would like to try and get that down probably to 40 overs by the tee interval. On the actual over rates, they're +3, so they're well in hand. But obviously with the quicker bowlers on at the start of this Gloucestershire second innings, that may eat into that a bit. Chris Dent then to wait to face Mohammed Abbas. Is this true, by the way, the Chris Dent story about the haircut? Obviously he had it almost felt like he hadn't had a haircut since COVID at one stage during this season. But we gather the story was literally when he decided to dispense with the long hair. It was purely because he couldn't get his cap on. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know the real reason, but yeah, that's probably a good chance. Because until he cut it, I've only ever known him with those long locks. So no, I'm glad he's cut it because he looks a lot better and a lot younger as well.
Abbott in, down the leg side. Dent tries to turn it away. It's taken by Ben Brown.
The one positive of his hair was always, especially last year, he's always got good fancy dress costumes for the at the end of season pub crawl. So that's the only positive for me.
I'll just turn Yared's mic off for a moment. Because he's been bought an ice cream, and we should allow him to eat it. So we'll do that. And here is Mohamed Abbas in again to Dent, who just squeezes that out on the offside. Gloucestershire 9 for 1 after the loss of Marcus Harris. If you're just trying to plan the rest of your day, we are going to be playing here certainly until 7 o'clock, assuming there's no weather interference. The clouds are high generally. There's a little bit of darker cloud about, but this Cleve Hill is perfectly visible over the top back of the hospital. Abbas in, Dent's hit above the pad, probably on the thigh pad, I think. Probably nowhere more painful than that. He didn't indicate it was one of those awkward ones that just might need him a moment to recover. But 4 wickets for Liam Dawson, and an unbeaten half-century for Graham Van Buren, and a career best for Ollie Price. Really the nuggets out of that Gloucestershire first innings. Dawson 4 for 44, Ollie Price 59, and he's back batting already. And Van Buren 58 not out. Dent again defends. It's the sort of day, and I won't interrupt Yared while he's coughing his flake there, that Chris Dent's got a bat in a similar way to the way he did against Surrey in the home game, where Gloucestershire obviously faced a huge first innings score, but on a very flat pitch, and responded with a double 100 from Dent, and to a point where they virtually saved the follow-on when the rain came. Dent clips that off his pads. That'll be 4 runs down the hill, past Anara Donald, and into the advertising boards in front of the Sanford Road stand. 13 for 1. Dent's off the mark, and that's the sort of mentality that Gloucestershire batters have got to get into here, albeit it's probably a pitch with a bit more in it, and that's the difference in this game. It's probably not such a flat surface. And now James Vince just having a brief word with his 2 senior bowlers, Kyle Abbott and Keith Barker. Barker obviously already in the wickets in this second innings, and how they might use those two in tandem perhaps, although they've both bowled from the same end so far chiefly in this match. Ollie Price waits for a new over from Barker. I think that's clipped up to Abbott at mid-on, and a little bit of a fumble, but they haven't gone for anything on the misfield. I just think if Hampshire did have Joe Weatherly on the field for bits and pieces of the Gloucestershire first innings as a fielding sub, certainly when Mohamed Abbas had bowled his spell, he disappeared off the ground, and Weatherly was on. Not on at the moment though. Again, Ollie Price defends. Barker's doing more than trundling in from this college lawn end. His teammates just trying to keep his morale up. Jared Warner's certainly one of the fastest eaters of an ice cream I've ever come across. Here is Barker in, and Ollie Price tries to pull that away into the leg. So that was his profitable shot during his first innings.
I think it was definitely a clear plan, especially when Fuller was on. We said it earlier. I think they've done a little bit of homework. This season especially, he's been out a couple of times, 2 or 3 times I think. Think back to Kent on the pull shot. So it was definitely a clear plan and something that they've thought about beforehand.
We've got an extra man going out now to deep square. Ian Holland's gone away on the deep square boundary, and they've also got a man at wide long leg and a man at fine leg as well. So it's either the actual trap or it's the spoof. Which is it? Barker in. No, he's actually laid the trap. And Ollie Price has played the shot. He's dropped it well short there of the man on the boundary at deep long leg, and they've just picked up 1.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's
still taking on the shot.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's 3 men out, but I think he backs himself that much that he's hitting it down, he's controlling it well, and he's still playing it. So, whenever he's playing it well, I think why not keep going with it? Because it's a profitable shot for him runs-wise as well.
Barker over the wicket to Dent, who is clean bowled. Has that kept low?
I think so.
Has Dent played inside the line, or is it just shot along the deck there? It's 14 for 2, and how much has this got up? Here's the replay. Oh, it's almost Yorker length, I think. He's maybe been deceived by the length of it. It's almost hit the off stump on the full, and Dent is bowled by Barker for 4, and it's 14 for 2. Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, I think probably surprised Denty there. A bit fuller than normal from Barker. Pushed his length up and took the off stump. Not the ideal start for us. Both openers going, but hopefully now Hamo again continue his good start in the first innings and go on.
Might have a look at that again at the end of the over, that delivery from Barker. So maybe Chris Dent just completely misjudged the length of it.
Yeah, as I say, I think probably took him by surprise. You don't expect that sort of length as a new batsman up the top of the innings, so it takes something special or something different to get through Denty's defences usually, so yeah, strange one.
Well, Barker has started really well in this innings. As he was wicketless in the first, but he's got 2 already, and he's got Miles Hammond in again now to join Ollie Price. Dan has just left our commentary position. So we have to go and have a look at where that greyish cloud is coming from, because it just is. It's helping Hampshire a bit here, I think, with the cloud cover.
Yeah, I think
the bright sunshine that we had earlier is not around at the moment. Here is Barker to complete the over, and Hammond defends.
I think the toss as well, it's not an excuse, but losing the toss and fielding in that heat, and then all of a sudden the second day and today it's been a lot more overcast. I think that has made a big difference.
Sorry, Darren, just having a second look at this delivery from Barker, which looks as if it's just literally hit the bottom of the off stump on the full, and as if Chris Dent has been just deceived by a much fuller ball from Keith Barker. And there was a warm round of applause at the end of that over from the crowd here at Cheltenham, who are a knowledgeable group. They know when they want Gloucestershire to do well, but they equally will applaud good cricket.
Yeah, it's one of them, we always talk about in red ball cricket, the accidental Yorker. Barker being so good and having such good control with the ball, you'd like to think that he meant it, and obviously Denty didn't expect it.
Ollie Price.
Oh no.
In looking for.
Wrong end.
Well, he was looking for a single, but there was a bit of the yes, no, wait, sorry there between the 2 batsmen, and they've got away with it. 14 for 2. Dan, are you and I going to rotate and?
Yeah, go on.
I'll pass our microphone box here to Dan Whiting, and he will continue with Jared until, well, hopefully until, say, 4 o'clock, and Gloucestershire have not lost any further wickets until then. I'll do this one ball first. Here is Abbott in, and Price defends.
Yeah, I think I don't want to do the old commentator's curse, but Ollie's looking very, very solid. Very good technique, and hopefully he can turn that start and that 50 that he got in the first innings into a big one here and make it count.
Yeah, well, 14 for 2. Not the ideal scenario for the hosts. Here's a bass in, and that is thumped and just bobbles before it gets out to the chap in the gully. He's been hit around the gullies, I believe.
Yeah, looks that way.
So Jared, I've just been having a chat with Josh Shaw, and he tells me that, you know, you've been sort of saying how great you are on the media side.
Nah, not at all. I think he's trying to throw me under the bus a little bit there.
I think he is, yeah. Here's a bass in, and that's left alone by Ollie Price.
Yeah, it's not like Josh to try rattle me at all.
Zach Chappell didn't know anything about it, to be fair, so
not surprised.
It's clouded over a little bit here.
Yeah, with the new ball, it's decent bowling conditions now.
Yeah. Here's a bass. In, and Price defends that. Umpires swapping around in the second innings, so Graham Lloyd's now at square leg with Nick Cook standing at the chapel end. Ahmed Abbas, really good figures this year, 30 wickets at 15.9. Here he comes into the crease, and Price plays out to mid-off. I'm going to let you do an over a ball by ball here, Jared. See if
Yeah,
yeah,
no problem.
So you can go back to Josh Shaw and tell him, you know, that you're the John Arlott of county cricket.
No problem. I'll try my best.
Scheduled for 4:30.
Brad Wheel not in this side. He came on loan for one game to Gloucestershire earlier this season.
Yeah, he was one of the 3 loanees that came in with Zach and Jacob Bethel.
Yeah.
Played against Somerset.
Thought Bethel looked a nice player.
Yeah, he's a very good young player. We played him in the 2s the week before, and he got 100. So Barker in the left armour. Hammond defends on the front foot for no run. Solid there from Miles.
So you're a natural, mate. You
can
do Ian Randall and I out of a job.
No, I'm not sure about that. No. It's just watching too much cricket and listening to the commentators over the years, but yeah. But yeah, back to Bethel. I'm sure he's got a bright future, and as I say, in the 2s he got 100 week before, and bowls decent left arm spin as well. So
yeah,
talented player. Barker back in. Similar delivery. Hammond up to the task, defends for no run. It's a good start from Hampshire, relentless here.
He is, and they'll be looking to hunt Surrey down, won't they? I don't know. Let's have a look what's happening in that game down at the Oval. I don't know if Ian's given us any updates on the scores, but I'll just look through those whilst you hold the fort, Jared.
Now where's Barker in again? Hammond just prods into the offside to point. I think it's Organ round doing the fielding. No run again.
So Somerset 424, bowled Yorkshire out for 276.
Oh.
They're now 29 for none. Somerset needing to win that game. They're in relegation bother.
Keith Barker back in. Oh, play and miss on the front foot there from Hammond defending. Looked a nice ball through to Brown for no run. It's a good over this.
Essex v Surrey at the Oval. Essex 271. Surrey responded with 319. They reduced Essex to 194 for 9. So Essex are leading that by 146. There's obviously a wicket that's doing a little bit at the Oval. Sometimes the wickets can be very flat there.
Yeah, and I think that game's probably changed on Will Jacks' innings. I think it was a quick 150, wasn't it, yesterday? Barker in to Hammond. Oh, back of a length. Little inside edge there through to the slips on the bounce for no run.
I thought he was absolutely excellent in the game against Gloucestershire at the Oval. Where were you there?
I wasn't there, no.
Oh, right. But Nassim Shah yorked him.
Yeah.
But he was on a wicket that was wet, doing a little bit, and I thought Will Jacks was the standout man.
Yeah. He's a very good player, and I think this season we've started to see his red ball game evolve as well. Traditionally a white ball player, but he's putting some good performances with Barker back in to finish the over, full of a length. Hammond just pushed into the leg side to mid on for 1 run to finish the over.
Kent v Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Kent 165, Warwickshire 225. Kent are now 264 for 4.
Yeah, and I think looking at some of the scores around the grounds the last couple of days, I think it's the time of the year where teams need wins and they start producing results. Pitches, as you say, Oval, just looking like it's doing a little bit more, and the same at Edgbaston too, traditionally good surfaces for batting.
Is that because it's so dry, do you think, that maybe the groundsmen can't sort of get the wickets as good as they want them
I
to
think
be?
that's the case, especially, like, for example, this week, I can't remember till a bit yesterday, the last time it rained. It's been a while, and especially with the baking sun on it, it's imagine to get moisture in it, it's been incredibly difficult.
Well, we've seen grass fires in London.
Yeah, a few in South Yorkshire as well, back home. Which,
Here's Mohammed Abbas. He's going to come around the wicket.
Well played.
And defends that. At Northamptonshire 235 and 174. Lancashire 132 and 4 for none off 1 ball. So Lancashire need 274 there.
Be a good game. A good win for Northants if they can get that one over the line.
Yeah, Lancashire are a good side.
Yeah, they are. And Northants probably been a little bit of a surprise package this season. They've been competitive, and if they win that, I think they'll be in a healthy position.
Abbas, and that's uppishly cut. He's going to get 4 runs for it. But it wasn't a million miles away from Nick Gubbins there at cover.
A rare loose ball there from Abbas, slightly shorter and wider. And Hamo not got quite all of it, but just enough to evade Gubbins and go for 4.
Got early on it, didn't it? That's why it went so far.
That's it, I think. Quite inside edge of the bat and probably too keen to hit it. But you won't get too many of them from Mo Abbas, so you need to capitalise when they come.
Here he is, past the umpire. That goes through to Ben Brown. In the East Midlands derby, Nottinghamshire 618 for 8 declared. Derbyshire 302 for 8. So they're trailing by 316 runs. They look like they're, they're going to follow on there. Nottinghamshire, look like they're going to walk Division 2, don't they?
Yeah, I think they probably feel a tad unlucky that they found themselves in Division 2 after they did so well last season, albeit in the slightly different format.
Abbas in, and that's
well
got
played.
a thick outside edge. He dropped his hands though. As Jared said, he played that well.
Yeah.
Just soft hands, and
You're
let the ball
right,
go downwards as opposed to pushing hard at it.
Yeah, it's well played. And I think, just back onto Notts, I think they went through a period of 2 years with a talented team, but a building phase where they didn't win many games, and then all of a sudden it's clicked and we can't stop winning now. And I think you look at Notts, obviously they're a big team, they're a big club, and the squad that they've got, especially the bowling attack, you think they're a Division 1 club, so probably a good addition to Division 1 next season.
Here's Abbas. And that's let go by Hamlet. Lords, Sussex 523. Middlesex were Sam Robson 62. Peter Milan on debut there for them. He's got 64. John Simpson's 53 not out. So there's 267 for 4. But Middlesex have blown up a little bit. They were top of that Division 2 and looking to get up into Division 1, and they've lost the last 2 games within 3 days, so they'll be looking to bounce back. Here's Mohammed Abbas. Defended out to mid-off.
Yeah, I think that Division 2, the top of that Division 2 is very competitive. I think apart from Notts, there's a couple of teams there that are quite similar, so I guess it's whoever can string a run of games together from now till the end of the season.
Yeah.
But Middlesex, another one like Notts, a big club and probably been in Division 2 a bit too long now.
Yeah, and the side, Glamorgan, are only 1 point behind Middlesex in 3rd place there. But they're up against it at Grace Road over at Leicester. Leicestershire got 584. Glamorgan are 9 for 1. Leicestershire, who got runs there? Let's have a look. Vian Mulder, he got 156. Ben Mike down the order, 91. He's a good all-rounder. He's a decent player.
He's had a really good season.
And Roman Walker got 64. He's ex-Glamorgan, number 9. He got runs there. Barker in, and that's defended. Go on, Jared, you take the over. You're the pro now.
No worries. I'll take this end.
You're the man.
It's a good start from Barker, and I think what's very clear from here is the amount of balls that these 2 openers are making. Hamo and Pricey play at. It's relentless. I've said before, they're having to defend most balls, and the concentration levels as a batter has to be incredibly high. Barker in again. Full of a length, just left alone there from Pricey for no run.
Just looking around the country at some scores. So in the Somerset game, just seeing who got wickets there. For Jack Brooks 3, Casey Aldridge 3. Does he play in the Whipple? He plays for
Premier 2, I think, Western-super-Mare. Barker in again. Oh, just squares Ollie up there, but it was well played in the end. Defended to point for no run. Yeah, I think in the league below for Western-super-Mare, with I think Peter Trigo's club.
That's right. Because Trigo flits between Western-super-Mare and Uphill Castle, doesn't he? And
He's played. I think he got a double 100 for Western at the start of the season. I wouldn't like to come up against him on a Saturday in a bit of form. No, I think Bristol Cricket Club are leading that division this season. Josh's club and Miles's club both play there.
Essex have just lost the 9th wicket, so they're 152 ahead.
Gubbins is coming under the lid here. I think maybe in the offside. Barker around the wicket.
So what's the thought here? He's going to bang it in him?
No, I think he'll just be putting something in Ollie's mind that
try and stop him from going forward for the bat pad.
100%. Try and stop him from lunging and try and maybe trap him on the crease with this angle around the wicket. He'll be trying to either get the edge or just nip it back. So I think just like a spinner, it's just another thing in the batter's mind that they have to think about, and it might not make a difference to Ollie, but it's just a subconscious thing where he might just be thinking about it. Barker to continue. It's well played though, it's solid.
It's interesting he hasn't gone in at the short leg though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's gone into like a silly mid-off.
It was interesting. I think normally you'd just see the standard short leg. If it's nipping about, maybe a little inside edge on his pad. You see Ryan Higgins have it quite a bit. He likes that position. So yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process is, but I like it. It's just something different to get in the batsman's mind, and I think just little fielding changes if nothing's happening can make a difference. Barker charging in. Oh, full of a length. Pricey just drives at that one this occasion. Through to Brown.
Dan Worrell with 4 wickets there.
Good bowler. He's had a good season.
Yeah.
For Surrey. Very good bowler. I think he got 6 for, did he, first innings as well?
Let's have a look. Hold on. I think he did. I think you're right. He got. It's strange when you're working on a game like this. You
Yeah.
sort of have half an eye on what's going on elsewhere, but you don't tend to look at scorecards too much.
Well played. A similar ball there from Barker. Price this time played it late and defended it to point for no run. Another good over from Barker.
Yeah,
Economical.
6 for 56 from Worrell, 3 for 63 from Kemar Roach there. And Roach has got 3 for 54 in the second innings as well. So
yeah, it's a good opening partnership, that, Worrell and Roach. Barker 2 for 2 off his 5 overs.
I was saying a couple of days ago though, I think Hampshire have got the strongest attack in the country, with Abbott and Abbas and Barker. You know, those three are
it's
quality.
hard to argue against that, and I think we were saying yesterday, we were just speaking about their sort of middle order. I think that's arguably the best middle order in the country as well, so they've certainly got a good make-up of a side. I think that Lancashire attack we came up against at Old Trafford, although it was probably only for a couple of games they had that attack, but that was almost a test attack.
Yeah, Hassan Ali, James Anderson.
Yeah, Mahmood and Parkinson.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah, it was a tough game. Bass in.
Test players is Mohammed Abbas.
It's well played from Hammer. Just into the leg side for one.
Yeah, go on. You fire away. Great having him here, isn't it? And he's like, you know.
But I think now that was a great learning curve at Old Trafford. Although we now really lost at the end. The experience to face guys like that, the quality of bowler was amazing.
Who's the quickest you've faced in your career?
I think I faced Jamie Overton as a 17-year-old when he was at Somerset in the second team. He was quick. I think Hassan Ali was slippery, very skiddy.
Yeah.
Bassing to Pricey, solid forward defence there to Holland at short extra. But yeah, those two are probably the quickest I've faced. You don't get, to be fair, you don't get too much. Obviously England, the pitches aren't as quick as maybe abroad, but I think with the two overseas, I think that's probably helped this year. The standard in the first division's been really good, and a lot of good seam bowlers.
Did you face Nassim Shah in the next?
No, I managed to avoid that one. Bassing to Pricey again, short of a length, just defending on the back foot. Yeah, he was. Shame that he only played. I think he only play the one championship game at Northants, but. Yeah, even in that game, I was watching on the screen, and the lad said it was quick.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it was cold as well.
Yeah. So it was a shame because I think he'd have done really well, and he'd have added something different to our attack. But yeah, just watch him in the nets and stuff. I know he looked very, very sharp. Bassing. Well left from Pricey, full length wide. But I think it's amazing Pakistan just at the minute just keep producing these fast bowlers who can all bowl 90 mile an hour.
It's unbelievable how they just keep producing them. It's like a production line, one after the other. And,
100%.
You know, it's fantastic. And he's so young as well. He's 19 years
it's
old.
It's unbelievable. He's got a big career ahead of him.
Yeah.
Passed by the umpire to Pricey. A bit straight and very, very solid from Pricey. He's looking in good touch. 1 off 25. Patient.
Yeah, I'd say that he, you know, certain spells he's bowled this season been quick, but I would say that Harris Ralph at Yorkshire, I mean, he bowled when he was at Bristol. That wicket at Bristol was the first one of the season we had at Bristol, and I thought it was a good cricket wicket. I thought there was a bit more pace and carry
it was,
than there have been, and he got one that Duke's back a hell of a long way.
Yeah.
And he's got one that's burst through his hands and gone for 4 byes.
Yeah. The Bass coming in to Pricey. Same ball up to the task, defending to short cover Holland, I think it is, for no run to finish the over. It's 24 for 2. But yeah, I think that's probably the quickest I've seen. He bowled very well during that game, and I think for a player who's predominantly white ball, and I think he'd only played 4 red ball games in his career before that, he bowled very well. And I remember a spell, I think we were about 6 down in the first innings, and Harry was in maybe on about 80 odd, and he bowled a ferocious spell at him. But I think it's always good to watch, as long as you're not facing it. And it's only good for the game. It's only going to upskill our own players, and especially at Gloucestershire, so it can only be a good thing, really.
Does the wicket frustrate you at Bristol being so flat and slow?
Yeah, it can do at times for sure.
Yeah.
Barker in. Lovely shot from Miles, just almost a check drive there through between mid-off and extra covers left. Cummins chasing, and that's gone for 4. Lovely shot by Hammer there. Yeah, I think it is flat, but I think more than the fact that it's quite slow. I think, as you touched on that Yorkshire game, it seemed to have a bit more life in it, and in pre-season when we were netting on the practice strips, we were surprised because they had a lot more pace and bouncing than usual. So we were hoping that maybe that would continue, but I think wickets this year have tended to be a lot better for batting, and as we've mentioned, the ball again, so I think it's just like if you play test cricket, it's tough for the bowlers. Barker in. You drop. Oh no. Squared Hammer up there, half an appeal, but I think it's a play and miss. Turned him around. Great delivery.
Polite inquiry there from behind the wicket, wasn't there? But nothing sort of.
But I think onto the pitches, we've had that in second team. We've had good pitches, but I guess as a bowler, you've got to learn how to bowl on these good pitches, because I think people want to see runs, and especially after the fallout after the Ashes, saying the pitches aren't flat enough and it's too easy for the bowlers. I think we're going to have to get used to that as bowlers. Barker in. Forward defence from Hammond, keeps it out.
I think there's a lot of talk. People tend to run down county cricket. I think county cricket is the best competition in sport. The county championship is my favourite competition in sport. People tend to run it down, but it depends a hell of a lot on the England side. If the England side are doing badly, county cricket is wrecked, it's broken, it needs reform. The England side are doing well, no one mentions it.
No, you're 100% right. Barker to Hammond, well left alone there, full of a length through to Brown. And I think, as we've touched on it already, this summer's a prime example. It's the same group of players for England have gone from not being good enough, nowhere near good enough to play for England, to all of a sudden being unbeatable and winning games that they should never be winning. And I think it's no one seems to talk about the county game. It only seems to knock it down. No one's been praising the players that's been produced for England and winning these games. So it's madness. Barker in again. Well played from Hammond, pushed to mid-off for no run.
There's a lot of the detractors of county cricket will say it doesn't get many people in through the gates, blah blah blah, but county cricket is the university that people go for before coming to the test side, before they're the finished product. And it's that test side which has got the deal with Sky, it's got the television deal, it's got the £32,000 capacity crowd at Lord's paying £7 a pint, and that's where the ECB make their money.
Barker, last ball flicked away from Hammond to follow at mid-on, ends the over. Yeah, you're dead right, and I think it's no coincidence that every day of every test match is always sold out, and the atmospheres are always incredible. And you've seen now, like, Stokes retired from one-day international cricket. He's not going to retire from Test cricket because all the players, that's the pinnacle for them. So it just proves, and I think hopefully, if England can continue the way of playing and this good form, more and more people will start to praise the county championship and watch cricket. So it can only be a good thing for the game.
You do wonder if it's the beginning of the end for 50 over cricket. I hope not, because we're world champions at it, and it's. I think in a way I prefer it to T20 cricket because it's a hybrid between that and the Test sort of match, isn't it?
100%. It's an interesting one because I've heard quite a bit of that, especially since Stokes announced his retirement. I think it's a great format. I think probably people might prefer if it went to 40 overs.
A lot of people have said that. I think Lizzie Ammon in the Times said that.
But I like 50 over cricket. As you say, it's a good battle between, as a seamer up top hitting your lems, spinners are in the game, but if you bat well you get value for your shots, and that's how it should be, as long as pitches are good, because I think no one really wants to see 220, 230, they want to see 300 plus. But I think and bowlers have accepted that now. but for me it's still a great format, and without 50 over cricket we wouldn't have had the joy of the World Cup final win. So
Yeah.
Dawson into the attack to Price. Starts well.
Yeah, getting one nice and early.
Just interesting, Gubbins on the offside again for Price. Don't know if it's a plan to him they've seen, or just trying something. And again, slightly shorter this time. Hit to deep cover, the sweeper out there for one.
Do you think, as you said, 40 over cricket might be the way forward? I think with 50 over cricket, are there those sort of middle overs that become a bit repetitive where sides consolidate a little bit, perhaps?
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it depends, as I said, on the wicket. Like a couple of years ago when England changed the sort of style on 50 over cricket, I think that went out of the window and we were scoring 400 plus. Dawson in, Hammond. Rocks back. Well stopped there by Gubbins, having a good day in a short leg today. But I think, as we've seen in these couple of series that England are playing, I think if the pitches are doing a little bit, it can become a bit monotonous in the middle overs. Dawson again. Rocks back, Hammond using his feet in the depth of the crease.
I think 50 over cricket is a wonderful game.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets as well. Get your tickets at glossccc.co.uk for the game against Warwickshire here on the 2nd of August. Should be a cracker.
100%.
Superb.
Full of a length. Oh, outside off some. Well left from Hammond on the front foot. And I think it's a competition that all the lads who are staying and not going to the 100 are very excited about. I think we've got a strong squad for it, and obviously having Marcus Harris and Zafar Goa as overseas for it makes us even stronger. Short of a length and just pushed away there into leg side for one from Hammond. So I think we feel like we've got a good chance of getting deep into the competition, similar to last year. And it was great fun last year, been on the road a lot and playing at different grounds, and sort of the same 13-14 lads going around together. So now it's a 2 or 3 week period where we've been looking forward to it.
Well, come along, get your tickets, and hopefully you can come and see today's guest, Jared Warner, who's with me here. As Gloucestershire following on 30 for 2.
Change the ball in at this end as well. Looks like Kyle Abbott's replacing Barker. 2 for 6 from his 6 overs.
Change of bowling from the college lawn end, Kyle Abbott.
You faced Kyle Abbott before?
Yeah, faced him a little bit at the Aegeus Bowl in the reverse fixture. Yeah, tough bowler to face.
Is it through the air or off the pitch?
It's more off the pitch with him. Nibbles it off the seam, and I think he's a little bit quicker than he looks from sort of on the telly or on side on.
Okay.
That term we use a lot, heavy ball, a little bit hits the bat a little bit harder than you expect. I think that was the biggest thing, and he's a tall guy as well.
Yeah, he burst onto the scene, made a real impact when he came into Test cricket.
Yeah, 7 for I think, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, 7 for 29 against Pakistan at Centurion, 2013. Joe's got the best.
Abbott. Oh, it's a lovely start to Abbott's spell from Hamo. Through the covers again to Barker's right, and doesn't need chasing. Another 4 runs to Hammond.
Joe's got the best for South Africa on debut?
No.
Lance Klusner. He got a 7 for as well. He's from KwaZulu-Natal, same as Kyle Abbott. He's 35 now, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, still going. To Hammond. Well left. Good discipline outside the off stump there from Hammer. And I think early on in the first innings, Hammer just hit a couple of boundaries off Abbott. Took a liking to him, so hopefully he can do similar here.
So you settled into Bristol now as well? You like Bristol
as
a
I do.
city?
I live a little bit outside Bristol, but obviously being Bristol every day and out in Bristol and things, so no, it's a different city, but it's very, very nice and somewhere I've not really been too much before coming down here, so yeah, I love it. Abbott to Hammond. Just hit him on the thigh pad there into the leg side for no run.
You've acquainted yourself with one or two of the restaurants and public houses on the Gloucester Road?
Yeah, just one or two, yeah. In our time, yeah, can't lie. No, it's decent nightlife in Bristol. No, it's good, and great set of lads at Gloucestershire. Really enjoying being around the place, so no, it's been a great move for me on that front. Full of a length driving again. This time hits cover. Nick Gubbins.
It's one of the friendliest clubs around. I mean, I've come here this season working for the club full time, and the fans are fantastic, and the staff are brilliant. The players are excellent, and it's one of the warmest clubs around.
I think when my family's been down there, and my uncle's been to quite a few games last season and this season, and he said the same. Everyone talks to him and can't do enough to help. So no, I've definitely noticed that as well. It's well balled. It's solid from Hamo. Forward defence again. Back to Abbott. Not giving much away here, Hampshire. It's been tough scoring so far.
Miles Hammond's he's confident in his stroke play, isn't he? I mean, we saw in the T20 where he took 24 off that first over of I think it was Josh Davey at Somerset. He went reversing. He reversed Delray Rawlins for 6 into the mound stand at Bristol. Yeah.
Abbott to finish this over. Another solid, confident drive to mid-off for none.
So, when he does that, it's great. But when he does things like, he goes and gets stumped in the first innings, what's the view in the dressing room? Is he sort of is he allowed to play that way? Is he sort of given the freedom to play that way?
I think it was. I think so. I think it wasn't a bad option. I think Dawson, it's spinning into him. He just missed it, and I think we always talk about we want to play attacking cricket. We want to be positive. We don't want to just let the ballers bowl us. And I think if he gets that and hits it for 4 or 6, everyone's clapping and saying well played. I think as long as it was a decent option, then that's fair enough. And I think we see here, as you say, his stroke plays, he's confident in it, and his defence is really solid and really compact, and I think that helps from the white ball transfer to the red ball. Dawson into Pricey.
That's what David Gower used to say, wasn't it? He'd go a middle one, and it would go all the way along the ground to the boundary, hit the boundary boards, and everyone would go, no, what a nice shot today, blah, 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 and I'll come on to be on after this ball.
Dawson in again. Price just rocks back, cuts away to the deep point boundary for 1.
Next ball he'd try the same thing and miss it. It would be about 3 or maybe an inch and a half to the left. He'd nick off to third slip or gully, and all of a sudden he looks a fool and looks reckless. Yeah. Whereas, it's a very fine line, isn't it, cricket?
100%. Dawson to Hammond. Almost a Yorker length there, just dug out by Hammond. Yeah, and you're dead right, and I think the way I look at it, and I think most people, if he's taking the right option and it's a sensible option and it's for the right reasons, then that's the game. You can get things wrong. Short of a length and hit to Vince's left for 1 run.
So we've got just under 25 minutes left to tea. I'm going to pass you back to Ian Randall. We'll take you through to the tea break with Jared Warner. And Gloucestershire 36 for 2. Hopefully they can consolidate.
Yeah, it's a decent little spell for us here. These two batting well with Dawson coming into Ollie. Strongly cut there, out to deep point. And I think it's Organ out there diving but can't get there, and it's another 4 to Ollie as he moves on to 7. A loose ball from Dawson.
It's quite prepared, Ollie Price, isn't he? Here, just much as he did it, he's kind of forced to do it last night in a way because of the being in the last hour of the day. But he's faced 30 balls for his 4 runs, but he's still prepared to wait for the bad ball and then just try and punish the bad ball.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about his temperament earlier, and I think this has been a great test of that, being sort of 3 off 30 balls. And as a batter, you're always wanting to get bat on ball and score runs, but I think he's been very patient and watchful, and as you saw there, he's always looking for the bad ball. He's not just settling for defensive shots and dot balls. He's wanting to score, and his footwork there was top class.
And Darren Donald was just on the verge of trotting out with another head guard, but he's put it on the boundary rope, just behind the boundary rope.
Yeah, probably be interested to see what Pricey does in terms of sweep after the first innings, with Gubbins in there again. Dawson over the wicket this time. Pricey just kicks that away.
He wasn't going to get drawn into that again, certainly first up anyway. 40 for 2, 20 to Hammond, and Ollie Price has 7. Jared Warner's with us until the tea interval. He's probably often going to do an extra gym session at that stage. So
I hope not. No, it's since the early 2 wickets, it's been a nice little partnership this for Gloucestershire.
When Dale Benkenstone was wandering out of the ground actually on Monday, he said he felt it might be a real new ball wicket this.
Yeah.
Where after the initial hardness had gone, it would be more difficult. Still 47 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
What a cricket to be played,
It's
and
a
Hammond.
lovely drive.
It's a nice shot again.
Yeah, that's the third time now in just the second over that Hammond's played that, and beautiful stroke play from Hammer. Great to watch when he's in this sort of form. And I think you're right, and it was hard to judge, I feel, on the first day with the weather being so warm, and the tiredness that the lads must have felt bowling in that heat. But we've seen these last 2 days where, even yesterday when they were batting at the back end and it was overcast, I feel like there was still a lot of player misses and it was nipping about. Abbott back in. Oh, it's edged. Just a slip and a gully, and it's gone between the both of them. Gully dived, I think that's Ian Holland, but couldn't reach it. That was slightly shorter, and Hammer prodding, but he's managed to get 4 runs.
I've got a second look at this. Holland is out of your shot, but he's flung himself at it to his right. It would have been a remarkable catch had he clung onto that.
Yeah, it looked like it flew almost chest high through the cordon, which we've not seen too many go that high during the game.
I know we refer to it as a cordon, but it's a very thin cordon.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's when the bowler's kicking himself. Why didn't I have another one in there? But yeah, I think they just moved him out after that 4 initially. Before then, Abbott back in, and it's well left alone from Hammer this time. Slightly fuller of length.
If you have sort of joined us sort of mid-afternoon, or maybe since finishing early, a reminder that admission after tea here at Cheltenham is free of charge. Same principle as at the Seat Unique Stadium. Gloucestershire started the day in their first innings on 43 for 2. They've dismissed for 201 and are now 2 down second time round.
Oh, full of a length again from Abbott. Forward defence playing miss through to Brown for no run, and it's a relentless over. It's when you almost don't mind going through for the first ball from Abbott. You won't mind that in playing a shot, and after those couple of balls we've seen Vince go back in to the cordon. So going into a first slip with Dawson to second, and Holland not quite at gully. I think he's more of a 4th slip. Oh, very, very similar delivery forward defence from Hamo, full of a length, play and miss. So nagging over from Abbott.
Yes, he bowled well in the game here last year, and I think was it you, Jared, who said he's a bit quicker than he looks.
Yeah.
He doesn't look slow to me.
No.
I'm sure he doesn't look slow to the Gloucestershire batsman out there either, but
no,
particularly in what is now quite grey overhead conditions.
Abbott, last ball of the over, full of length, bit straighter this time, and Hammond up to it, hits to mid-on for no run. Very, very good over from Abbott. Just got a little bit gloomier, makes things a little bit trickier for Price in Hammo.
obviously Hampshire have the options of, they do have 2 spinners in their team, so if there was an issue, then they could bowl Organ and Dawson.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too worried about the light with the 2 spinners.
Well, they haven't taken a reading yet on the light.
Still talking about the blades, yeah?
Naren Donald is out
Give me a mic, I'll run out there.
down to our right hand side.
Get a word in,
Just
free jazz.
asking if Jared Warner's still talking about Sheffield United.
Yeah, it could be worse. You could be a Swansea fan like an iron, so. And that again over the wicket, persisting with his tactic. Pricey not entertaining it, kicking it away again.
Dawson certainly wheels through his overs pretty quickly, isn't it? Helps the over rate a bit.
Shorter this time, and Pricey just on the back foot defending. Interesting. I think over the wicket there must be a little bit of rough now starting to be created from Abbott and Fuller, who've bowled this end.
And Gubbins is back in again at short leg.
Dawson to continue, and again full of a length outside the leg stump, kicked away.
Do you think Miles has had a word with him about that, in the sense that he hasn't tried to do this until the last couple of overs?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. Dawson in, short of a length, on the back foot defending. I think when a bowler comes over like this, a left armer, I think the best it's just a patience game. I think 1 or 2 overs of this, if he keeps kicking him away, and I think he'll be back round, so it's just keep you cool, don't make a mistake, and the ball will get bored. And Dawson in again. Oh, it's the same result. Kicking away.
There was a cry of catch it, but that's probably just a natural reaction, isn't it, from the fielding side of the bowler?
I thought so, but Nick Cook hasn't signalled leg byes, I don't think, so it must have bounced from the pad to the bat, potentially. Because they have appealed a lot, it feels like, during these innings in a little bit, Hampshire, but I think that might have hit the bat. Dawson to Hammond. Oh, the inside edge onto pad, a thigh pad, looks like flesh. To complete the 16th over, Gloucestershire 49 for 2. Abbott to continue.
Yes, umpires Lloyd and Cook have not had a chat about the light yet, but that grey cloud that was sort of just really at the college lawn end of the ground is now actually sort of covering most of our view from our commentary point. I say the light isn't terrible. We've got 15 minutes to go until tea. There was just the chance of a shower at some point later on today. One of the ones where it's a little bit like yesterday. We might lose a little bit of time, but there's still a lot of cricket to be played. And here's Abbott again, in from the college lawn end.
Solid again from Ollie. Very good cricket. Yeah, and I think, as we've said, as long as Hampshire are content to bowl the 2 spinners, I don't think light will be too much of an issue for a while yet.
It's just still a long way behind overall.
Yeah, 207.
207. Yeah, your mental maths is
just quick. So. Oh, short.
That well. Ollie Price pulls that from the crease down to very fine leg. That's Mohammed Abbas down there, and they've brought up the 50 in the second innings. 50 for 2. First innings, of course, these two were a partnership that had plenty of work to do after the early loss of the 2 openers, and they took the score from 17 to 93 before Miles Hammond was out, and they're in a similar kind of situation again. Yeah, so it'll be familiar territory. Hammond just flexing his knees as Abbott comes in to bowl to him and lets that go.
Good leave. I think this is a really, really big part of the game now. I think if we can get to tea, these 2 unmoved, 2 down, I think we've weathered the storm a little bit. This is a good spell from Abbott in particular, testing the forward defence every single ball, it feels like.
It's one thing I said, I think, to Dan on commentary yesterday. The thing with the Bass, maybe, that he's not express pace, but he's gun barrel straight, unerringly accurate.
Yeah, I think when Dan read out his stats at averaging 15, I think that's purely because his economy rate's so low.
And
It's 4.
off his legs, that might well be 4. It's very fine, and it's gone all the way to the boundary at the chapel end of the ground at fine leg. A neat little clip from Miles Hammond, who just takes his head guard off. Here's a second look at it. It's got into position, clipped it away, and it ran all the way in front of a gentleman who's got, looks like he's got a Josh Shaw jumper on down on the and I don't think that is Josh Shaw, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Josh and probably Zach, maybe.
Here is Abbott in one way. I kind of assumed, because they were sort of sat in front of the board there, that it's just somebody who happened to have a replica jumper on, but in fact it is the man himself.
Yeah, I think those two are very rarely seen apart nowadays. I've noticed this week the little bit of a bromance just blossoming there from those two big fast bowlers, and they'll be no doubt bored, so trying to do something to take the mind off it.
Abbott
Played
into Hammond, who again drawn forward, but the bat's making quite a nice sound at the moment, isn't it? That's the
a lot of balls feel like they're hitting the middle of that bat, and I think despite how well it seems Hampshire have bowled, Hammo's strike rate's a healthy one at 74, going along very nicely.
Do you know what weight of bat he uses?
Not a clue. I have probably picked it up, as bowlers do like to think they could use a bat that good, but nah, I quite like a lot of the batters. There's not too many heavy bats nowadays, probably 2.8, something around that.
Umpire's just having a chat, probably about the light, I would think.
Yeah, those clouds are just starting to maybe move along.
Yeah, the light to the right of our vantage point is looking a little better, I would say. So it may be that that dark cloud may go round.
Donald just another man under the lid there. Donald onto the offside again.
He's just come on with some lightweight pads rather than waste the time to put them under it. I was going to say he wasn't going to put them under his trousers, but he actually has decided now that he probably should.
Yeah.
So we're going to have both a short leg and a silly point.
Dawson persisting as well with this plan of over the wicket.
Silly point's actually quite straight, almost a silly mid-off. Dawson over the wicket, and again it's just padded away by Ollie Price. This is as much about temperament and patience as anything else, as Jared said. This is the 18th over of the Gloucestershire second innings, and Ollie goes back deep into his crease. And
yeah, I think they'll both be looking to the tea break now, trying to get through that, be a bit more cautious and have a break and go again.
Dawson in again, padded away.
Yeah, I can't. If Ollie keeps doing this, I can't see him going for this plan for too long. I remember when we were at Old Trafford, felt like Zaffa was over the wicket for the best part of 4 hours, bowling into that rough. Yeah.
And was that was to Bahanan, the monk?
Yeah,
wasn't it?
for the most part. Yeah, he was got a double 100, didn't he? Yeah, it was a bit of a boring period of cricket, that.
Hammond on 32 at the non-strikers end.
Back round now.
Looking at Price, who is coming, as you say, he took changed his guard there with Dawson coming back round the wicket.
Yeah, Donald out from under the lid and Gubbins across, just the one man now in front of the bat.
Dawson. Ollie Price goes back. That was almost on the splice for a moment there. He did control it well enough, has just steered it into the gap, so there was no chance of a catch, but that's the one that Dawson's looking for, just to catch it a little bit higher on the bat so that it's not quite as secure a shot. He's got his foot in the right place for that though. Cut it away. There is a man on the deep point boundary, and they'll just amble through for a single. Ollie Price will keep the strike. They're going to have a look at. It will be Abbott, I think. Will be to bowl.
Yeah. And
2 overs to go until.
Cook just looks like he's. I don't know if he's just put the light meter on there. I don't know.
Yeah, they're having a look at the reading.
Yeah.
Yes, they are on the stumps at the college lawn end. And
Oh no.
Graham Lloyd.
Looks like they're happy. I think 7:30 was the reading I heard from yesterday morning.
What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure. I think the lower
7:30 compared to 4:30 or 11:30.
I think
what is it?
seven. The lower the number, the darker it is.
Right. Okay.
So, as it gets from higher to lower, that's when it hits that number, we have to come off.
So here's Abbott with probably, well, certainly his last over
Kept
40,
down.
and Ollie Price has kept that down well. He's got 4 more for it. That's been a very profitable, the most profitable area for him today in terms of runs scored. Pulling behind square on the leg side for anything short. Here's a second look at this. This is Abbott from the college lawn end. He's prepared to whip that away.
Yeah, it's an impressive shot, especially as we spoke about Abbott hitting the bat a little bit harder than you expect and looking so comfortable when it's short of a length. And as we said, I think earlier, the dimension of this ground mean the corners, if you can get it in the gap, it's so hard to stop.
Abbott no doubt riled by that. Comes in once more and again. Ollie Price just pushes it out on the offside. Dawson's figures at the moment at the other end, not as impressive as they were in the first innings, where he took 4 for 44 from 15 overs, albeit part of that spell was bowled last night under no real scoreboard pressure at all. Barker's taken 2 for 6 in his opening spell. Dawson at the moment 4 overs for 10 runs, hasn't bowled a maiden yet. Abbott quite expensive by his standards. Again, another short one, and
Well played.
Ollie Price, same scenario, pulls it, keeps it down, and again rotates the score.
I think the difference
By one.
between the pull shots we've seen today from Ollie and maybe the dismissals is I think he's looking to hit them hard, whereas early on in the season when he got out to them I think he was almost just looking to roll his wrists and flick them, whereas today there's real intent behind those shots and they are racing away.
Keith Barker's at mid-off for Hammond, walking in or ambling in as Hammond is beaten, and umpire Lloyd says not out. Now, what was the appeal for? Was it for the feather edge, or did it clip the pad on the way through? Here's a second look at it.
I reckon they're probably appealing for the edge, but I didn't hear anything, I don't think.
No, I would suggest that was probably for LBW.
Oh really?
Brown's taken it. Everybody's gone up.
I think it's an ambitious appeal that if it's flicked the padding, still gone to the keeper.
I'm sure you can say it, Jared, that some teams are more enthusiastic with their appeals than others.
Yeah, you could say that.
Here is Abbott. Into Hammond, who's clipped that very
4.
fine, and he's got that fine of Mohammed Abbas. It's gone down to the boundary at fine leg at the chapel end, just by where Josh Shaw was sitting a few moments ago. For 450 up for Gloucestershire in the second innings. The deficit, though, still considerable.
Yeah, it's been a great partnership to watch again. Both lads look calm, playing their own game, the same tempo. It's been very impressive. Hopefully they can add to that 50.
Well, the stand between these two in the first innings was 76. I think that's right, if my math is right. Yeah, 76. So they've got to top that again if they can. And Abbott fires down the last ball of his over. 4 overs for 26. and wicketless, and in the first innings 1 for 40 from 13, so he's not found it all that easy out there for a player who's done really well for Hampshire, not only this season but in previous seasons as well. So that will probably mean that Dawson will bowl the last over before tea. I did suggest that Hampshire might get to tea with 40 overs still to bowl. It will be 41 unless they can squeeze 2 in, and the clock is ticking around to 4:28. So
I'd suggest probably not now. Hope for the lads are smart and try to take the time out of this over.
There'll be a chat and a bit of pitch work and a change of guard and all those sorts of things that will mean they'll just ensure that this is the last over. Ollie Price will try and see it out. Dawson round the wicket to bowl to him, and he stretches forward.
Yeah, I think I cursed it last time when I said, can we get to the interval, and Higo got out unfortunately before, so I'm going to keep quiet.
Here is Dawson round the wicket. It's Price who pushes it past him. I think he's Gubbins under the lid.
Yeah.
At silly mid-off.
Yeah, I think what's been really impressive for me is at both ends there's hardly been a false shot since they both came in, and against a quality attack, that's key. Limiting the mistakes, and really solid.
Dawson in, Ollie Price goes deep into his crease there. He's trusting the bounce and trusting his ability to play the ball if it should scoot along a bit. Dawson, quite a whippy action, and Ollie Price will take the single. There's a big gap on the leg side. Mohamed Abbas is very deep there. At long on. So 2 balls to go, and Miles Hammond. So it's James Fuller just coming in on the single here, but Hammond will know what he's got to do. 36 not out.
Well played.
Steered that away, so 65. Gloucestershire have got the deficit overall down below 200, but that's probably still 2 sessions batting here just to get themselves in front overall. Dawson in, and Hammond heads to the pavilion, having played the last ball of the session defensively out on the offside. 65 for 2 at tea. Gloucestershire following on. The overall deficit is 191.
This match will resume after the tea interval in 20 minutes.
10 to 5, the players will come back out for this final session. There might be potentially a period here where Hampshire have to bowl the seamers if this grey cloud sticks around, but on the balance of the day, Hampshire have taken 10 wickets in 2 sessions, Jared, and that's probably above where they'd hope to be at this point.
Yeah, 100%, especially with how well they've batted and the pitch looking a good one for batting. So they won't be too worried about how long these last 8 wickets take, as long as they get them. I think we've just got to remain positive, keep looking to score as these 2 have done, and who knows, keep that belief as we spoke about, and you never know, we can get back into this game and, as I said earlier, apply some pressure back onto Hampshire. It feels like it's all been on us so far.
Well, thanks for your time this afternoon. Thanks for giving up your afternoon session after your gym
Pleasure.
At lunchtime. Dan will be back after tea, and we'll rejoin you when play resumes just before 10 minutes to 5. Gloucestershire 65 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing by 191, and with a lot of work still to do. Well, hello again from Cheltenham, where we should be starting in 3 minutes after tea. But the grey cloud has forced Graham Lloyd and Nick Cook to go out with the light meter. And what they've basically indicated, I think, to James Vince is that if you want to come out and play, you can, but you'll have to bowl your spinners. And at least Hampshire have got 2. So I'm sure they would want to go out there, and if it means bowling Organ and Dawson as long as the light will allow, then I'm sure Vince will do that.
I think they've set the precedent there yesterday, though, because once they do that, they can't. That has to continue for the whole of the game, doesn't it? So once they set that precedent, which they did yesterday, then
might there come a point where they say even the spinners can't?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it is gloomy. I think it's really gloomy. If you look at the lights on the scoreboard there, they're glowing. The lights in the marquee over there are extremely bright, and you do have to wonder if this is fit at the moment for cricket. It's fit for club cricket, no doubt. I played in a lot worse, but this is professional cricket, and I haven't got James Fuller whacking down 87-mile-an-hour thunderbolts at my head.
And actually, our PA announcer Ben Feasy just said to me a moment ago, before Cook and Lloyd, the umpires for this match, return to the field, would you start in this with a quick bowler? And I said, well, I think the debate would be whether you'd start in this at all.
Yeah.
And actually, we are going to start, but it is going to be with Felix Organ to bowl the first over after tea. And it could be that we're going to have Organ and Dawson bowling for as long as the light will allow here at Cheltenham on this third day. 65 for 2 is the score. Ollie Price has 16, Miles Hammond has 36, and it will be Organ to shuffle out his mark, which he does in a very odd fashion at the College Lawn end.
Dorset lad, like David Payne, Gloucestershire.
Bowling from the College Lawn
I
end.
don't think the forecast, I mean, Cam Hasty was just looking at the Met Office forecast of overnight and into tomorrow, and there is the chance of some sort of rain around about early hours of the morning and then again at breakfast time. And we might get a window where we could start, but then again in the afternoon, again there is a chance of rain in the afternoon. So Hampshire will be desperate to stay out there for as long as possible tonight and make as many inroads as they can. And to that end, Price and Hammond have to resist. So just a slip and a short leg for Felix Organ, who hasn't bowled yet in this innings, to come in and bowl his off spin, and that's gone through everything, past Ben Brown, down towards the boundary at fine leg. There's a chase for Anaran Donald, and he has hauled it in just, and they'll come back for 2 byes. That's beaten everything, and the hard-working staff who look after the cameras for us here, James Healy and Cameron Hasty, have just they've just acquired, I don't know by whom, a large ice cream with a certain chocolate edition. 67 for 2. Dot ball from Organ to Ollie Price, whose application and concentration so far today has been one of the impressive things. He's going to pick up 1 there too. I think that was off the bat. Oh, it wasn't off the bat either. There was a sound indicates there might have been a touch of an edge, but 68 for 2. Every run important at this point. I mean, I did suggest to Jared, Dan, just at the end of that afternoon session, that Gloucestershire had probably 2 sessions batting from making Hampshire bat again if in normal playing time.
Yes, they are, and it's. I don't think they'll be looking at that. I think, realistically, only the weather can save Gloucestershire from this point.
Organ around the wicket to Hammond, who gracefully plays that out all the way along the ground to the sweeper on the cover boundary. That's Fuller down there, I think, in front of the Sanford Road stand. Not many have left, a lot of people still here, conscious that 40 overs cricket is quite a bit from this point in the day. Whether we'll get all of it with the light, it remains to be seen. Organ over the wicket to Ollie Price, who goes back and plays it out on the offside. I mean, if Ollie Price wants it, there's quite a big gap through cover where he could push a single. Abbott is out on the cover boundary just to our left. Organ bounces in, and Ollie Price just turns that wide of the fielder at short forward square, and again he'll pick up one. So Organ's first over's cost 2 singles, but also byes added to that conceded by Bryn Brown earlier. And Gloucestershire 70 for 2, and here's Liam Dawson down from the chapel end.
Yeah, we're going to Dawson.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. I mean, Nick Gubbins was joking on air yesterday about the fact that he'd taken 4 wickets in the winter bowling his leg spin in one match. He'd taken 4 of his 5 first-class wickets bowling in one game in the winter. So it would be something rather rash to think of him as another option. But realistically, it's going to be these 2.
Dawson from the chapel end. I'll update you from some scores from around the country. Here's Dawson. Ollie Price defends that. Ollie Price on a 17 or 58 balls. Hammond motoring along, 37 off 49. Dawson none for 11 in his 6th over. That's cut away out to deep cover. Right, at Taunton, Somerset, 114 for 2. Their lead has now been extended to 262 runs in that game against Yorkshire. And they'll be looking to push on there. Dawson coming over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Surrey are 30 for none, requiring 131 runs to beat Essex in a game which, if Hampshire don't win this, they'll extend their lead at the top of the table. Oh, and that's nearly gone off the inside edge. Let's see if we can see this one again. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Nearly goes into short leg. I think it's Gubbins there at short leg. Oh, just before him. And that's defended by Miles Hammond.
Needs to be a foot further in towards the pads of Hammond there, didn't he? He's just a fraction deep, or at least for that chance anyway.
Yeah. Dawson. Oh, that gets a bit of bounce out of nowhere. That completes the over. Right, so Kent are 308 for 5. They're currently leading Warwickshire by 248 runs in an intriguing battle up at Edgbaston. North Hants have got Lancashire in a spot bother. They've set them 239, and Lancs are currently 39 for 1. So, they're currently 239 behind. So they require
278.
278.
My maths tells me.
Well done, Ian.
Organ into Ollie Price.
In the East Midlands derby, Derbyshire are following on against Nottinghamshire, and they're currently trailing by 286 runs, all 10 wickets intact in their second innings.
Still Gubbins in at short leg for Felix Organ. Into Ollie Price. He's getting that front foot a long way forward here.
Sussex 523, Middlesex 302 for 6 at Lords.
Umpire Lloyd looks on as Felix Organ is in. There's the sweep. Oh, where's that?
Ouch.
That's hit Gubbins. Where's that hit him?
Oh,
Has that gone off the funny bone? He gets a...
he's hit him in the chest, hasn't it?
He just gets a consolatory pat from Ollie Price as well as his teammates. He didn't mean it. At this instant, obviously in the match last year where Price swept a ball actually off Joe Weatherly and it went clunk off the helmet of Tom Alsop at short leg and rebounded for a catch. He's got to be careful that doesn't happen again here. Organ in and Price stretches forward.
And finally at Leicester. Leicester got a whopping 584. Glamorgan 73 for 2. So we'll keep you updated into the evening.
Hampshire hunting a third wicket here, but Ollie Price is showing actually quite a lot of application here, considering how relatively little first-class cricket he's played. To be pushed up the orders number 3, get a career best score earlier today, and now be back in again before the close. It was a maiden over from Felix Organ. There wouldn't be too many first-class games where he's batted twice in a day before. And it's a relatively rare occurrence anyhow for most first-class cricketers, perhaps unless you're used as a night watchman perhaps. But here he is, having chiefly batted at 7, but as Jared Warner said earlier on, there was a decision made late yesterday that they would push him up the order. He's been batting up the order in the second 11. Here's Dawson.
Dawson in to Hammond, who defends that back down the pitch to him.
He didn't defend that from the crease though, did he? He
No.
used his feet there, which is how he got out in the first innings.
I mean, can you imagine if he got stumped twice in a day? Oh. Don't even think about it, Whiting. Oh, no, it's well bowled. A little bit more flight, tosses that one up. Tempts Hammond into a drive. Can you imagine if he got stumped twice in a day in?
I wonder what the coach would say.
Wonder what social media would say. Oh dear. That's defended down. Ben Brown runs around from behind the stumps and collects the ball. Can you imagine social media? You'd have to turn it off. You'd have to turn off comments on Facebook.
It would break the internet.
It would. Don't get stumped, Miles Hammond, please. Dawson in, and that's swept. That's a good bit of work round the corner there by the fielder Felix Organ. Number 3 on his back,
Should
playing left back.
So of course the Western Storm are playing here on Saturday. Their game against the South East Stars, and two of the Western Storm girls have been picked in the England A team today.
Dawson to
Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson, I think, are the two. They've been named in the England A squad, so well done to them.
Yep, well done. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good to see local people. Dawson around the wicket. Price just clips that one around the corner. Kyle Abbott doing the fielding there. That completes the over. So 72 for 2. Miles Hammond on 38. Ollie Price has got 18. Felix Organ 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Liam Dawson 7 overs, no maidens, none for 13. The light has improved a little, I think.
It's only marginal. I'm not sure that. I mean, the umpires presumably would need to take another reading to judge whether they could bowl the quicker bowlers or not. Maybe James Vince may at some point ask them to do that. But if the two spinners aren't being hit about, certainly in the first 20 minutes or so, you would think that Vince would be content just to be out there and give them the chance of another wicket. Here is Organ. It's pushed out by Miles Hammond to Vince. I'm sure he'll be in constant dialogue with the umpires about what he can and can't do with these bowlers. Hammond just setting himself once more. 2 slips in for him. Organ around the wicket. And Hammond, ooh, that was not the little conservative defensive push you might have thought. Here's the camera from the college lawn end. It went into the ground, I think. Not sure it was a chance to Ben Brown. He may not have known that. You can see the slope across the square. It's quite pronounced from that angle. And then goes back. Punches that into the gap, not with any real timing, but Fuller's out on the point boundary. Pick up one more. And to be fair, our cameraman at the college lawn end is not behind the bowler's arm, so maybe it accentuates the angle a bit, but you can see just where Organ is getting some natural help from the angle of the pitch. Will Ollie Priestley go back to his sweeping tactic? No. Just a little nudge into the offside. Vince comes round to his right, pick up one more. These two, 14 was on the board when Miles Hammond walked out to bat, so they've added 60. And they added 76 earlier today, so it's an important partnership. Organ bowls off the balls of his feet, doesn't he?
Yeah. Although they say that, you know, an off spinner or even a left armer should bowl off the ball and pivot, and that's where the spin comes from. Not just from the fingers, it's from the rotation of the body as it comes through.
Here is Organ. Again, Hammond doesn't time that. That should have gone out through the offside, but in the end he's got an inside on the inside half of the bat. And Keith Barker ambles round and they'll just pick up one. So Hammond goes to 40. And Ollie Price on 19, as you can see on the bottom part of your screen. There's the graphic, and there's the full scorecard of the Gloucestershire second innings, which they started 256 runs behind.
He's had a decent game, Ollie Price, and he's maiden first-class wicket, 80-odd runs. It's a lot more for him to do yet, though.
Yes, indeed. And as we said during the afternoon session, there's quite a similarity between the game this year and the game last year. Gloucestershire batting in the third innings and batting from a long way behind.
Liam Dawson. Oh, that sneaked along the ground. Hammond lunges down, just drops the portcullis down. Oh, that nearly got through him, didn't it?
Very nearly did.
Dawson.
That did too. That didn't get very much either.
Oh, we're getting Graham Lloyd actually at this end now. Second innings. He's seems to be beckoning something over from behind us. Maybe it's good weather behind us. I don't know.
I agree with you. It is lifting a little.
Yep. There's one to Miles Hammond. Punches it off the back foot. Out to Mohammed Abbas, fielding down in front of the members.
Got all the quick bowlers on the leg side here. Barker, Abbas and Abbott.
Oh, really a mix up there. The last thing Gloucestershire need is a mix-up.
Hammond put his hand up there. I mean, it was Price's call. Steer that onto the offside. You had to go past Gubbins first.
Dawson in. That's well bowled. Price though he presses forward, then rocks onto the back foot and rides the bounce, plays it out to backward point. Dawson and a little bit short. Price cuts out to deep cover. He'll retain the strike. He moves on to 20. Miles Hammond on 41. Gloucestershire 77 for 2.
I think whether you mentioned this on the first day or not, there was a quote from Matthew Walker, who's the coach at Kent. I think it was after the last round of championship matches, and he said, just like Graham was just taking another light meter reading here at the moment. I would say it's lighter than when.
I wonder if it's so they can bowl the quicks.
Yeah, so I think he is saying that it has improved, and that if they want to bowl Barker, they can do, and they're going to straight away. So that's proof that our eyes aren't deceiving us, and that the cloud has lifted a little bit, and that Hampshire want to take the initiative here and bowl Keith Barker or one of the other quicker bowlers as soon as possible. So the quote from Matthew Walker was, from a Kent point of view, that they have to go from clinging on in matches to looking as if they can win, and that effectively is the challenge that is facing Gloucestershire as well in several of these games, and this almost is a clinging on at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
From a position where they are a long way behind in the game. Barker then, sort of spice things up a bit, in towards Price, and he's pulled it straight to Vince at mid-wicket first ball. Well, he middled it all right, but he's pulled it straight to the fielder, and Hampshire have a third wicket, and all that graft for Ollie Price has gone in a flash there. He's done really well against the spinners. His eyes have lit up at a short ball. He's used the pull shot effectively behind square, and he's just got in front of that a bit early, and Barker has got a wicket straight away, and it's 77 for 3.
They've been testing him with that short ball all day, haven't they? And finally he's succumbed to it. And good change of bowling there from Vince.
Well, he's asked the umpires quite rightly, has the light improved? They've judged that it has, and the reward has been instant.
Here's James Bracey, and he needs a score.
He's on a pair, of course.
James Bracey is sponsored by the Cheltenham Group.
James Bracey brings us back to two left-handers again. Hampshire will be relentless in this situation, won't they? Price caught by skipper Vince for 20 off Barker.
They certainly will.
And they will spot the well, they've more than spotted the opportunity already by enforcing the follow-on, and they want to keep going. So Barker then to Bracey. And lets that go through to Ben Brown. First up.
Keith Barker 3 for 6. Went for a walk around the ground when you had Jared Warner on earlier, and a couple of Hampshire fans down by where that flag of St George with the Hampshire CCC is opposite us. They were talking about Big Keith this and Big Keith that.
Here he is, into Bracey again. Lets that go on height more than anything else, through to Ben Brown.
It reminded me of The Office with Big Keith from Accounts in The Office. So I don't know if you ever watched The Office, Ian. Were you?
No.
No. Yes. Cameron Hasties laughing. He knows who I'm on about.
Was he somebody who was, if you didn't pay on time, he was the man to...
No, he was a rather strange individual. I'm not saying Keith Barker's a strange individual at all.
Here he is.
Just shares a Christian name with him, that's all.
11 of... Hang on, we have an 11 of famous Keiths. No.
Keith Richard.
No. Can we have 11 cricketing Keiths?
Ooh, Keith Boyce. Keith Andrew. Keith Arthurton, yeah.
Who was the? Was there a
what about Kerry O'Keefe?
No, come on. Was there a top order batsman at Middlesex?
Keith Tomlins, Keith Dutch at Middlesex.
There's 2. We're nearly there. I'm not saying it's the balanced 11, but you know what I mean.
Shane Keith Warne. Am I pushing that? Is that tenuous at best?
I don't think it is. It's the 27th over of the Gloucestershire second innings. Hammond, having got in now, has to help Bracey get settled. Bracey survives the Barker over. Barker 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 6 he's taken, and an instant reward for his introduction. He wants a drink as well, brought on by 12th man Joe Weatherly. And Hampshire will be mentally adding 2 wickets to this board and thinking that they have a great chance of keeping pace with Surrey, because Surrey look very well set in their game, with a chance for a win, possibly even a chance for a win tonight perhaps. That might be stretching it a bit. Here's Dawson to continue.
Here he is, over the wicket to Hammond. Defends that. Well, we've got 6 Keiths at the moment.
$125 more to win, sorry, need.
Dawson, inside edge there from Hammond. Didn't know a lot about that. Short, and Hammond plays that one back to him.
Kyle Abbott's almost in our eye line here of watching Hammond setting himself. There is still a short leg in.
Oh, and he goes back to a full-length delivery there. And I've got 7 Keiths.
You've got 7 Keiths.
Got 7 Keiths at the moment for my 11.
Tomlins, Dutch,
Arthurton, Miller, Andrew, Barker, Brown. Oh, and that's in the air, and that falls just short of deep square leg, nearly down the throat of James Fuller out there. Oh. Lives on the edge, Miles Hammond, doesn't he, at times?
You got Keith Boyce on that list?
No, I haven't. I did say Boyce, didn't I?
You did.
Dawson in. Bracey leaves it alone. That completes the over, 78 for 3. So we've got our 8 Keiths. Looking for 3 more Keiths.
No Keiths in the surnames, I take it. I can't think of a... No. Keith Jennings at Somerset.
Oh, like it, Ian. Like
Pull
it.
that one out.
Not Keithan Jennings, Keith Jennings.
Yeah.
Yes. It's going to be an older player. You don't get many modern day lads called Keith. Don't rock up to the maternity ward and say, "Oh, here's my baby Keith." Doesn't really happen much these days, does it?
So back to 2 slips, so they're quite well spaced for Barker to Miles Hammond. And there's quite a long way forward there. Again, I think he's back to batting just outside his crease again to Barker. And he picks up another single. So Bracey again takes guard just to see if Barker's going to stay over the wicket. You got one more? Oh, Keith Medlicott, yeah. So we're very near. You've got a wicket. Who can keep wicket out of that team?
Keith Brown.
Oh, yeah. Barker staying over the wicket to Bracey. the book of good leaves and bad leaves. That was a good one.
I'm looking for one more Keith for my 11.
Hampshire have taken 11 wickets today.
Cameron Hasty racking his brains for a Keith. He's got no Keiths up his sleeve.
Barker sets himself once more. Bracey drives pleasantly. Good stop. It's Kyle Abbott, I think, who's got everything behind that and gets the high fives from Mohammed Abbas. Dan's just looking back through his scorebook for earlier in the season to see if he can find a Keith anywhere.
Find a Keith. That's a Keith.
Barker to Bracey. Oh, that's struck firmly, but partially stopped by the bowler.
No, I've got nothing.
Well, it is probably going to, in all probability, be a player from 30 years ago or more.
I think Keith was at his height as a name, probably at sort of 50s and 60s. I think that was one of the sort of the halcyon years for Keith.
Barker to Bracey on his toes. Out onto the offside play, very much from the crease.
Drop us a line, commentators at Glos CCC.
Can you help? We need one.
I need one more Keith for my 11.
Cricketer called Keith.
So far, I have got Keith Tomlins, Keith Dutch, Keith Arthurton, Keith Miller, Keith Andrew, Keith Barker, Keith Brown, Keith Boyce, Keith Jennings, and Keith Medlicott. Drop us a line. There it is.
Keith Bradshaw,
Ooh.
Australian, says Ben Feasy.
Yeah, well,
Are we allowed an Aussie in there?
Well, we've got a couple of West Indians in there.
Oh, that's
with Keith Boyce and
we've got Miller as well. So
Keith Miller's in there. Yeah, Keith Arthurton, he's in there.
End of Barker's over. 79 for 3.
My Shane Keith Warne was poo-pooed by Ian Randall.
Yeah, I think that's probably stretching things a bit. Mohammed Abbas hasn't had.
As was Kerry O'Keefe.
Yeah, no, you can't have that. That's definitely off limits.
Kerry O'Keefe 12 man. Not quite good enough for my Keith 11. Oh no.
Dawson bowling to Hammond, who tries the reverse sweep.
It's when you're batting out a draw. There's rain forecast for tomorrow afternoon. It's where
Taking the positive approach.
there's positives, but it's time just to possibly put the reverse away, you know?
It's an indication of Hammond's confidence in where he is with his batting. It's a clever shot. It's gone all the way for 4.
Yeah, well,
Is he really just trying? He's trying to disrupt Dawson here, isn't he?
yeah.
And Hammer's got to within 3 of a 6th first class 50 of the season.
I'd like to see him get 100. I really would. I like him as a player. It's good to watch. He's never dull.
Dawson again, Hammond into the ground that time. That was a little bit less secure than the reverse he played off the previous ball. Pulled Felix Organ round now to almost a short third man to stop that shot. Dawson Dawson again. Hammond on the bounce to Gubbins. Hampshire still got plenty of runs in the lock, haven't they, here?
Certainly have.
But they don't want to be batting again unless they absolutely have to. Dawson seen out at the end of that over by Hammond. He hasn't bowled a maiden yet in this second innings. 10 overs for 20 after taking 4 wickets in the first innings. The overall position is that Gloucestershire are still 173 behind. Next week, of course, Northants are here. That's a Monday start, though, not a Tuesday. So if you're thinking about your cricket next week,
oh,
it's a Monday start. Here is Barker in once more, steered away by Bracey, who's off the mark. He's going to get 4, in fact, down through the gully region, down towards the boundary on the Sanford Road side for 4.
Kevin Taylor's listening in, father of Jack and Matt.
He's got some Keith, has he?
He's got Keith Piper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Although, Keith Piper or Keith Brown for your keeper? Ooh, questions.
Certainly be in the squad. Bracey waits again for Barker. Pleasantly out to Gubbins at extra goal. They've got a bit of third slip in now. James Vince has gone back in at first. He's pushed Dawson to second, and I think Ian Holland at third.
Tom Wade, Keith Fletcher.
Oh,
of course, Keith Fletcher.
Known as
the Gnome.
Yes.
Yes.
Barker gathers himself again. Bracey with the cry, catch it.
Ooh.
For the big fellow as he went through and he's followed through.
Bracey got caught and bowled twice in a day.
I don't think that carried, but I'll have another look. Can we tell off this?
Ooh,
It was low.
It was a chance.
It was low, but it was a one-hander. It would have really had to stick. Barker in again. Bracey up to mid-off. Carl Abbott. Long way to bend down there, but just another dot in the score. But the scorers here at Cheltenham are up on the gymnasium balcony. The shot you so frequently see of Cheltenham is either of the gymnasium with the balcony on the front, which is used as a players' pavilion, or of the chapel. And the analysts' paraphernalia is also up there. Barker to Bracey.
Black-headed gull just flew straight out in front of us, crossing the ground there, flying over towards the marquees.
And indeed over the marquees, if that's the same one.
It was, yeah. A little bit inland, maybe his sat-nav's gone. Because they're the ones who tend to stay on the coast, aren't they, the black-headed ones? They're the ones who tend to... They're not scavengers who go inland so much.
Bracey, that's that pass outside the off stump. Again, it's a good leaves and bad leaves. There's nothing in between. And Bracey at the moment has got 4 to his name, and just a punch of gloves with Hammond, who's got 47 off 77, having made quite a bright 38 earlier in the day, and then inexplicably almost given the charge to Liam Dawson, and quite an easy stumping for Ben Brown, really.
30 overs left in the day. Miles Hammond is about to face Liam Dawson. Dawson in. Hammond plays him down the ground, and that's gone through. Aneurin Donald there at mid-on, and runs away for 4 runs. That's going to be Miles Hammond's 50. 78 balls, 10 fours.
50 for Miles.
Well batted, Miles Hammond.
78 balls, 10 fours.
Now, time to double it up. Team really needs him here.
Highest score of the season, that unbeaten 75.
Dawson in to Hammond.
Interesting though that again he's still prepared to use his feet
Yeah.
to Dawson, even in this what you might determine this to be a defensive situation.
Here's Dawson over the wicket. Hammond prods that into the leg side.
I don't know
Gubbins.
It's interesting that here we are at nearly 5:30. We could be on for a 7:30 finish again tonight if the light holds and all the overs are bowled.
Ooh, and Hammond goes dancing. That spat a little bit as well.
Dawson's dispensed with the sunglasses now. He doesn't feel he needs them.
Don't get stumped, Miles. Please don't get stumped. Dawson in. Hammond plays that. Possibly just tucking the bat away behind the pad. It's a good way of playing a shot without looking like playing a shot. Dawson. Hammond again goes walkies to him. That completes the over. 91 for 3. Hammond 51. Bracey 4. 29 overs remaining in the day, and it's going to be a late one. We're on overtime, aren't we, Ian?
I don't know what was written into the contract at the start of the season. I haven't got a clue. Another reading from Graham Lloyd at the.
Yeah, it's darkened up again.
Yes, I wonder if that. Keith Barker would be on, but I just wonder whether they're going to go back to Felix Organ here. Yes, it is going to be Organ coming back on.
With his pigeon-stepped run-up.
Yes, it's a very strange affair how he marks out his run. But I mean, if it works for him and he doesn't bowl a no ball, then
Yeah.
That's fine. But so Barker's got the wicket of Ollie Price, and now Felix Organ is coming back on again. So it must be a very fine margin on that reading. As to what they consider good enough for Barker to bowl, and what is not. But I might argue he's kind of done the job because he's split that third wicket partnership, even though his spell was short. So the off spinner back into the attack, and James Bracey is facing him and stretching forward. He's a tidy off spinner, isn't he, Felix Organ? You'd say.
Yeah, he's quite flat, isn't he?
Action a little bit reminiscent of Alex Hartley, if you watch the England, familiar with the England women's team. Now obviously plays for Lancashire Thunder and also appears quite a lot as a summariser on the women's game and indeed the men's game as well now. Bracey chops that away again into the ground though as he goes back to Organ.
A chap on Twitter called Xavier Voigt-Hill.
Oh yes, Xavier Voigt-Hill, yes. He is a statistician at Sussex.
Is he?
Yes.
He's come up with a decent Keith.
Here is Organ in once more, and Bracey not interested in attacking that in any way, shape or form.
I've never heard of this guy. He played 48 games for Zimbabwe from 2005 to 2010. He's now the coach of the Denmark men's team. Goes by the name of Keith de Bengua.
Nicely clipped by Bracey into the gap. Barker's on the chase, Abbott is on the chase, and they might get 3 here because that's played into that pocket that Tom Smith was talking about yesterday, where you can run 3 up towards the Premier Club marquee, and that's exactly what they've done. Hammond's going to get back onto strike again.
Keith de Bengwa, are you aware of such a key thing?
No, he wasn't.
No.
He wasn't on my list.
No.
Or not on my mental list.
Never
anyway.
heard of him. Never heard of him. But you know, he's given me the link to ESPN Cricket Info. So you know, he's got his referral in place, done his research.
Organ round the wicket to Hammond, who stretches forward, and the end of Organ's first over in this spell. 4 overs, no wicket for 8. His figures. So yeah, just to sort of map out the rest of the Cheltenham Festival for you. Western Storm against the South East Stars here on Saturday, and then Gloucestershire against Northants starts on Monday next week, not a Tuesday start, Monday start. Then at the end of next week, before the start of the Royal London, Gloucestershire have a game here against Wiltshire next weekend. And then the Royal London starts with a Warwickshire match on the 2nd of August. So.
Yeah, I found out I was covering that this morning. I wasn't aware that I was covering that one. It's Dawson to Hammond, and Hammond doesn't know a lot about that. Wasn't aware I was covering that one, but we are.
Which one's that?
Wiltshire. Here. Was it always in the diary?
Pardon?
Was it always in the diary?
Oh, it wasn't in my diary.
No, nor mine, but apparently we are. Dawson. That's played out to Hammond the best. Apparently we are covering it.
Ah.
Yes. It wasn't in our diaries, was it? No, but we are covering it.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's? Are you sure it's with commentary rather than just with pictures? We'll ask. We'll ask the management.
Yeah. Dawson to Bracey. No, to Hammond. Sorry.
I think Bracey's actually batting in a sweater out there. It's not that cold, James. Honestly, I mean, I get compared to Monday, it's like, you know, it's like a fridge.
Dawson, and he's perilously close to being caught at slip, but that's going to run away for 4 runs. That's well bowled by Liam Dawson. And that was nearly. Let's have a look at this.
Can we see Ian
Is that
Holland
James
in the
Vin-
shot here?
No, it's Ian Holland at slip. Oh, tumbling away just wide of him. Moral victory to Dawson.
Hammond's trying not to get bogged down here, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it's the old balance of risk and reward, isn't it? Because there is a one might argue that is any risk almost worth taking? Yes, I know Gloucestershire are a long way behind, and they've got to take the runs kind of when they're available, but
Dawson over the wicket, reversed, and that goes through. You think about a single, it goes through Felix Organ, but he manages it to recover it. The only problem here is one of these two get out, it then opens the door, doesn't it? Alright, Graham Van Buren batted well, got 50 in the first innings, but that's his first 50 of the season. Ryan Higgins looks all at sea at the moment. You know, he looks confident, but perhaps too confident, possibly. We saw from the shot earlier in the over coming up to lunch where he lost his off stump. And then, you know, you start to move down to Zafar Gahar and then into the
counter-attackers, really.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if one of these two gets out, it just opens the door. There's still 27 overs left here. We're going to be on for extended play tomorrow as well, aren't we?
Yes, there are. There's 104
104 tomorrow. So it's about just killing the game here, isn't it? It's about taking time out of the game and chewing up the balls.
Well, again, more like meter readings and more bowling changes. So whether just 1 over of Felix Organ was necessary, just to let that dark cloud pass round the ground. And now Kyle Abbott is on with 3 slips, and James Bracey is to face him. This ball now in this Gloucestershire second innings into its 35th over, so the initial hardness will have gone.
Joe Weatherly's on the pitch.
Yeah, I think it's Barker who's gone off. Yeah, I don't see Barker out there at the moment. Weatherly's been, I mean, Hampshire's only named 13 for this match, so Weatherly's been doing a lot of 12th man duty. Here's Abbott to bowl to Bracey. You've got a little bit inside that. Our friends, Dan's friends, the black-headed gulls.
We've got 3 different types of gulls in front of us here. Got a black-headed gull. I think we've got the herring gull and a common gull, haven't we? Are they the 3 types of gulls here?
That's probably the one that was outside my window last week, making a racket. That one in the morning. Abbott into Bracey, who tries to unfurl the big cover drive. Doesn't get a touch. It goes through to Ben Brown. Another look at this from the camera at the College lawn end. Didn't get the front foot right far enough across. And just a little bit of hazy sunshine now threatening to appear. Abbott in again to Bracey. Stopped by Abbott off his own bowling. Hampshire just trying to keep the bowlers going here. It's been a long day for them, 112 overs. Dan's just checking on his knowledge of gulls.
The herring gull and the black-headed gull were right, but we're looking for the spotted individual, and I think it's one of these that changes its coat.
Abbott into Bracey, into the ground, but fielded by Abbott off his own bowling.
Plume, actually, I think is the word that I'm looking for. But one of them, I think, when they're young, looks different to when it's older. And I think it's a young... Maybe it's a young herring gull.
Bracey about to face his 30th ball. He's got 8 at the moment. Abbott into him, and he's just really trying to challenge him on line here. Trying to just try out the runs, force a mistake, bowl the consistent. 6 inches outside off stump, maybe a bit more, 4th stump, 4.5 stump. And that was a maiden over from Abbott.
But no, I thought there was going to be a full-on gull fight out there in front of us there. Seem to be... I think they're quite territorial, aren't they? You're not a fan of seagulls? Or gulls?
It was at Bristol, was it not? We had this conversation about, seagulls in land, stormy weather at sea.
We did, yeah.
Which you'd never heard before.
No.
Well, someone did ask me today how far Cheltenham was from the sea, which is quite an interesting one.
Hammond defends Dawson, no run.
Well, technically the River Severn would be the closest, of course. When we get back to our conversations about the Severn bore.
Yeah. Dawson, and that is punched out to mid-on. Sharp single, but they scamper through. One more to Miles Hammond. That brings up the 100. 36th over. 131 minutes. And we spoke about the 7 ball, and then I got stopped going around the ground.
You got stopped?
I got stopped going around the ground, and people wanted to talk to me about the 7 ball. It's well bowled. Outside edge of Bracey's bat. Runs away to Felix Organ. Did it enhance your
knowledge of the 7 ball?
It did. It is in effect like a small tsunami. So I've been told by Ruth and Adrian Charville, sitting just round the corner here. That has... Bracey's gone reversing there. And that's... I don't know if he got anything on it, but it's hit Ben Brown. Yeah, in effect, it is a tsunami that goes the other way up the river. Dawson, bit high.
Really no higher than Zach Chappell's decision earlier on. We've looked at that several times, and it still looks one that you can understand why he was a bit unhappy with the call.
Oh, that's nearly prodded into short leg. Dawson all over Bracey here. None for 30 though. But yes, here we go. Here, let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, little bat pad. Nearly gulped up by Gubbins.
There's always going to be the cry of catch it, even if I think there's the merest feather. Mohamed Abbas was just doing some stretching a moment ago. What they might think about another burst from him. He's been relatively lightly used. Seems like a rather old-fashioned motorcycle going past behind the Thurleston roadside of the ground. Abbott to continue though for the moment. 100 for 3 Gloucestershire. They were really in a spot of bother when both Dent and Harris had gone, with only 14 on the board and a stand of 63 for the third wicket between Ollie Price and Miles Hammond, before Ollie Price pulled a ball from Barker straight to James Vince. First ball of a new spell as well.
Do you know what sort of occurred to me probably halfway through this afternoon's session, Ian, about the town of Cheltenham?
Here is Abbott in, turned away by Bracey. Might get 2 here. There's a chase for Organ out towards the boundary at deep square, but he was himself at mid-wicket, so he had a long way to travel, and they come back for 2.
I thought they were sort of the people here were in bad health, because I've seen and heard a lot of ambulances going around, and suddenly it's occurred to me that it's the hospital over the road. No, I didn't. I thought the people of Cheltenham were just ill, sickly bunch.
No. We discussed that at periods yesterday. Actually, here's Abbott in again. That's a nice looking shot, but not absolutely timed by Hammond.
I wonder why there were so many ambulances sort of going back and forth over there.
I think it was when Dave Bartlett was with us, and we said about, you know, if a player, and Ian Cobain did actually have a finger injury in a net session before a festival, in that situation, yeah, absolutely right. You can go literally over the road to A&E. That was in again, defended by Hammond. In fact, we've still got Jerry Wolstenholme's email from yesterday, which referred to a match between Gloucestershire and Surrey here, where Sylvester Clark hit Bill Athey on the hand in the first innings. Gloucestershire were left to chase 230, I think it was. Long way behind. There was then a good stand between Kevin Curran and Terry Alderman, with Athey, in theory, able to bat Bracey. Nice looking shot, but all straight to I think that's Gubbins there. He stopped the ball, but it's run sort of up his body and into his tongue there, so he's just had to just gather himself. Anyway, Athey's gone to the hospital for a check-up on his finger.
Okay.
And while he's there, this is like just before the tea interval, and while he's there, Sylvester Clark has taken the 9th wicket, and Athey isn't on the ground, therefore the match is over. Abbott in, that's nicely played. Well timed by Hammond, he's got that away through mid-wicket, and nothing that Donald can do about that, and that brings him Another boundary. Hammond to 62.
There's another story about Bill Athey. He was a fervent member of the Conservative Party, and Jack Russell was a staunch Labour man. Both left their away game. They lived not far from each other, apparently, though no one knows where Jack Russell lived. But they lived not far away from each other, within the same constituency, and both left an away game, travelled back through the night so they could vote, and both could have just stayed where they were and not voted. It would have been the same result. Dawson over the wicket. It's probably the 87 election, maybe, or 92 perhaps. When was Athey here? Might have been both, could have been neither. Or 83, or Athey still at Yorkshire back then. Liam Dawson over the wicket. Oh, where's that one gone? He's crossed the boundary rope. It's gone for 4 byes. There's... not sure, let's have another look at that. I'm not sure Bracey... I think this has turned and bounced. No, Bracey's gone reversing.
84 to 93.
Liam Dawson.
Athey at Gloucestershire.
84
to 93.
Okay, so it could have been 87 or 92 elections. Dawson to Bracey. Because I don't think you'd come back and vote for just a local council election, would you? I mean, you know.
Probably not,
no. No.
40% turnout at most local council elections, I think.
Oh, that's close. Big shout. Ball's thrown in by Kyle Abbott. Hits the stumps. It's all going off here. No one knows what's going on. There's looking at umpires, looking at runouts. As it is. Here we go. Let's have a look here. It's a bit high. Ball's thrown in. Hits the stumps. Bracey's in. Both umpires saying not out at the same time. It's all going off here. 23.2 overs left in the day. Dawson over the wicket. Tickled round the corner by Bracey. No run.
Not Gloucestershire. I mean, it's a simple concept, but they just have to make Hampshire work as hard for these last 7 wickets as they were made to work for the Hampshire 10.
Certainly, yeah. Defended by Bracey. That's the end of the over. 110 for 3. Bracey on 8. Hammond 62.
There may come a point, as indeed was the case last year, where you claw your way to a position where actually the runs do become important. Well, obviously still at 146 behind at the moment, but so if you got to lunchtime tomorrow, Gloucester are still batting, then they're probably in credit at that point.
I just think that's the passing road with countless individuals who've driven past cricket grounds that I played for. And
Kyle Abbott to start a new over.
Countless comedians who've driven past cricket grounds that I played on in the past, wound down their windows shouting, "How's that?"
Was there one?
I think so. Out of a car passing in the road, we heard a big appeal.
All right.
I think it might have been a passing car. People finding it hilarious, thinking they're the most original people ever to have done that, shouting "How's that?" out to a game of cricketers. Or "Come on, you whites" is the other one.
Abbott past umpire Cook. Again, a big appeal from Hampshire. That was just enthusiastic rather than accurate. Tuesday, it's Graham Lloyd, of course, standing at the college lawn end.
I'm sure you must have played in many a game where people shout that out. If you played next to a road.
It's a long time since I played.
Yeah.
That's what you have to remember.
Was the car invented back then?
I think probably it was. It wasn't quite sort of horse in front of the... in front of the.
People weren't shouting out
carriage at
penny
that stage.
farthing or anything.
No. Edged by Bracey and caught by Dawson at second slip. Abbott's got another wicket. It was a bit of a slash from Bracey. And Gloucestershire lose their 4th wicket on Nelson. Sharp chance, to be fair. Going at a fair rate. But Nelson strikes again. Bracey's out for 8. And now, as we are into the counter-attackers, as Dan's called them, in the middle order. Van Buren, who obviously got runs earlier on today. Higgins, Zafagahar to some degree. And Hammond still out there with 62 against his name. So if he is joined by Van Buren, which is what he's going to be, then it is the 2 men with 50s from earlier on in this match for Gloucestershire who've got to try and dig them out of this position.
Yeah, minimal footwork there from James Bracey.
The new batter, Gloucestershire captain Graham Van Buren.
Foot didn't go across, it just went a little bit. And if ever a captain's knock was needed, this is it.
And to that end, at least he's got some kind of a score behind him in this match, because if he'd have perhaps been dismissed cheaply in the first innings, you would have reservations perhaps about Graham's ability to really play a big innings here. But having had an unbeaten half century first time round, yes, he's got to start again, I get that, but there was a semblance of a return to form earlier today. He's got to face Kyle Abbott though first up, and that didn't sound too bad out of the middle.
Yeah, first innings Van Buren got 58 not out, but after him it just sort of fell away really. Higgins 11, Zafagahar 2, Tom Price is at 0, Zach Chappell 0, Josh Shaw 0. Sorry, Zach Chappell 1, Josh Shaw 0.
Yeah, so the problems were at the other end, and not largely at his end, because he was obviously finished unbeaten anyway. Abbott, this high stepping run into Van Buren, who drops down on that. I had a conversation with somebody at the start of play today and said it was not impossible that Gloucestershire could be batting again and 2 down by the close. Well, actually we're beyond that now. So it has been a...
Oh, I think the talk was it was not impossible that this game might have been over today.
Well,
still 22 overs left in the day.
Could they add another 8? could they claim another 8?
120 over day.
I suppose it's again a lot will depend on the light. The darker cloud that was around half an hour ago has lifted a bit, and that's why we've got the quicker bowlers back on, certainly at one end. I think Dawson will probably keep going, although he hasn't taken a wicket. He is going to, I think, Hampshire think that although whilst Hammond is continuing to use his feet, still think of the option of the reverse sweep, maybe Dawson is the man to take advantage of that.
Here is Liam Dawson over the wicket, gets a little bit of purchase out of the rough, out of the dirty part of the pitch. Hammond does well not to prod it into the hands of Nick Gubbins at short leg. Oh, that's kicked as well. That's hit Hammond in the ribs.
If this is starting to
tear up.
Yeah, out, but mainly because Barker's been bowling both sides of the wicket because of the right and left-handers,
Yeah.
and with Abbott as well, it's starting to turn out of the worn areas.
That's smothered there by Hammond. Hope Hammond can keep his concentration here. He doesn't just have a whack. Dawson in, and that scoots along the deck a little bit. Hammond plays that one quite well.
Dawson can't believe he hasn't taken 7 for 10 here. I think
Yeah.
that's the impression you're getting.
Oh, he goes reversing. And Nyron Donald around the corner at short third man. Almost in the game there.
That's why he's there. See where James Vince actually is on. I think he's at mid wicket, isn't he?
Vince is, yes. Defended, that's the over. That's a good probing over there from Liam Dawson. None for 30 or 15.
And that was where Vince took the catch to get rid of Ollie Price in that spell from Keith Barker. That little short spell. Barker's back on the field now, by the way. So I think Weatherly is trotting off. That was where we started after tea on the basis that only the spinners could be bowled. It was too dark for the faster bowlers. As soon as James Vince got the nod that he could bowl one of his 4-prong seam attack, Barker was on, and the first ball to Ollie Price was pulled straight to mid-wicket. First ball to Ollie Price was pulled straight to mid-wicket.
Cleve Hill in the distance, bathed in sunshine. But it's looking a bit murky over to our right.
But I think we're going to get a good slice of these 21 overs, you know, if not all of them. Here's Abbott to continue to. Gloucestershire captain Graham Van Buren has only faced 3 deliveries, and that's played quietly up to mid-on.
You're the local man, Ian. Where does the weather come from here?
Well, generally,
It's coming up from the south-southwest.
yeah,
It's a southwesterly.
I tend to think of it coming mainly from the College Lawn end of the ground towards the chapel.
Okay.
But
I think it just got a little bit darker again.
it's been a delicate balance with the light at points during this match. We had really a clutch of stoppages yesterday, which did cause some of the spectators, I think, quite a lot of frustration, really, because it was all driven by the first stoppage, where had the players stayed on for another 5 minutes and gone off for rain, there would not have been a reading taken. But because it was, it's set the tone. And umpire Graham Lloyd just having a look at Kyle Abbott's follow through here. Is he going to be just had a quiet word, I think, to the big South African about. I suspect he's getting very close to the stumps, and it's where maybe the second stride goes after the delivery. Here he is again. Van Buren cries yes and goes for a sharp single. He's off the mark. And Hammond answered the call well. Are you laughing at?
Kyle Abbott, who's saying to the umpire, that's one for the over. The ball's kicked up. It's nearly hit Kyle Abbott in the face. He ducked out of the way, and he's giving the umpire the signal, that's one for the over.
Abbott in his 8th over. Hammond. Now they're going to drop And Aaron Donald out here, right onto the boundary at deep square. So Abbott's going to give him a big gap on the leg side to go into if he wants, and he doesn't. So he'll just go up to Barker at mid-on. 40 overs old, 41 overs old nearly, this ball. So if Hampshire are to make further inroads tonight, it might be with the spin of Dawson, or indeed of Felix Organ for that matter. Not that he isn't a threat, but he's not bowling at the moment. Can't have it in, and forced, not absolutely timed by Hammond, but he should get a couple down to the boundary on the Sanford Road side of the ground. Deep cover. James Fuller's been lightly used in this second innings. In fact, I'm not even sure he's bowled at all. 2 for 17 in the first innings, and in fact, no, he hasn't been used at all in the second innings until now. And I suspect that even though he's doing some stretching on the far side, might not get a bowl tonight, might have to wait until tomorrow.
Depends on the light, I'd say, because I think
Possibly.
Fuller's extra pace might certainly...
Abbott is doing some stretching. I would have thought he might be a more logical thought. Dan Whiting's also doing some stretching, which is rather worrying because...
Yeah, I fancy a little trundle from the chapel end in, actually. You're going to come on for Dawson.
Yeah, you Dan Trundle Whiting, are you?
Dawson coming around the wicket to Van Buren, who plays him back with a point. No run.
Yeah, slip on the gully and a backward point there for the cut. They've seen where Van Buren is strong.
Just one off the legs there. Van Buren's second run.
I think we are going to see a Bass.
He's definitely getting a little bit murkier, I think. Steve James was always a man who had a reputation for running it down to third man, wasn't he?
Yes,
In fact, even his book is From Third Man to Fatty's Leg. I can't say why on air it's Fatty's Leg, but read the book and you'll find out.
Obviously born in Lydney, even though he was a Glamorgan player, played rugby for Lydney as well.
He did. And that is smashed by Hammond for 6. Uses his feet, picks Dawson up over long on, and moves into the 70s. Yeah, Steve James should have signed for Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire made him an offer, and he chose Glamorgan instead. Dawson, Hammond defends.
Glamorgan and England, of course.
Yeah. And Wales. Skippered Wales in a game against England. I think it was an unofficial one-day international. Dawson, Hammond moves his feet, defends it.
He thought about winding up for that, didn't he? And perhaps
He did.
he remembered what happened earlier in the day.
1-2-1 for 4. Hammond 70, Van Buren 2. Yeah, Steve James was a very good all-round sportsman. Cambridge Blue. Part of that Cambridge side with Mike Atherton. And I think Rob Turner was Rob Turner part of that Cambridge side?
Ooh. As in Somerset's Rob Turner.
Yeah. Jonathan Atkinson, who his father Colin Atkinson was head teacher at Millfield. He was in that Cambridge University side.
Mohammed Abbas.
So here, I think, is a change that we probably thought might happen. Abbas, who's only bowled 5 overs in this innings, now coming back to replace Kyle Abbott. His first bowl of the match from the College lawn end. 19 overs to go tonight, light permitting. And Hampshire will still feel they're sitting in a good position in the game. So that would get us to 61 overs if they can bowl all of the overs tonight, which leave them an hour with an old ball tomorrow. They've got a second new ball due. Here's a Bass into bowl to Van Buren. Again, punches that out to Nick Gubbins, who's still got those lightweight pads on under his trousers. He's produced one of the moments of the day, a real sharp bit of thinking to get a catch in the first innings. Often a sweep from Ollie Price that he virtually predicted. Clever piece of cricket. Abbas in and Van Buren defends. I spoke with someone about that at tea. He said it was just he almost could see the shot that Price was going to play, and then he just gambled on getting himself into position, almost like a goalkeeper predicting where a penalty kick's going to go. And he anticipated the deflection and flight of the ball, and it stuck. Abbas from the College lawn end almost bowled a no ball there. He almost had to seem to be adjusting his run, and Van Buren again defends. So he got two, but that's not the point at the moment. It's the defending of this 5th wicket partnership. Only 10 runs added since Bracey was out, and that includes the blow over the rope from Hammond. Van Buren waits quite still and clips Abbas of his legs down towards James Fuller on the mid-wicket boundary. Fuller's on the chase round, he won't haul it in. That's a good shot from Van Buren. He gets away with his first boundary. And Gloucestershire still a long way behind on the board, but trying to eat into that deficit as much as they can. There's a second look at that shot from Van Buren. There's the slope, which you can see. He placed that really well, just beyond that Hampshire flag. It's been on that side of the ground all day. Bass back at the end of his run. Once again, Van Buren this time getting into line and pushing it out on the offside. Two slips still in for Mohammed Abbas. It's a fairly orthodox field. There's a fine leg down in front of the main scoreboard. Donald and Gubbins and Barker on the leg side. That's would have gone to Barker had Mohammed Abbas not fielded that off his own bowling. Last ball of his first over back, and there's a sweater being called for by one of the Hampshire fielders. Might be Carl Abbott actually.
Yeah, it's got a little bit chilly. I was thinking of maybe putting on a second layer of apparel myself here.
I think it's all comparative to the heat of Monday. We wouldn't be thinking about that if we hadn't been sweltering here on Monday afternoon. But actually, I think that did look the right call to stop at 4:30, didn't it? It looks now as if that was the sensible decision.
Well, we're still here. We're still here. We've made it in. We got through it.
Dawson's having a long bowl here, as we might imagine he did. He was going to.
Into his 17th over. Over the wicket. Hammond defends.
Trying to, by putting Donald in at short third man, they're just trying to remove an area of scoring from Hammond here, Hampshire, aren't they?
Oh, big appeal. Big appeal. Nick Cook having none of it. Left arm spinner himself, Nick Cook. No, miles outside the line.
Nick Cook just waiting, I think, for it. Is there a noisy vehicle going down the Sandford Road? He was waiting for that, I think, and also because James Vince was having a chat with his bowler.
Hammond using his feet, defends.
He hasn't always used his feet to defend and defend it.
No.
Here today. Played a couple of very nice shots, but also it's been his downfall on one occasion as well.
Oh, dug out by Miles Hammond there. Good Yorker by Dawson. Yeah, often we spoke about, just before he got out earlier, about Hammond's positivity, and his positivity is his strength and his weakness, isn't it? Dawson, and that's reversed, and that is going to be 6. Reversed over what was point. So with the reverse sweep, he actually gets it over what is in effect square leg. And it goes over the rope, and that's a decent hit. Takes him on to 76.
Highest score of the season for Miles Hammond. Good time to make it, but he's not. The job is far from finished.
That one goes down the leg side. Brown takes the bails off, but nothing happening. It's the only over. 1-3-1 for 4. Hammond 76, Van Buren 6. Mohammed Abbas is going to take us away from the Chapel Lawn end.
Gloucestershire 125 behind at the moment. Still 17 overs to go tonight. Another meter reading being taken by Graham Lloyd. This has been a regular part of the evening session here, just to make sure that we get as much cricket as we can, with the right safety for the players, of course. If he does judge that the conditions are not suitable for the quicker bowlers, we'll go back to the spinners, but they are at the moment. And Abbas to come into bowl to Graham Van Buren, and that's pulled away straight to James Fuller on the boundary at deep square. He's got his throw in straight away, and Van Buren does get a single. It wasn't a very accurate throw from Fuller, but he did get it in quickly. And these two have added 21 so far for the 5th wicket. Hammond wants just to check his guard now against Mohammed Abbas. And this is a day of 112 overs, as we're adding time lost on days 1 and 2. And Mohammed Abbas just having a chat with Kyle Abbott about the field on the offside for Hammond. That's probably just I'm not sure James Vince is on the field at the moment. Here's Abbott, who's a big appeal, but Hammond was a long way down the pitch, and would have been quite a bold call for Graham Lloyd with Hammond well outside his crease. Let's just see how far, in fact, he is forward here. This is outside the line, I think. Very animated appeal from Mohammed Abbas, and as you can see, Graham Lloyd absolutely uninterested.
Yeah, a little bit high there, perhaps. There is a little bit of rain in the air. A little bit of sort of just spitting. Might have to take the players off, but it's got dark all of a sudden.
Maybe we're back to the spinners again shortly then. On that basis. Abbott around the wicket now to Hammond again. A little bit of a intake of breath as that goes through. Still 3 balls left in this over. I wonder whether there might be another light meter reading at the end of this over.
I think so. I think there.
And they could be. Well, actually, if Dawson keeps going, then they may take it. They may play one more without a reading. But if they want to continue with Abbott, then maybe back to the spinners. Get to some of your emails in a moment.
It's gone gloomier than Ian Randall's mood when Ryan Higgins was out on the stroke of lunch.
So all our Keiths are coming in here. So Paul Hibbard says Keith Fletcher, as does our friend in Florida, Mike Cook. Kevin Taylor, Keith Piper. We had that. Keith Parsons says Ian East.
Oh yeah, Keith Parsons,
which is a good one. Keith Stackpole, Dave was at the ground. I'm watching on the feed, he says, and Stuart in Cheltenham also says Keith Stackpole. And I think the Keith Fletcher fan club must have been in attendance here, because we've got all sorts of suggestions of Fletcher, including for one gentleman who's Tony Huslishka from Budapest in Hungary, he says, where it's 38 degrees. Good work. And I'll come back to Steve's email in a moment, who also mentions Keith Fletcher. Mohamed Abbas with now a short mid-wicket in for Hammond. So he's forced the ball through the gap on the offside where that field has been taken from, and they'll just take one as Fuller's throw is in. That is the end of the over. Steve says, watching the game on YouTube in Southampton with my dad, who's 86, and he's doing the same in Aberystwyth. We used to visit the festival every year. Sadly, Dad doesn't want to have to travel anymore. He's been a Gloucestershire fan since the 1950s. That is one of the joys of the service that we've been able to provide this year, because for people who can no longer get to cricket, it means they can share the game that perhaps they've grown up with and the family have grown up with. And Alex from
well done. Before we go on to that, well done, Steve's dad. Hope you're enjoying the day, and fantastic you're listening in. And from Ian Randall and myself, keep watching the Glos and keep the faith.
And Alex in Winterbourne, who's also a friend of the stream, we'll call him that, says, what is the highest follow-on total that Gloucestershire ever found themselves in and successfully pulled off a victory? Well, that's one for our number cruncher friend.
Liam Dawson in Hammond defends.
He said, Alex says, I can't see much other than a heavy defeat, to be fair here, but it's pretty painful watching, truth be told. Your commentary is getting me through it. Oh, thank you for that.
Dawson over the wicket. Oh, that one jumps, that one spits like a cobra.
Never reached Ben Brown though, did it?
It hits Hammond.
Which was the important thing.
Hits Hammond, but there's some spiteful rough out there. Just into the pads. Hammond covers it, smothers it.
Tim in Portsmouth. Well, I got your Keith Medlicott into your team.
Yeah.
And Dave, Spencer, and Colin all said that they would like Keith Boyce. So we are getting to.
We're awash with Keiths.
Yeah, most of the common ones. Keith Stackpole was a good one though.
See, Alex said, he said, did I hear you mention Glos commentary was voted the best in the country? It was, I don't know. Well, I think it's the stream in general. It's not just us here, Alex. It's the whole team here behind us. Hammond rocks back. Don't know where that's gone.
Down to
Just
mid-wicket.
lost that completely.
Gubbins got out of the way.
Yeah, it's gone through mid-wicket. I just lost that completely there. And goes out to mid-wicket. Yeah, it's not just Ian Randall and I, Alex. It's James Healy here next to me. Producer James. The man with a beard. Just dropped into the offside there by Miles Hammond. That's the only over. The man with a beard, he's the mowing alley of TV stream production. We've got Cameron Hasty comes in and covers that as well. And we've got our cameramen at each end of the ground here, bringing you everything here. And it's the whole team. Jack Longstaff in the office, and the guys in the office, Neil Prescott in the office, all doing a wonderful job.
James Finch is going back onto the ground here. Did think he was off the field. Joe Weatherly just going back into the pavilion. I wasn't sure why that was. Another reading, I think, being taken by Graham Lloyd. And I wonder if they're calling Felix Organ up again from down in front of the scoreboard, which is where he would have been. And he's going to come. It looks like he's going to come back on to bowl, because we may be in a position once again where the quick bowlers are not going to be allowed to bowl by the umpires. So Organ again is thrown the ball.
Well, judging what I've seen from the spinners, I'd get the spinners on, because it's you know, if you can get it into the rough, it's doing all sorts, isn't it? And as a batsman, you don't mind if it lifts or if it shoots, if it does one or the other, but when it does both, that's when you're in trouble.
Yeah, I think Abbott is a little bit frustrated, because he's, in a sense, he's been taken off through nothing that he's done wrong, and a bit frustrated, I think, down to our left. But Felix Organ's to come back on, and you can't blame James Vince, because he wants to be out there for as much time as possible. Particularly, I wonder if Hammond has thoughts of getting 100 tonight. He's got 19. He's 19 short. There's 15 overs to go. When you've waited a long time for 100, you might be keen to accelerate through the latter stages. But Graham Van Buren's on strike at the moment, and he's not going to get a single, because he's just pushed that out right from the crease and stayed exactly where he was.
If anyone's out there who can give us a team of Felixes or a team of Anirons, then there's a pint coming your way. You can give us 11 Anirons who played first-class cricket, or 11 Felixes. I'll buy you a pint.
Slip and a leg slip for Organ. Van Buren tries the paddle, but there's also a man at short fine leg as well. It's probably really for Hammond, I would suggest, that fielding position. He's got a man at backward point halfway to the boundary. Sweeper at deep square, sweeper at cover. Organ with his off spin into Van Buren, who will take a single here. And he goes to 8. Gloucestershire slowly eroding the deficit, but they have lost 4 wickets. And this is very reminiscent of the game here last year, where Gloucestershire in the end got their noses in front but couldn't set Hampshire enough. 56 they left to chase in the end on the 4th afternoon. Organ in, cut away by Hammond, just amble through for a single. Gets to fall. Harris for 9, Dent for 4. It was 14 for 2 at that stage. Organ in and clipped with no great force by Van Buren up to Ian Holland. Then a good stand between Price and Hammond. 63 before Price pulled the ball from Backer straight to James Vince, he made 20. And then Bracey caught behind by Dawson of Abbott for 8. So Bracey out twice in a day. He won't reflect on that with any great fondness. And the over Hampshire are +3 on the over rate, so they're doing well on that because we've seen a lot of spin today. And we were talking about a potential of a 7:30 finish. 14 overs to go. They might be a good 10 minutes inside that, actually, if they keep the spinners on.
Yeah, it's 6:30. Just to update you from around the country, Somerset leading Yorkshire by 343 runs with 5 wickets still in hand. So they are in the box seat down the M5 at Taunton. Dawson over the wicket to Miles Hammond. Surrey need 87 more runs. They're 74 for 1 in pursuit of Essex's target at the Oval. Dawson over the wicket. Hammond uses his feet. Little bobble there before it hits an Iron Donald, but he fields it safely. Hammond goes on the back foot. Kent have declared 384 for 9, so Warwickshire need 325 is their total. They're currently 5 for none. Up the M5 at Edgbaston. Northants. Lancashire, they've set them. Lancashire need 160 more runs with 8 wickets in hand. I think Lancashire are probably favourites there now, but it's ebbs and flows. Defended by Hammond. Derbyshire 74 for none, following on against Notts. Miles behind, they're 226 runs behind still. Middlesex 464 for 9 in pursuit of Sussex 523. Dawson over the wicket. Hammond whips him through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2. He's got to be quick. He is quick. Moves on to 84.
James Vince did the old club trick there, trying to stop that with his boot, and he missed.
Yes. Yes. I've tried a few of those in the past. Yeah, Middlesex 464 for 9. 109 for John Simpson. 85 for Toby Roland Jones. Down the order as well, he gives it a whack. Bradley Curry 6 for 92. Is he
How are you spelling Curry?
As in
Scott Curry at Hampshire. Is he related?
Yeah, he is. He's a left arm fast medium bowler, Bradley Curry. From... Where's he from? Played for Scotland, he's played for Dorset. So he's I wonder if Hampshire have missed out on that one. Bradley Curry, left arm fast medium. Played some Somerset second 11.
So 1 over of Organ. And now Abbas is back again. Again, the light has just lifted very slightly. And there are 2 short mid-wickets for Graham Van Buren. Abbas to bowl to him. And he's worked that into the gap on the offside, where there was no cover. Nick Gubbins does the fielding.
Finally, Glamorgan 111 for 2 in pursuit of Leicestershire's 584.
Yeah, the one that intrigues us probably more than anything is, other than the game here, is the game at Northampton.
Yes.
I would suggest that's the one that's...
Or Somerset. I mean, I'm sure there's many Gloucestershire fans tuning in who'd like to see Somerset not win that game and get dragged into the relegation fight, although I'm sure there's many around who've got a soft spot for both sides.
Abbas round the wicket. Let go by Hammond. 84 he's got.
Did you see the game last week between Leicestershire and Sussex, where it was just a run fest? It was just, an absolute road down at Hove. Delray Rawlins bowled 47 overs, none for 223, I think. That's
doesn't do your first class average very much good there, does it?
No.
Hammond again flexing his knees as Abbas comes around the wicket to him. And actually, I know there was a lot of talk about, better pitches and such like, but that's actually not a very entertaining cricket match, is it?
Do you know what? I was on the podcast with Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Martin covers Durham, follows Durham all around the country for the BBC, and we both agreed that the best games of cricket are when bowlers are slightly in the ascendancy. Not too much. You don't want it like a minefield. You want it 52-48 maybe in favour of the bowler.
Abbas into Hammond, who again defends.
And they make the best games of cricket, I think.
And people like coming to Cheltenham historically, yes, because of the venue and the fact that you're very close to everything, but generally because it is a pretty even contest between bat and ball. There's always something there for the bowlers. We have seen so far 24 wickets, and this is approaching the end of the third day. Hammond's going to squeeze at least one more to his own personal tally here, and to Gloucestershire's with a little steer out behind square on the offside. He goes to 85. But there are at least two results possible from this position.
Yeah.
You have a very, very slim chance of a third, but certainly there are certainly two results possible from here, and it's not been an absolute run fest, but equally it's not been impossible to bat on. Van Buren goes back, and I think we mentioned on the first morning that the college ground staffs set a lot of pride on their preparation of the pitches here. There is, I think, an outground award for groundsmen, and if that is to be, if it's there to be won, or why not produce something that's really meritorious and might give you a chance of that. Miles Hammond, I think, might be just taking a tablet of some sort there. George Scott's brought him out a drink and given him something. Well, he's got a blow of some sort that he's just found some discomfort with. Might just be a little painkiller or something, just to get him through the last 12 overs.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Ian. I mean, the wicket we saw at Southport last week, I mean, that in the end, that was a good game of cricket, and Somerset held on for an intriguing final day. But I'd say this one at Cheltenham is actually a good cricket wicket, and it shows that you can get runs on it. I mean, Hampshire have got 457 on it, so it's a good cricket wicket. Gloucestershire haven't batted particularly well in their first innings again, and were 201 all out, but hopefully they'll make a better fist of it in the second dig. But there's still, if you get your head down, there's a little bit in it for the bowlers, there's a little bit in it for the spinners as well, which is what we need to encourage in this country. And we're going to see Keith Barker come from the Chapel end. And Hammond goes hooking. Barker picked up a wicket, the first ball of his spell from the other end, and he nearly picked up one there as Hammond pulls him aerially, but this time evading Felix Organ at mid-wicket.
And this is the first time he's bowled from that Chapel end as well. Hasn't bowled from that end at all in the match before.
Van Buren about to face Barker, a man known to all and sundry here in Gloucestershire as G. Forward, punches him out to Organ at cover.
Gloucestershire, they've got a fair chance now of getting the deficit down below 100 by the close.
Yeah.
And then that just gives James Vincent some different questions to think about, because he hasn't got a big bank of runs which he can fritter away.
cut. Out to deep point for one.
And I think we're already seeing him going a little bit more on the defensive.
He needs wickets.
He's not.
He's got a full day tomorrow, though. Keep your emails coming in. We'll try and read some out before the close of play. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Barker comes in over the wicket and Hammond. Where's that gone? It's gone for 4. Buys. Thought Hammond had got a little feather on there. There it is in your top right hand corner of the screen. No.
Very much down the leg side here from Keith Barker.
Oh yeah, and it went further. It started out down the leg side and went even further. So it nearly decapitates a gentleman sitting behind those advertising boards down at the college lawn end. Barker to Hammond, defends. Hammond will be desperate for that 100.
14 is what he needs, and he's got 11 overs after this. His last 100 was in 2018 in first class cricket.
It was here, wasn't it? Was that here?
No, he got 2 that year. One of them was here and one of them was later at Bristol.
So he got his debut first class here.
100 here, yeah.
Barker to Hammond, defended.
A bit of a monkey off his back, I think, given that it's such a long time since the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Just checking that was the end of the over. 11 overs left. Nick Cook's just on the phone to the scorers, I would suggest, on the...
I reckon he might be reserving a table for 2 for him and Graham Lloyd. Nice little French bistro in Cheltenham.
There's a lot of chat between Kyle Abbott and the umpires here. I think it's kind of friendly chat, but he's constantly in their ears, and you just wonder if he's chipping away at them.
Yeah, I think he's one of those sort of chuntering South Africans. I don't think he's in the Andre Nel League. You know, who was...
Here's a Bass. Continue his spell. He very nearly gets that through Van Buren. He does very well to jab the bat down on that.
I don't think he was in the Andre Nel League. He was absolutely off his rocker.
Here's Van Buren. Yes, that was very nearly through. Did well to correct the shot. 149 for 4.
Do you remember Andre Nel, Ian?
I remember.
He used to have an alter ego called Gunter, who he used to blame his poor behaviour on.
That.
Yeah. He was an interesting character.
107 the deficit, as you can see. Nice shot from Van Buren. That's in the right place for him. We know he likes to cut and pull with some force, and the 150 is up for Gloucestershire. And the deficit down to 103.
Yeah, apparently Gunter used to go out onto the pitch, he used to cross the boundary, and suddenly he became Gunter, this man who just... the red mist came down.
We've had a bit of red mist today with a couple of incidents, haven't we, out there on the ground. Not temperamentally, but in terms of decision making. Abbas in, or Van Buren thought about a single there, but Hammond started to go and then was sent back.
The other thing that comes into play is after 20 overs tomorrow, the new ball is due. And that is going to be, I think that is going to be crucial to the outcome of this game. It's going to be crucial in the context of, you know, the cloud cover, new ball. I think it could be...
Abbas into Van Buren. That's gone out towards Gubbins, who moves round from cover to field. He's gone round in front of Keith Barker. No run.
I think Gloucestershire might have their work cut out to negotiate that. I really do. If it
depends. It depends for example, if these two would still be there at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, if Hampshire had only 4 wickets to get, for example, at that stage, then they would probably be favourites. Bass in again to Van Brun. A little steer this time. There isn't anybody at third man, so Walgren's got some ground to make up, and he'll come back just for a single. I think one or two of us were a little bit concerned just at times today, or certainly on the weather forecasting apps, about possible light issues. But fair play to the umpires; they've kept the players informed at all points. I know it's forced James Vince's hand on occasion, but he's reacted every time.
It's better that way for him, though, rather than taking the players off.
Oh yeah, he's reacted every time. Abbott now to Hammond. Again, shuffles forward just to try and close down the angle a bit. He didn't play a shot in the end. 154 4-4. 102 is the deficit. 6 wickets still in hand. Can Gloucestershire erase that deficit and then set Hampshire anything meaningful?
James Healy yawning here on the...
Yawning?
He's had
really?
a tough week, Ian. He was here Monday. We just come here, watch the game, talk about it. He's setting everything up. He's here first thing in the morning, giving people lifts up from Bristol.
He's a good fella, we'll say that.
Oh, you're a good team man, James. You're a good team man, mate.
Yeah.
Keith Barker is... Ooh. What's going on here? They're scratching away at his foothole. There's a dust devil going across the square.
Presumably just trying to make sure he doesn't bowl a no ball from that situation. Barker's also asking for a field change as well.
Here's Graham Van Buren.
Just looking, we've seen 313 runs today.
Not surprised, we've had about 313 overs, haven't we?
313 runs and 12 wickets. That's about an average Cheltenham day. In terms of...
How many overs have we had so far? We've had 102, haven't we? This is the 103rd over of the day.
That's right.
No, because we had the change of innings, so 101.
So it's been about 3 runs and over.
Yeah. Barker to Van Buren. Oh, that stays a little low.
Generally expected it to be a bit quicker than that here at Cheltenham, to be fair. But this has been... perhaps that was what you come to expect, maybe against what you might call a second division attack. But this is not a second division attack, not at all.
Defended by Van Buren. Mohammed Abbas just down in front of us. A couple of slips in. Oh, there's one slip and a gully by the look of it.
Hammond just doing a bit of gardening on where that ball might have pitched, I think, on behalf of his captain.
Bit of Alan Titchmarsh type work. Keith Barker in. And that's well bowled. And that has taken an outside edge and flown past Ben Brown. Let's have a look at this. Perilously close to nicking off here. It's the angle that takes Brown slightly down the leg side, doesn't it? And then he's got to make up the room again on the offside. Well bowled, Keith Barker.
Almost absolutely bisected Brown and first slip.
Yeah.
A foot either way, probably even less than that.
And Barker would have been 4 for 15 off 10.3.
Yeah.
Van Buren. That completes that's the 50 partnership there.
So after that poor start,
got a hot air balloon about to go up out the car park in a minute. Hope it's do hope it's not attached to the bumper of my car. Or yours, Ian, for that matter. Barker to Hammond, and that's hooked. And that goes one bounce, thudding into the advertising board, takes Hammond into the 90s. But that got onto Hammond a little bit quicker than he thought.
is there a second look at this?
Let's have another look at this. It goes over fine leg, but it's well bowled again from Keith Barker.
It was quite close to Hammond's left shoulder.
Yeah,
he
got on him quicker than, beating for pace a little bit. If the balloon does take your car up over the Cleve Hill in the distance, Ian, I'll give you a lift home, okay, mate? There's,
my car's smaller than yours, so it might be
top ball.
Might be possible.
165 for 4. Miles Hammond 90. Graham Van Buren 20. Ahmed Abbas is going to take us away now from the College Lawn end.
And the deficit is
None for 35.
Now down to 91. So there've been not necessarily game-changing partnerships, but two useful stands in this second innings. The first one between Price and Hammond, that was worth 63, and now this one has taken the score from 111 to 165, so 54 these two have added. Van Buren's share is only 20, but he's given Hammond some good support. Whether he's back on the field, I think, or it's Ian Holland, I think, who's... I know it is whether he's back on the field. I'm not sure who's gone off at the moment. But Abbas is to continue. 9 overs to go. Hampshire probably, I was going to say they would need a wicket tonight. It's got a long spell without one. Van Buren again defends. But I think Hammond is hunting his 100 this evening.
Certainly is.
He needs 10. It depends on how much strike he has, obviously, but he's 90 from 145 balls at the moment. 14 fours and 2 sixes, a high proportion of boundaries. .66 out of 90 in boundaries. Abbas to Van Buren, half a yelp from behind the stumps, but it was 2 sounds there. So
Hampshire working hard here. This game's in the balance now, isn't it? He's getting a good, interesting game of cricket.
There have been a few games actually. I think probably the most. There was one notably last year at the Ageas Bowl. Was it where Hashim Amla batted all day for 28 against Hampshire? So you know, they've been thwarted a few times. Van Buren calls for the single to the left of Nick Gubbins. So it's not on every occasion they've had their own way, trying to force a win with their bowlers, rather than and here, I say Gloucestershire would love to get to a position where maybe at lunchtime tomorrow they're in front and it's they who are dictating the game rather more. 166 for 4. Hammond, the glue of this second innings. Waits on 90. Bastable to him. He's crunched that. way past Lenora Donald and down to the boundary at square point for 4.
It's a little bit streaky though, isn't it? Thought that was in the air for quite a while there. Played that a long way from his body. He's got into the 90s on a few occasions, hasn't he, without getting onto that magical milestone.
Well, he's one blow from getting there now. Not that I would envisage him doing so with one blow.
Miles Hammond, you never know.
That's true.
Sort of bloke could reverse Hammond and pass to get there.
94, Abbott coming round the wicket. And Hammond pinches a single to Joe Weatherly. And continues to rotate the strike. This is determined stuff from these two. We weren't sure when James Bracey was out whether there might be a little bit of a crumble in the middle order, but with counter-attackers still going for their shots. But Van Buren has played sensibly, and Hammond has tried to keep going in the manner he was before. He hasn't really changed gear. Here's a bass to Van Buren. Oh, he thought he chapped along for a moment. Again, got inside the line. In the end, he squeezed it out onto the offside. 8 overs to go. I think we're going to get right through. Felix Organ, in fact, was the player who was off the field. He's coming back on again now. Off goes Joe Weatherly for what feels like the umpteenth time today. And will it still be Barker? Yes, it will. Eight overs to go, and it's the number 88 who is trying to pull Gloucestershire round in this game with the help of his captain.
Barker in, approaching the crease. Hammond plays that into the onside.
We talked a lot about conversion, haven't we?
Yeah.
With Miles. Get a start in a T20 game. You don't want a 30, you want a 70. And then in a first class game, you get to 50, you want to convert that into a big score.
Barker into the crease. Hammond beaten outside the off stump.
Fourteen 50s he's got. This is the 15th, which is quite a lot when you've only got 200s off the back of that.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And I get that in some instances
this is 650 of the season without converting.
Yeah. Yet.
Here's Keith Barker. Has he got a feather on that down the leg side? There's a big appeal from Hampshire. Not given. Nick Cook. Oh. Gloucestershire hearts in mouths.
Howard looks pretty unflustered by the whole affair, so
signalling for a drink. Ian Holland signalling that
I think Abbas wants a drink.
I think Mohammed Abbas wants a drink. Oh, that's well bowled by Barker. Beats Miles Hammond outside the off stump. He's got a head of steam up here, Keith Barker. I think he was impressed by being top edged down to a fine leg in the last over. It's good, hard Division 1 cricket here.
Hampshire have got Weatherly back in at slip, I think. I'm not sure whether Dawson's on the field at the moment after that long bowl.
Barker past umpire Nick Cook. Hammond whips that one square. He's going to get 2. Good bit of work down there out in the deep by, is that Fuller?
Been out there all day, I think,
yeah.
on that boundary.
So Hammond on to 97. This has been a really eye-catching knock by Miles Hammond. It's been very easy on the eye, hasn't it? It's been an elegant knock. And that is just worked around the corner. He's going to get one, possibly. Or is it a leg by? No, he's got the single. Moves on to 98. Going to retain the strike as well.
153 balls for his 98. And here is the drink that Abbott ordered. I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's not one of those. It's probably some sort of. What was Dave Bartlett talking about yesterday? It may just be water actually, but.
Diarylites?
Yes, he might have some sort of additive in it, just to balance the energy that the players use over the day. 174 for 4 are Gloucestershire. The deficit now down to 82. It's been a good fight back. Hammond needs 2 for his 100. Abbott in to bowl to him. That lets that go outside the off stump. 6 overs after this, so he has even a reasonable amount of the strike. You'd think there were at least 2 singles for him out there. And the scene of his first class 100.
Cry from Ben Brown behind the stumps. We know it's coming, lads.
Might be the scene of his third. The one in between was at the Seat Unique Stadium. Abbott to Hammond again, lets that go. Now, they refer to third day as the moving day in a game, don't they? But I'm not sure we're any the wiser really as to who's going to come out of this with what in terms of points.
Hampshire still in the box seat though.
But there's still a lot of overs to go tomorrow. It's an extended day tomorrow.
Yeah. Come and join us. Come down.
Vast around the wicket. Again, Hammond lets that go. That was again good carry.
That flew
Through to Ben Brown.
Lots of chat from the Hampshire fielders.
The usual banter, dare we say.
Yeah, the volume level's gone up a little bit.
Bass turns at the end of his line. Doesn't hurry back to the end of his mark, to be fair. Hammond waits for him. Nothing doing there. Still on 98, but mustn't get concerned by that. And he wants 2 singles. Just checks with the umpire how many balls there are to go in the over. Gloucestershire dismissed earlier today in their first innings for 201. Ollie Price, a career best 59. Graham Van Buren 58 not out. Skipper is now there again second time round with 21 against his name. Apart from Hammond's 38 in the first innings, nobody else really made a significant contribution. 4 wickets for Liam Dawson, 2 each for Organ and Fuller. And then in the second innings, Gloucestershire lost both openers cheaply. Good stand between Price and Hammond, and now Van Buren and Hammond trying to build on that. And Hammond again defends out on the offside. When you're more than 250 behind, 256 behind, following on, there's a lot of work to do to get into a competitive position in the match. And they fought hard to at least get Hampshire thinking here. They've still got a small cushion, but they've got to take 6 wickets, and that cushion has been gradually eroded. Abbott around the wicket to Hammond. Whips that away on the leg side. There'll be 1, and that's all there will be, because Organ is out there. Hammond on to 99. End of Abbott is over. He'll keep the strike. And looks as though Dan Whiting is going to have the call.
Oh, you never know. You never know. Let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it, Ian.
Still to be Barker, I think. We haven't had any issues with the flashing scoreboard today.
No.
It hasn't been overheating, but the one thing we did have an issue with, obviously, back at 9 o'clock this morning, was the fact the scoreboard wasn't going to work after a fox had chewed through a fibre cable to rewire it before play, and well done to the estate staff for doing so. Vince is going back into the slips.
Barker past umpire Nick Cook, and that is an outside edge, and that is going to be 100 for Miles Hammond off 160 balls. His namesake Wally got numerous hundreds on this ground, but that's Miles Hammond's second, and it's an innings of courage, easy on the eye, on a wearing pitch, and it's a really, really good knock there from Miles Hammond. Well batted.
And for him, an important innings as well. When you've got that string of 50s and none of them have been turned into 3 figures, and you've had a long wait since the last 100, it's an important one for him.
Yeah, well played. I'm pleased for him. I'm really pleased for him. Here's Barker in for him, and that again is run backward as square. Oh, and there's a mix-up. Oh, they've thrown to the... Thought there was going to be a mix-up and a run out there. Van Buren called him through. Hammond stayed there. It's a good bit of work there by Ian Holland at backward point.
I think he was in 2 minds which end to throw to. Could see that, in a sense, Van Buren was more likely to be home. Holland had more ground to make, but then the throw was going further, and he was, in a sense, between 2 stools.
It's important that Miles Hammond continues to do the job. He's only done half the job here so far. You know, these two need to bat and bat and bat. Keith Barker into Van Buren, who defends. Van Buren on 21.
Do you think we're into night watchman area here?
Yeah, I do.
1 wicket was
I do, yeah. And I would suggest that would probably be Tom Price. Do you?
I wonder whether Josh Shaw might do it,
We
actually.
haven't got a great record with night watchmen this season, have we? Game against Kent, we used 3, didn't we? Keith Barker around the wicket. Van Buren leaves that one alone. Cry of Gloucestershire la 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 coming out, one of the marquees, wasn't there a moment ago? I think the cider may be flowing over there.
Could be a big first hour tomorrow, couldn't it?
Huge.
In this situation.
In fact, the whole period up to lunch, when that second new ball's due as well. Barker to Van Buren, who runs that one into his favoured area. Organ doing the fielding, sliding stop. Throws the ball in, goes over Ben Brown, and he's cleaned up there by Nick Gubbins. 182 for 4. Hammond on 104, Van Buren 23.
I think Hammond wants a drink. He might be bought one. He might be bought one by somebody at the end of play.
Sure, that bloke shouting Gloucestershire la la la, that marquee has probably got a spare 1 or 2. Played into the covers there by Van Buren. 5 overs to go in the day.
Although James Healy got the slow motion camera on Miles Hammond's 100. If he did, you'll be able to see that shot posted on our social media channels at the close.
It'll be everywhere. County Championship will have it on their Instagram account.
And it is being brought out a drink. Ben Brown's also having a helmet brought out as well, so we can maybe going back to the spinners, and it looks like Dawson is going to have a go for the first time from the College Lawn end. Well, in the days of David Gravely and John Childs, they couldn't both bowl with the sloper to help them. So Dawson, for the first time, is going to see if he can break this partnership by changing ends himself. Bass 11 though was one made no wicket for 42 in this second innings. Barker 3 for 34 and Abbott 1 for 35 are the wicket takers. Here is Dawson with a slip and a short leg over the wicket, and Hammond lets that go through to Ben Brown. Organ's only bowled 5 overs. That's probably 5 overs in about 3 spells, maybe even 4 spells.
Yeah, I wonder if Dawson thinks Barker might have churned it up at the other end now as well, and it's worth a go from the College Lawn.
Here he is over the wicket. Hammond goes back and defends.
Bowling into the rough that Barker's created, bowling from the Chapel end.
I think if you'd have offered Gloucestershire this when they started their second innings,
Is that Thunder?
56 overs ago, they'd have taken it.
Is that clip the pad? I think so.
It's going all the way down towards the sight screen at the Chapel, and it's recovered, and they've taken
No shot anyway, I don't think. No runs.
no, there was no run there because they hadn't played a shot. Waiting for the fielders to come back into position. The score is quite bright now on the far side of the ground, but if the spinners are to bowl the rest of the day, then that won't be an issue. In fact, it's probably not as dark as when we were on yesterday evening. Dawson over the wicket from the College Lawn into Hammond, who defends and just sees the ball dribble out on the far side.
A little rumble in the distance there. Is that Thunder?
It's the hot air balloon.
That's the hot air balloon. That's what it is.
It's the tethering of the balloon in the College Lawn car park end of the ground. .82 for 4. Dawson to Centurion Hammond, who just comes forward now. I think he's going to be quite happy to defend for what remains of this third day. He's had good support from his captain, who's still there on 23, and Dawson's bowled 20 overs for 49, but without a wicket.
There it is on your screen there. The balloon over the marquee. Hashtag Go Glos. One of the sights of the summer, Gloucestershire cricket. Alfred the Gorilla, the Go Glos balloon, Ian Randall, all parts of the Bristol summer scene.
And Dan Whiting.
And Dan Whiting. For you're a seasoned man of the summer scene.
We are going to have a switch of ends for the spinners. Organ is going to bowl from the College Chapel end, just for, well, if nothing else, but just to try something different, I suspect. Morgan's got a man out at deep square. And a man on the sweep as well. 3 parts of the way to the boundary at fine length.
Organ into Van Buren, who defends that into the offside, and that's no run. Ian Holland willing his troops on.
Actually, I'm surprised he hasn't had a bowl because
He bowls a little bit, yeah. Sometimes he opens the batting and the bowling, doesn't he?
He's a handy medium pacer.
Yeah. Bit of flight there from Organ. Seems to be a lot of huffing and puffing from that balloon without actually getting off the ground. I don't know. Van Buren cuts, gets a single. 183 for 4. Van Buren moves on to 24.
What I would say then is that there've been some near things, but Hampshire haven't actually dropped anything, have they?
No.
So Gloucestershire haven't. All the chances that, all the half chances that have been created have been taken. Short leg comes back in again for Hammond, and they're still. I don't think he's going to be playing the reverse sweep. I don't think.
Organ to Hammond, who rocks onto the back foot and cuts. That goes through that Gubbins there. And
Ian Holland was the chaser.
Miles, no, it's an Iron Donald cover. And 2 more to Miles Hammond, moves them on to 106. Organ around the wicket. Hammond leaves it alone, goes through into the gloves of Ben Brown. Hammond defends, and there's 3 overs left in the day. 185 for 4.
It's a good job from a Hampshire point of view. They have got a balanced attack because, and they've got 6 front-line bowlers because it has been a long day in the field for them. But they've been able to balance the work up. And I mean, Dawson's bowled 20 overs, but as a spinner, that's not excessive in any way, shape or form. But elsewhere, well, that's 20 overs in this innings, I should say. He bowled 15 in the first innings, but apart from that, the workload has been spread out reasonably evenly. In fact, one might argue that a couple of them have actually been fairly lightly used. Dawson then, probably bowled 2 of the last 3. Here he is to Van Buren. Forward, they'll call for a single. They've picked the fielder there. Mohammed Abbas is at mid-on.
Are we going to see the hot air balloon rise up from just behind the bowler's arm and put a halt, delay proceedings by 5 minutes perhaps?
186 for 4, as you can see on your screen. Deficit down to 70, and it's not impossible now to see Gloucestershire trying to eradicate that deficit with under the old ball in the morning. They've got 20 overs to bat against it. Dawson in, Hammond forward. Very enthusiastic appeal from the Hampshire fielders.
Yeah, let's get through to the end of play today first, though. That's number 1 priority.
And we're just about going to do that. The light has just gone a little bit gloomy again, and there is, in fact, the balloon rising up from the car park away to our right. Hammond again steers that out into the offside for a single, and there is the Gloucestershire balloon going up out of the College Lawn car park, clearing the trees and heading off to our right hand side. Play for the day almost done. Van Buren defends again. 1 ball left in this over from Liam Dawson. I'm not one for heights, and I don't think you'd find me in that basket.
Absolutely not.
Dawson to complete his 21st over of this second innings, and Van Buren lets that go. They've straightened a bit. And this has been a real hard day's cricket for these two teams. It's been a long day.
It's been a very, very good day's cricket. It's been intriguing.
Day. Over 300 runs.
Yeah.
And we've seen 40. We've seen.
There goes the balloon. Up, up and away.
12 wickets today as well. Which, for people of a certain era, is average Cheltenham. 2 overs to go. Felix Organ from the Chapel end with a sharpish single.
Yeah, little single through.
Forced out by Miles Hammond.
From Miles Hammond. A lady called Anne Smith has been watching the game on stream. Fortunately, we've got that's a dot ball. Fortunately, it's the toilets that are based back in the side screen seem to have caught Anne's eye. I'm very surprised. She's enjoying the commentary. She's been a long-standing member of over 50 years. That's dot ball. But 85, she's unable to come now. So Anne, I hope you're enjoying the day and I hope you're enjoying the stream. And thank you for the kind words. And well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well. Tune in for what promises to be a wonderful, wonderful day. Van Buren cuts that one back with a square. He's going to get at least one. Just the one. Yep, come and join us tomorrow, Anne. And everyone else. Oh, Dave and Fran Randell says, cheers and thanks for your excellent friendly commentary. What about Keith Pond? Of course, Keith Pond.
Yeah.
That's cut a little bit uppishly. Steve Rose in Baltimore, enjoying the commentary all the way over in the States. Wondering if Keith Barker's short trouser length and exposed red socks are a ploy to distract the batsman. There's been over 40 distracted batsmen this season there with Mr. Barker's wickets. Organ to Hammond, who plays that firmly off the back foot. And that concludes the penultimate over of the day. Ian Randall, take us away.
Well, Gloucestershire 6 deliveries from what I think they would say is a good effort to get back into a position where saving the game is very much a possibility for them. A lot of work to do still, and particularly with a second new ball due. But in terms of the forecast for tomorrow, there is some rain forecast either in the early hours of the morning or indeed around about breakfast time tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see how much we actually get and if that has any impact or not. Dawson in the last over of the day. They're trying to surround Van Buren here to see if there's a bat pad possible as he defends and comes forward once again. But the man of the day is at the other end. Miles Hammond, 108 not out. First 100 for 3.5 seasons. 2 slips in now. And a silly point. Dawson into Van Buren. That was a bit leg side, so he can clip it away comfortably. There's a big gap on that side of the ground. And they'll just get one. Those in the Sandford Road side will give Hammond a good hand when he goes off, as will those in the members stand as well.
I think me and you, man.
And he's got 3 deliveries to negotiate from the Hampshire slow left arm. Bringing James Fuller in, I just think that Hammond isn't going to do anything too maddening in the last 3 balls. 190 for 4. Hammond goes back, and not a lot of bounce there. And Gloucestershire at least making if they are to take them deep into the 4th day, they've got to make them work for these 6 wickets, and they're trying to do that. Hammond's going to get 1 more run here just to take it to 191 for 4 and leave his captain to face the last ball. But there's the deficit, 66. When they started it was 256, and they've still got 6 wickets in the hutch. Van Buren has had a good day with the bat, an unbeaten 58 and an unbeaten 27, which he's got a chance to add to tomorrow, and Miles Hammond will walk off and he will get a good hand from those who have stayed to the end of the day. In fact, some spectators away to my right hand side have just got up off their chairs and stood and applauded Hammond as he makes his way towards the pavilion, and his captain will lead him off, but I think Hammond will take his helmet off and he will receive a good hand from the crowd here at the Cheltenham Festival as he steps away. 191 for 4. I'm sure will be front of house for interviews at the close, and the Hampshire players graciously allowing him to go off with Van Buren as well before they too will make their way into the pavilion. But there's the short details of the day. 191 for 4 following on Gloucestershire, trailing by 65. But it's been a day of ebb and flow, Dan.
It certainly has, and I'm wondering if this might be a turning point in not only the season but possibly the career of Miles Hammond, because I think today we saw a steeliness that's been missing before, and it's been missing from the Gloucestershire batsmen this season. We saw in the game against Somerset where they just capitulated, they just gave up. They were in a similar situation out there today, and we saw real resolve there from Graham Van Buren and from Miles Hammond together. And I think I wonder if the corner has been turned. I think Gloucestershire fans will be praying and hoping it's been turned, but I think it's been an absolutely wonderful, wonderful knock from Miles Hammond. Credit to the Hampshire bowlers, they've stuck to their task. Keith Barker has been absolutely outstanding, and you can see why he's one of the leading wicket takers in the country this season, because he's been threatening, probing all the time, and he's a wonderful bowler, really is a fantastic cricketer.
So this is the situation with a day to play then. Hampshire 457, Gloucestershire 43 for 2 overnight, dismissed for 201. Ollie Price a career best 59. Hammond made 38 batting in the first innings, and Van Buren an unbeaten 58. 201 all out. Hampshire enforced to follow on. Dawson with 4 wickets, Organ and Fuller with 2 each, and then 256 behind at the start of the second innings, with an awful lot to do. They lost Denton Harris cheaply, but Hammond has been the constant in the rest of the day. Ollie Price got to 20 patiently in an hour and a half before he pulled a ball from Barker to James Vince, and then Bracey was caught behind off Abbott. But there was a useful stand between Price and Hammond, and now another more than useful one between Hammond and his captain Van Buren that's been worth 80, and they will continue that in the morning.
Yeah, what a fantastic, intriguing day we've got lined up here. I've heard a lot about the Cheltenham Festival. It's not only the ground here that's a wonderful, wonderful amphitheatre, a wonderful arena, but the cricket as well has been absolutely fantastic, and this wicket produces good cricket. Runs are, the runs are around. There's a little bit of wicket, there's a little bit in the wicket for the bowlers as well. There's a little bit in there for the spinners, and I think it's a really good cricket wicket. And I can't wait for tomorrow, because I think 20 overs till the new ball's due. Hampshire will fancy their chances. There's a little bit of rain in the air as well, just to add to the drama. What a day, Ian Randall. What a fantastic day we've got lined up.
And we hope that the weather does not spoil what could be a good day. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. It's been a long day for James on the cameras, and also to Cameron, who's also helped us here at Cheltenham. Thanks to John Hook for just popping up on the camera at the end of the evening. Wherever you are, enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 5 to 11. Anything is still possible.